Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second. Just setting stuff up so we can have a good stream.
We didn't really see it too much when it came to the Deadlock Fight Night, though I'm assuming you guys at home did see it quite a bit in your games. Soul Rebirth has now been taken out of the game.
All right. Oops.
Hey, what's your initial thoughts on this?
Loading a little bit.
I think this is great because
make
I think
sure
it's also
that
somewhat in
I
line with some of the other changes
pause
with
the
regards to
syncing on
economy.
that.
Again, we'll link back to that point later, but not having Soul Rebirth in the game is nice because when you get to the 30-minute plus mark in Deadlock, it kind of becomes a battle of who has more Soul Rebirths, and that team's going to win because the time it takes for you to come back after you die is so long that it's
all right. I think we've got everything set up. What's up, LBs?
Becomes like a must pick up item, and then it's just who has more wins. And so I like that they're removing that dynamic because it creates more of a reward to the team fighting, which is kind of as it should be. And again, that's actually
hello, Greg. Hello. We're gonna be watching Deadlock Fight Night. It's gonna be a bit of a short stream. Well, I mean, short, quote unquote. It's probably gonna be about 4 hours. I'm meeting friends later tonight, so I'll probably stop streaming around 8:30 or so, roughly.
If you're in a comeback scenario,
See, we're gonna have a little granola bar real quick.
You're actually
and
going
some
to come
pills
back way faster now, so you've got to be much more careful with team fights anyway. So I kind of like that the removal of Soul Rebirth kind of plays into that because you're unable to mitigate that. If you take a bad team fight, if you're ahead, you get punished.
What about you, ZP?
Yeah, I think Dan hits the key point here too with Soul Rebirth changing, right? The idea
What's
that
up, Maeve?
everyone has more money right now because
both my cats are going at it right now. They're just fighting.
Soul Rebirth was still in the game.
Playfully though, right? They love each other.
5-minute to 30-minute mark, and suddenly
But they are killing each other.
Soul Rebirth was way higher. So I think the
for some reason YouTube never puts your stream at the top of the subscription tab, even if you're the most recent one to go live. It's quite annoying. Damn. When's your next official?
Everyone pick it up now that you suddenly have this influx of income.
Friday?
Okay. Well,
I think
you know what,
we have a tournament this weekend as well, so I think Friday and then this weekend.
Into our first match of the day, Pojali Scumbria. Don't worry, we'll hear ZP say it a million different ways, and I totally understand ZP. It gets me as well. Up against Metal Skill as we'll take a look here at our roster between these two teams. Now, PS obviously a long-time veteran when it comes to Deadlock Fight Night, whereas Metal Skill, we haven't seen them too much.
Yeah, Metal Skill.
Let me see if they have the lash emote.
But they've been kind of in and out. Though what's notable for Metal Skill is that they had a really good
Bebop style.
in the Sinner
We'll use
Sacrifice
that.
tournament that took place over the last weekend. So that's why we say, hey, we're going to give you guys another shot. And the one nice thing here I like, Jason, when I look at both of these teams, roster stability. Pojali Scumbria.
Thank you, we'll tune in. Hell yeah. Didn't know DDK was into Deadlock? Yeah. These are awesome. Cats to be fighting? Yeah.
Same core that we've seen for quite a while at the same
Who's the
time.
favorite of this game?
I mean,
PS
I
for
love
sure.
the stability. I really do love it, especially when compared to what's going on the other side.
I don't know the EU teams that well, but I would guess this might not be a close game, but it might be.
Any players in particular that you're really wanting us to focus on to kind of nitpick their gameplay, or
what's up, Ivanox?
To be the ones to carry the match for us?
It's a good question. I'm curious, obviously, based off of like how things are going to be affected.
I guess I
by
should
some of the
switch my
in, like people's internal like tier
things
lists.
up here.
I mean,
It'll
firstly,
be a little bit
Europe
easier.
and NA seems to never be on the same page so far with tier lists, so there is that, I suppose. But I think all of these players are pretty awesome, like Sunset, Hardeki, Zanya. Zanya, I really like watching just for the initiation in particular.
DDK has been exploring really any new big game to the finals for a bit.
Zanya,
Fair enough, yeah.
Like Lash, for example. So to be honest, your guess is as good as mine at this point in terms of what we should expect or see.
I'm
interested to see what EU prioritizes for the draft here.
For me, one of the best Moto players when it comes to EU, but anyone in particular you're looking towards?
I mean, for me, if I'm looking at Pojali Scumbria, I'm always.
I think there's no way. I'm guessing the bans are just going to be Yamato Paradox or Yamato Viscous or like maybe Paradox Viscous. Maybe they let Yamato through.
That was brought up to me that was pretty interesting. Former Overwatch coach.
I
I
doubt it though.
About meta stuff, and he brought up the point, going, "Hey, are you going to be seeing as much 7 right now, where the value of the jungle is relatively less than what it used to be, and 7's entire bread and butter was kind of how far ahead can you
Good
get
point by
from
ZP.
eating
However,
the
I think
entire
we'll still be
jungle,
seeing a
right?
lot of 7
I
probably.
wonder if teams have looked at 7
I think we'll
and
still
wondered,
probably
okay, maybe the overall
be seeing a
value
decent amount of 7
might
still.
be a little bit
I don't think
less
he's as good as he
than
was,
that.
but I think he's
And
still very good.
Hardeki, who a lot of times has sort of been thrown on the 7 in the draft, would be playing something else, whether it be something like a Haze or probably not a Shiv.
Yo,
which
watch
is
party?
Better because
We're
as Dan
watching.
mentioned
We're
earlier,
watching.
All right.
Salty did a
probably
coin
not gonna
flip.
be seeing that.
Coin flip for what?
Gentlemen, here at the Deadlock Fight Night, what we love to do is innovate. We love to push the boundaries of what we can do here on the show and always make it better for you viewers at home. Now, ZP,
Any chance we see a Vindicta? Yeah. Actually, I think that there's probably a chance.
In terms of who gets to choose between first pick or
Does Kelvin carry the truth?
What have you come up
Maybe.
with?
Yeah, so we used to do a coin flip, which was me going to Google, typing.
We have been experimenting with the carry, Kelvin. We have been experimenting with that, I
That
won't
wasn't
lie.
exciting for us here. What we really needed was to.
Alright, what do we think the bans are going to be, boys?
Mo and Krill 1v1. 2 Mo and Krills enter, 1 Mo and Krill leaves.
Paradox.
Nothing but melee
Both, maybe.
and parry. That's
Or
all
Mirage.
you get. And we throw it into the boxing ring, essentially. That is the middle of the map. In the pit. There's no more honorable combat in all of Deadlock. And that's how we decide in our best of one who gets choice of first pick and first ban.
All right. I'm putting in the chat prediction. Wait, actually, I can see the draft in the Discord, can't I?
1v1 Mo and Krill to determine how the coin flip
Wait, let me
worked
see.
out. Of course, we do have metal
Wait, they have a Mo and Crow 1v1 for the coin flip. This is awesome. This is like a heavy 1v1s and pugs, dude.
This is our idea.
This is literally heavy 1v1s, bro.
This is
what a
our
parry.
idea. This is fucking this is salty. This is actually salty.
Yeah, that's salty.
That's more salty.
That's so weird. I thought
Because Salty said,
Yeah, true.
move 1v1s, and then Listic's like, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Is TS a new member? No, I think he's already on there now. Hey, does he have a good stream? What's the best build, Shiv build right now? I think Weapon Shiv is probably best Shiv right now. Weapon or Knife Shiv. Melee Shiv is still playable. It's not as good, but it's still completely playable. And Melee Shiv is also one of those builds that, like, the lower MMR you are, the better Melee Shiv is. If you're low MMR, Melee Shiv might actually be the best build.
They won't be banning Yamato because if the other team doesn't ban Yamato, you get to pick it.
Exactly. You force the other attack.
Oh,
you have to ban it
Mirage?
away.
Mirage ban? Fuck! Already I'm wrong. Bro.
If you're
Pocket, maybe?
Bro.
Isn't PS a pocket team?
We go into like our race as a guaranteed pickup in Great Town.
There's no way they're banning Pocket, right? They have to ban Yamato, right? Surely.
Yeah, Demov plays both.
I mean, Mirage is.
Oh, no.
Demov is not on this
No,
team, bro. What are you
Wrong
NA as
team,
well,
never
'cause
mind.
It's, definitely an S tier pick.
Wrong team.
But I think,
I don't know
think
these
like CP
Europeans
is
like that,
alluding to
sorry.
earlier. The expected ones are probably the Yamato Paradox.
What weapon Shiv except yours can you suggest? I think Mikhail's has one. I'm not sure though, because I don't use other people's builds on weapon Shiv.
Some of these like really.
I think Mikhail's had one though.
Dumbass character.
DDK pivoted here now? Yeah, true. DDK's the GOAT. You have a 60% win rate with Melee Shiv and Oracle games for what it's worth. Yeah, there you go.
Especially with the buff that we saw for Viscous recently, that Viscous is going to get in there pretty quickly. As you know, now you can like expand the size of the goo ball, and so it's going to connect a lot more and be a lot more disruptive.
Okay, so they banned Paradox, which I expect. Paradox was an expected ban.
Jump in there, Dan, but Wraith is a first.
Wraith? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought Wraith? Wow, shocking.
I was surprised to see this. Actually.
Whoa.
Well,
I'm kind of surprised that, I mean, you have to pick Yamato here, surely, right? Whereas Yamato did, oh shit.
Or your sevens and so on. Like these guys
What
are
was
going
that
down
entrance?
in
What the
because
fuck?
of, the jungle as much.
Bro,
Which
how
is
did
like part of
traffic
the
going?
guarantee of those
Sure.
heroes. And I feel like Wraith is the best hyper carry that's on lane. So I don't know that there's any.
We're watching the
in
tournament.
the same class. So
You're on
makes a lot of
stream, just
sense.
letting you know.
And there's the Viscous too, so we're happy to see that.
No, well, it's a fight night. It's a show match every Wednesday.
Look,
Look at
Wraith is highly
ZP.
Wraith is highly valued in EU, but given what Yamato has been doing, you know what? Look, on one hand, it's hard to sort of bring down the value of Wraith. It's still an incredibly good hero, and EU players have been using Wraith to the max. But also, you just gave up Viscous and Yamato, where Viscous
Yo, thanks for
also
the
right
prime
now
Sai
the YouTube
where
video.
a lot of your telekinesis plays now have to have another check going, well, can I use telekinesis? Is there a Viscous nearby that
shoot the
can
gun.
drop a cube? So going the first pick Wraith and allowing Viscous Yamato, I have to say I'm not 100% in favor of it, but
get back to the
we'll see
shouting,
how it pans
bro.
out.
I mean, keep in mind, last week, guys, we did see Play With Me on Wraith. And Buff Enjoyers, when they played against DMS, the response to that was 3 ethereal shifts. And then it took DMS a long time to get Curse eventually farmed up on Play With Me on the Wraith to be able to counter that for the split pushing yet again. So with the Viscous, it kind of almost bypasses that need of ethereal shift unless you're trying to split push.
The one thing that jumps into my head straight away as well, you know, you're up against the Wraith.
Isn't Viscous and Yamato goated against Wraith? Yeah, they're quite good. It's very good counter pick, yeah.
So you get an extra stamina.
The UI for who's getting picked to school, yeah, agreed.
Additionally nice to.
Should I put it in full screen, or do you guys like seeing the chat, or do you guys prefer like full screen like this? Full screen might be better. I think full screen's better.
Barrier purchases I feel like could be pretty good. And
should I become one of the casters? Just put myself in the middle, like
You know, Ivy's a hero. That's
Like
actually
I have
pretty
become
good.
DDK.
Time, then, bro.
Silence off of the bomb from the ult, and
Alright.
the
Alright.
Kitsune is still really good despite receiving some of those.
Give me a
nerfs.
ping sometime.
But that also
You know.
crashes.
Let's go, Deathy Stream. Yeah, what's up, pure content?
Puchilaya Scumbria. Yeah, I'm still
Sorry to hear about your team.
I don't
It kind
know.
of pressures them to like make sure.
Sorry to hear about your team. You know, it's funny because, well, funny, I guess not funny, but a lot of the time when I saw teams die, I was like, dude, why are pure content's team and our team the only teams that are still alive?
She's Eastern European, so I kind of believe exactly what you say when it comes to that. But when you see Vindictus,
I feel like you guys were like one of the OG teams in NA, you know, that hadn't had like super significant roster changes. You hadn't disbanded.
Got a whole lot of buffs in multiple
So yeah,
patches
kind of sad to hear,
this
but
is simply
it is what it
teams
is, man.
warming up
It is
to
what
the
it is.
idea of playing around Vindicta again.
Yo, thanks for gifted.
Skill cap
Thanks
on
for the
Vindicta,
gifted.
you
Much
think
appreciated,
about
Sai.
the various builds that people are running.
You merged with
particularly
Patron Pulverizer, yeah, so I heard, yeah.
I
Just a
mean,
change,
look,
yeah.
Vindicta is a
Yeah, for
character
sure.
that can take over the
Sometimes
game,
switching things
and I
up
think people
is
realized, look, she's like pretty
good.
decently effective right now.
Alright, let's talk about this draft a little bit. Yamato Viscous, not surprised. Warden Vindicta being pretty high prioed by PS, which is quite interesting. I mean, I think Warden's actually pretty good. And I also think Vindicta's pretty decent, but like picking Vindicta into Yamato, like traditionally a lot of people have considered Yamato a counter to flying heroes. So, you know, they're not afraid of the Yamato as Vindicta apparently, which is interesting.
Pretty beneficial as a whole.
one thing I do worry about is we do have a Viscous, Yamato, and an Abrams, and now a Lash.
Does anyone know if Fuffendoy's dropped anyone other than Piggy? I'm not sure, but I think it's just
However,
Piggy.
we do know Victor has very high
Would you say there's a rank cutoff for people interested in tournament play? I mean, not really a rank cutoff. Why aren't you guys playing this week? They like rotating teams. Aren't you one of the best teams in NA?
A support there.
Yeah.
I would love to see.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely good enough to play on the fight night, but they like rotating teams and giving a chance to other teams to compete. Yo, thanks for the gifted.
Warden OP.
We're only good because everyone keeps disbanding. Okay, Ryan. I think we're pretty decent, okay, regardless of disbands or not. How's Yamato counter with Flyer because
The
grapple?
metal skill draft's better.
I mean, I will say
Kind of.
the metal skill draft is good.
I don't know if that will change the support situation, but we get Kelvin.
I think
that
that,
great, classic
I don't know,
strike
both drafts are
as well.
pretty good to be
Was it
honest.
gonna be Dynamo Kelvin
I
beginning?
think the metal skill has like really good team fight with like Lash ult, like Ivy ult, Viscous ult, and now 7 kind of rounds out their draft
They
nicely.
already have the Ivy, so that makes sense.
So yeah, I guess if I had to pick one draft, I would say metal skill. But PS is a really good team, and I think that they're really good at playing scrappy, and they have like a very scrappy lineup.
Go off, knock her out of the sky,
And it could work really well too if the Wraith gets a good start. If the Vindicta snowballs, metal skill will never get a chance to play the game as well. You know.
Phantom Strike on Lash
Yeah.
to simply instantly teleport on Vindicta and bring her down. Like they'll have options.
my hero for a game.
Galore to sort of deal with the Vindicta. But when I look at the overall story of this,
But yeah,
game
they just
and where
swap
it's
teams
at,
out. They don't
I
invite the same
think
teams.
it's
They try
necessarily weak
to like bring it up
There's
and
definitely
rotate
scenarios
and give a
where
chance to
Buzz
different
Lightyear
challengers.
is
Yeah.
going to have a terrifying
What any teams are left at
early
this point? I mean, there's other any teams. There's not no
What
any
happens when you
teams.
hit 3K?
It's
Well,
just
Wraith can roam
usually the
in
ones
very
disbanding are the
quick
ones that are
telekinesis pickoffs at
pretty
3K.
good.
Vindicta
You know.
is scary
Ryan.
on 3K roams early in the
So,
game
see.
with how you can use
Ryan.
Assassinate.
How you doing?
Warden, again,
Mr.
one of the
Central.
biggest mid-game power spike heroes in the
Okay.
game.
Good talking
and
in
the way
Twitch
that
chat.
People tend to play Pocket is one where it's very
Classic.
roaming, very aggressive.
am
so
I wrong?
even though metal skill has characters
Yeah,
that
dude.
are, pretty
I don't think we're that bad.
decent early, like Viscous,
You're a fucking
we're not-
hater.
we're not
Abrams,
bad,
Ivy,
but, like-
and the new Yamato where they get ult and it's difficult to fight. I still
was.
think the
Teams
narrative of this
form,
game in the
they
early
come
to mid
in,
game
they
is going to be
beat
Metal
us,
Skin
and then they
simply
disband.
surviving what is going to be a
That's the
very
cycle.
strong power spike out of Pajulia Scumbria, which could very well
Yeah,
snowball
yes.
on
Win-
Central.
we win
Technically-
by
All right,
attrition.
Danny, last
I guess
thought
it's
before we
true.
head into the first match.
To an extent.
I was gonna say we did have one official against the unknown, but that was a best of one. We're gonna have a best of 3
Is
versus
Hydra
them.
Nation
and
still
now
kicking? Yeah. How do you win lane as Lash against McGinnis? Full solo, same skill? You go even, honestly. That's an even lane, I think. You can, like, if I'm Lash playing against McGinnis, I'm like, it's chill. I just play for last hits. I understand I'm never gonna kill her. Is it me or is Ryan quiet?
He's quiet for me.
Yeah, Ryan's quiet as hell.
Thank you so much for joining us here in that first match. We'll see
Turn
you
it
I
up.
have him turned down slightly, probably because he was.
I have him
loud
turned
before.
up. I put him at 130% now. It's still quiet. Why isn't Buffendor's playing? Not sure.
I'm gonna boost him to 300.
Who would you play as from each team's draft? Me?
God.
I would play Lash on the metal skin, and then on PS I would play probably Warden.
The funny thing about favoring
So wait,
characters
I don't know if that was the
who's
question,
yellow
but yeah.
or who's amber?
I would be on PS. I would be playing either Warden
I
or
don't know if
Wraith,
like
and on
that
metal
or-
skin, metal skill, I'd be playing
Teenage.
Lash.
Test. Hello.
but maybe now is the new
better.
era. As you take a look at the lane.
Yeah, it's way
breakdown here,
louder, so it's good.
Between it, you got Pocket versus Yamato.
Alright, turn
lane
you back
1,
down.
Wraith versus Abrams in lane 4, but it's lane 2 and 3.
What was I gonna say?
Going to be made early on.
Yeah, we were saying about Grit and Glory that just
Yep.
might not even have 4 teams at the end, and I'm pretty sure I said this. Well, the unknown aren't gonna break up.
Well,
I mean, I told you, dude.
How well tasked
I told you.
R.I.P.
It's gonna be us and fucking underdogs. That's gonna be it.
That's okay. Who cares?
I always see people in chat like, people have been doing this
Boom.
for months. But we never see it that often in competitive play.
Yeah, I
So I'm
love
curious,
Invicta.
will we potentially see a little bit of that
So
today with obviously...
But it worked out well
Task
because I just said
between, like, lane 4 and
to
lane 3.
Apple's like, hey, we were meant to play the unknown at this time. We just scrim then, and he's like, yeah. So,
Good rest from the Vindicta.
Alright, there you
I
go.
think here, Jason, when I look at the lanes,
There you go.
the
It's a-
most
it's a
potential
fake fish.
That's your
for things
passion?
to really get out of
Perfect.
hand one way or the other is probably going to be in lane 2. Right?
Do you buy
Where
Healbin
have
in
the
Furnace?
lash
Yeah,
and
sometimes I do.
lots
It
of
really
potential
depends,
and then
though.
stun into a slam.
A lot of the time you have toxic bullets, so you don't necessarily need Healbin.
One of the teams in Grit and Glory as well.
You know, if you're not
The
careful,
one
you
that
can
can't play
Yeah.
past 5 p.m.
This is a lane that I
Yeah.
think truly could go either way.
This
And the
Vindicta's
downside here,
aim
of
looks
course,
so
is
weak
that
because of how live
if you're
replays are. I mean, aim does look a little bit from spectator, but sometimes in lane it's just like, I don't really take too much out of lane. People just spam a lot.
Standard of taking over the game via just early
Being the
pressure.
longest surviving team really cements the boomer aspect. It's true. We're there. We're the boomers.
Quite a few times. I'm also keeping my
I
eye
snuck
on
in to
Helly on
watch
the,
some Buck and
Yamato
Joy's
here,
scrims,
up
and it was
against
just
Together on
the
the pocket.
piggy.
Now, again, I said before, Together is
Which is
a
what?
phenomenal
Kim.
Yamato player. So
Because
the
I was
pocket
saying that
knows
like
exactly
there's
how to
2
deal with
changes,
Helly and
but
how
not from
Yamato
what I
has been
saw.
changed. I keep saying
Maybe they're
Yamato,
trying
Yamato,
out
it's killing me.
one change
It's
versus
just like
2 change or
Pokemon
something.
Scumbria, I swear. But I'm really curious to see how that.
I hate
This
the
is a BO1 and
spectating
then a
buttons,
game
like,
in BO3.
model facing the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
annoying.
Or Abrams is just facing the other way. Yeah.
It happens to me on every character that I spectate.
Unlucky.
It's definitely a little bit spicy in the Lash versus Geist matchup. We were both Lash and Geist getting down the half, and once you start
Lex 1 on Lash. I've never seen this guy play Lash before.
this is where a single
But then again, I haven't played against him in like 3 months.
can result in either side
True.
getting a big advantage.
Last time I played against this guy was when, you know, NA servers were only open for a certain period of time, so I had to play EU if I wanted to play in the afternoon.
But both sides, Jason, just looking for that key advantage.
Yeah, I do like the way Zanya was
Fuck,
playing
man,
off
bring
to the
that
side, just
back.
trying to eliminate some angles they could
Genuinely
potentially
bring that
play
back.
from, but more
You guys can play with
importantly,
me.
trying to get the harassment.
Damn.
Harassment come in behind the
Oh, goodbye, Yamato.
extremely low in HP and be finished off here.
Shameless.
Oh, she was almost able to slide out. Yep, shameless.
Shameless.
Shameless Warden.
Wait, are they double soaking in
Yeah.
my comp game?
Yeah.
In a competitive official match? Wait,
Look at
is he
that.
gonna do his jump? No, he didn't.
He's gonna do, yeah, he's doing it. Oh,
No,
no,
he's
he's,
so
no. No, he
He's on
fucked
the wrong
up,
side.
bro.
Of course.
Yeah, there's still a jump you can do.
Sapphire.
There's still a jump you can do.
Yeah, but it's not the jump.
No, that is the jump.
No, it's not.
No, it's on Amber's side.
No, it's not.
I like the way
It's
that
not
Tank
jump.
Man, the retirement home doesn't let us play on other teams. Yeah, that's the reason. That's the actual reason we dropped Benji. We found out he was 25, and
Yeah, that's true. Benji was the
So he's
Benji was the
16.
youngest player.
Yeah, he's too young to get signed. Sorry.
I like how you're just calling her old.
Too young to get signed.
I genuinely don't know how old she is.
Yeah, I have no idea how old River is. I'm not gonna lie.
Very early on with rotations.
River has 2,000 hours in TF2 though, so it's, you know, okay.
Gotta be old.
Can't be that young. Can't be that young, right? Like, yeah.
I'm
Surely.
just gonna ask them, hey River, how old are you?
You're not supposed to ask a woman her age, man. That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
that's fucked up.
Do even more rotations, as I say that.
Ask a boomer their age either, so like a lady boomer.
And this is where if you're Abrams,
Oh, here we go. Wraith going in. Ulting Abrams. Boom. Abrams dead. Oh. That was so easy. All they needed was a little gank. All they needed was a little Kelvin.
Kelvin pressed 3, and that was
The
it.
Kelvin pressed 3, and then all Wraith needed to do was press 4, and it was the easiest kill of her life.
4,000 souls, only 5 minutes in, CP.
Oh shit.
they're gonna try and make the most of it here. Meanwhile, Lex gets hit with the soul exchange, tries to go away.
You know, we see a constant equation between teams that, you know, shit on other teams in the early game, right? And it happens to us all the time, and it's that when the dual lanes start getting prio and start roaming, or in general when they just have map prio, it becomes very hard to play the game. Like that Kelvin wouldn't have been able to do that if he didn't get prio, for example. Like the Warden wouldn't be able to do that if he wasn't getting prio, so they're just They're just getting map prio and then roaming, and it's very, very strong.
True.
And they have characters that are good for it.
With some teams, they're just like, where did you lane? We stay in this lane the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's just hard to get prio. Depends on the lane.
Sometimes it is
you
for
know?
sure. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I agreed.
Jason, we're only about
I do think that we could do better at getting prio though.
Agree.
But yeah, like some lanes you can't get prio, like, and in those lanes you just have to try to make it so that they don't get significant prio either, so that they can't, like, you know, you try to like limit their roaming potential. But yeah,
It's just
Like,
being on
for
the
sure
same
you can.
wavelength as well, right? Like sometimes
yeah.
it's just like the dual lane could be pushed back and not have prio, but the solo is super pushed up, and it's like, oh, I just keep getting ganked. It's like, yeah, that's because the lane next to you is kind of getting shafted.
Yeah. Boom. Gank. Okay. Well, that sounded a lot more exciting in my head.
True. Wait, they're just punching people.
Oh, boom.
Boom, boom, punched.
Oh, Vindicta,
Oh, Vindicta's here to clean up. Uh-oh.
Drops the assassinate
Yeah,
on the
she's flying in the
Maxage,
sky.
and Pajala
Vindicta,
Escambria,
unlucky.
even Metal
What does
Soul
prio
can
mean?
get
Yeah, it means like having your lane pushed. If your lane is pushed up, you have prio, meaning you can do
Pajala
things.
ahead on kills,
Yeah.
and you look at the rest of the map, they're getting even more done.
You refund your 20k, you never end up playing Mo. I don't know how to refund points.
There's Yamato.
Can I refund
Punch
points?
Yamato with their sword shot.
So many players in so many of these different lanes, but
Is that Ronald approved?
I don't know how to do that.
Which means they can't push lanes down. They
Ban
can't
that
push
guy.
for Guardians to look for that potential first flex slot here, which right now Pojala and Scumbria are just one more Guardian away
Might
from.
be a demo vault.
Vindicta, yeah.
Lane one here.
You can refund yourself. Shit. There you go.
I was watching Together streaming earlier. Like, dude's so fucking good.
Drops the warden, looking for the finish on top of it.
What was he playing?
Comes in, able to dodge
He's playing Vindicta.
with the Yamato.
Yeah.
Made watching Vindicta enjoyable.
Very, very low right now.
I just don't,
Gonna be able to
like,
get away. The
I
answer
just
looks
I
like
don't
yes,
have any
it's
interest.
pocket. So even then,
Vindicta,
Jason,
resident
putting
sleeper.
in the last ult, and you're not getting
I just
For
got
me, yeah.
2 minutes of ads.
Oh shit, they're up 11k now at 7 minutes. This one's pretty much. This one kind of looks like us versus Hydra Nation looked. This one's pretty much GG.
To actually get some damage done.
Unless they like manage to like get a good fight. If they get like one good fight, they're probably back. But if they don't get a single good fight, it's Drover.
They have to get a fight and earn, and then they're back in.
Honestly, even without Earn, if they get at least one fight, it'll be better. They won't be fully back from one fight, but it'll be better. Right now, they're like so far behind that they can't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is the Vindicta snipe gold.
No last stand was even required.
Yeah, but not. It's not like the Vindicta is the highest net worth, but like also everybody else on the team is also pretty high net worth.
Yeah, I
That's
just
not
mean like
just-
the
yeah.
Alchemist effect.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
Vindicta has as much of a downside as Alchemist, though.
Yeah, no. Alchemist just has no abilities. Like Alchemist
Wait, what the fuck?
has nothing in
Tell me
his
about
kit.
Alchemist as an Undota player.
Yeah. He's like, so Alchemist is like a carry hero that gets more gold than every other hero because he has a passive that lets him get extra gold for every creep he last hits. So he just gets artificially inflated.
Yes.
But
But his stats are awful.
yeah, his stats are bad, and his overall kit is not very good. Like the rest of his abilities, if you compare him to other carries, are like kind of shit. And so he needs a lot of gold in order to be effective, basically.
Yeah, he's either ahead or he's
Or you're useless.
Is he ever used in pro play, or is he just?
Oh
in
yeah,
solo?
all the time.
Every single hero in Dota is used in pro play.
Depends
Depending
on
on
the
the
patch,
patch.
but
There's not a single in most TIs, like at least 100 heroes get picked.
and there's
Out of
only like
120.
120 or something.
Yeah.
I'd say it's
You
over
win by
100.
25 minutes on mostly lose, so like super high tempo, get online
Yeah.
early kind of thing.
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
online
you just
early
gotta
because
get so much
you get
more
a
gold
shit
than
you get a shit
everyone.
ton of money early, and then
And
if
your
you
team
get
stacks the jungle, you get a million.
basically if it gets late, you lose usually because if it gets late, you like actually cannot get stronger anymore because you hit your.
Yeah, that's true.
So in Dota, you only have like 6 item slots. So once you fill out those item slots, like you can't get any stronger, right? Like, and Alchemist fills those out pretty quickly. Usually, if you're having a good game, by like 30 minutes,
no.
you're 6 slotted, so you're done.
Rivers 24.
I told you.
GGs.
That shirt color suits me really well. Oh yeah, I didn't. I'm wearing the same sweater I'm wearing yesterday. I should probably change that because it doesn't. There's no contrast
ZP
at all.
is just
saying, you know,
like,
we're gonna fight for it too. Sheltered.
Yeah, this one's GG,
bragging
by the
at
way.
this point.
Into the fight. Death slam.
He's bragging about what?
Being able to pronounce the team name.
Damn.
He just says it over and over again. He's literally just bragging.
Yeah, like how do you even say
Yeah,
this
I
shit?
learned. I learned how to say it.
Yeah,
Alright, how do
You don't know
say
how to, you don't know how to say it. I'm talking to DP saying that. Just listen.
I know, but
You said it
like,
50 times.
Yeah, but like, you should know, right?
Why?
Respond back yet again.
I don't know. Shameless flexing.
Let him flex his linguistic abilities.
Yeah, I mean, this is GG. Wait, Shadow Tran. Wait, they're gonna get a kill. Wait. Nah, just kidding. It's over. It's Jover. Nah, it's completely Jover. Wait, they're gonna get a second kill. Wait.
There's an
Nah,
urn
it's
on
still.
the field,
Wait,
but
if they got the urn, maybe.
No, it's all on the wrong
Yeah,
side.
nah, yeah, it's over. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's over.
I see
I
three
think they're running
blue.
Spirit or Gun Build. It's a good question. I guess we'll see.
That's not a 30k deficit. There's a chance.
Even Dicta Enjoyers? Hell yeah.
Even though he was punished quite heavily,
Not me.
starting to come back a little bit. 9k souls, not quite the 11 that
Playing
Maxage
right
has,
side would
again,
help, but
we
they don't
know
care about the
power
urn.
that Yamato can be when we get to the later stage.
The new hero in Dota looks like it was inspired on Yamato, and he has a parry skill. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played the new hero in
Bro,
Dota.
even the other
The
cast
bird
are
hero.
bragging now. Oh, they did the fly bullshit.
Oh, here
What
we
are you
go.
saying about the casters?
They're bragging about having to say the other
Shameless?
team's name.
Flying the urn?
Shameless?
Shameless?
They're gonna get the urn here.
Was it
okay.
Pudgy
It's not
Lies
so bad.
Cumbria?
Pretty much. You said it a little funny compared to them, but
There's a team that was casting called a Peanut Orchestra, which is Finnish for Ape Orchestra.
Alright, it's now an 11k lead, which is at least much more playable.
Does narrow down to 10k as a result.
10k, but still, Flex Thought's gonna be masked when it comes into this. A couple of missed
Thank you,
assassinates here,
for
not really
making that
amounting
urn like
too
that.
much damage at a time.
but yeah, killing the Vindicta actually is really huge. If they
Yeah,
ever
they
do
kill
it.
her. Yeah,
Between those two,
for sure.
looks like Tass will be able to
Pretty
see
hard.
how
She's got
he can
14K.
continue the chase here.
True,
Yes,
but
like you said, mean,
I think she is Spirit build. It looked like she had rapid recharge at the very least.
Start to hit hard, and speaking of hitting hard, Tass gets
Yeah,
his
she is.
revenge,
Might be over.
getting the kill into Heli.
Yeah.
And the other problem here, you take a look at the push situation where
Ivy can still solo fly an urn. Yeah, Ivy can solo fly urn. You can magic carpet the urn. It looks like they don't really want to change that.
Burrow.
Yeah, you can barrow it. It looks like they don't really
Well,
want
when
to
we
change
did
that.
it with Mirage, we're the villains.
Nah, we're not the villains. Nobody thought we were the villains.
Essentially full map control right
Well,
now.
That was on me. That was on me. I should have been more aware. I fucked up.
What do you
I
mean?
didn't think
told
about
you
it.
that it was a fucking bug.
Yeah, I literally forgot in the heat of the moment.
Did not say anything that he was completely unaware.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I
my
know.
bad because I said ask for forgiveness, not permission. I was like, do it.
Wow.
Wait, steal?
That's a class fucking.
Oh!
Oh, it's been yoinked. It's been yoinked.
They need a kill or two though, or else it's
Yeah, if they lose this fight, regardless of the yoink, it's very bad. But they're winning this fight. It looks like it's huge.
no.
Who did? Ivy
Oh.
ulted.
Oh yeah, no, never mind. Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
never mind. Wait, they got another kill. As long as this fight is not disastrous, if they're trading, it's fine. If they're trading, it's fine.
No, it's not
No, Seven's dead
great
as fuck.
anymore after this.
Never
Yeah.
mind, 7 zone.
I was gonna say Wraith is just like.
Holy shit, this Wraith build looks exactly like mine. Well, kinda. I have Swift Striker. She doesn't have Swift Striker.
Wow, Daddy, you're so creative.
Wow, I'm so creative. My build is better, actually.
No one's ever done a build
So
like
when
this before.
Sunset wins this tournament and I do an interview, you better hope that he's like, I want to thank Defi for making this build.
Yeah, shout out
I hope so. I hope he'll give me the credit.
You better hope he says mobile.
Wait, aren't you gonna say Rena
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
VX? Isn't it
Hashtag
Rena
ad.
VX's build?
No. I've changed so many things.
Wow.
They're actually making Yamato look balanced. Damn unlucky.
I like how he has ammo scap on Warden.
Mirage
It was his
can no
fourth
longer
Warden
TP
for his
with her
first-
now.
fourth
It's not
triple
a
item.
guaranteed mid-boss.
Ammo
But
scab.
on the same note,
What heroes are
Plasma
banned?
Escambria, they
Diva
still
and
get
Genji,
a whole
okay.
bunch of eliminations.
Go
They
ahead.
don't fall behind.
Diva and Genji. Yo, are we playing Overwatch Classic,
So
guys?
it's not the worst overall.
Yeah.
No.
love
I
that
don't know what
game.
they were
Launch
thinking.
Hibiscus, Swan Dive.
The biggest
What
news
do
of the
you mean?
night is that they're adding player housing into World of Warcraft for the next expansion.
You know what scares me?
Player
They're
houses.
finally doing that.
All right,
Yeah.
time to go back to World of Warcraft. I guess.
Wow.
All right, guys, launch up, log in.
Nah, I'm good.
Log in, bro. Yo, Salty, are you gonna be playing a PoE 2?
knowing that the front
I don't
line,
know.
we talked about the
I'll
stat
try
check
it.
before out of Pojalias
I'll try it, why not?
It's gonna be
You
hard
play
to
PoE?
do.
I'm a big
Yeah, did you ever play PoE?
Okay, wait,
Yeah,
which
I did a little
Diablo?
bit.
Yeah, which Diablo? This is very important. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
Alright,
It's a go.
okay. Oh, okay.
And I was
I
wondering
would-
say 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I'd be like, that's very different.
3, I hope I'm dead.
Honestly,
That
three
game-
three is not even that bad.
Not that bad.
No, 3 is not that bad. I played a bunch of 3. It's not that bad. It was really bad on launch.
You talking about Diablo?
Yeah.
Is my race build online? Yeah, it should be. Let me check.
I didn't mind play. I didn't mind leveling and playing in the fall, but it was just nothing to do once you did the campaign.
Yeah,
Well,
they've
if you
changed
just have
that.
not
I think
got
it's
a character
better,
to
but yeah.
max.
Actually hoping that Pojalaya would
Does Talon get picked in pro play after patch? Yeah, a little bit.
allow Metal Skill to catch up in the soul differential, and that way the soul earn turn in will be in medium
play
ground, will be
4 every
towards the
once
mid
in a
part
while,
of the
'cause it
map. But
reminds
they
me of,
actually
like,
did
an
go for the
arcade
pickup
game.
right away. It looks like they're gonna go
Let me
for
check.
Sunset.
I believe my race build
I like
should
the
be.
vibe.
Sunset's not gonna be
Diablo
a
2's not
cover,
arcade.
so
The
it's
atmosphere is
not
really
alive, so
good.
it's still gonna be a 5v5.
Diablo 2 's
If we see
good.
Metal Skill go for the
Yeah,
contest.
Diablo
That's
2's
published.
good,
Just
but it's
typed,
not-
here's the build ID.
If I want to play Diablo 2, it's
Boom.
going to be a game where...
Yeah, it's on a Mobilytics. Yeah, I'm working on getting. Not all my builds on Mobilytics. I'm working on getting them all on there right now. They will. All my builds will be on Mobilytics shortly.
First time I properly played Path of Exile, I made a character and was like, oh, these abilities look good, and it turns out all the abilities were just cosmetics, and it was like pretty boring. So I was like, oh,
Pretty boring. Shit.
it was.
What's happening here? Oh, they lost.
Grand recall,
Okay, that's not boring.
and then just the discs, and then firing the discs out, but they weren't discs. They were just knives.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. Unfortunately, not a single kill coming through for Metal
But they
Skill.
had like
And you
the
know
sort
the
of
shot is
gear
gonna be going down here as they did
blade
finish off Heli.
disc
Spacemaker,
things.
your IV
And I was like, that
alone,
looks so fucking cool. It's like, oh, you need to spend money to get it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You always got to get the MTX meter skills.
Yeah, you don't want to know how much money I've spent on Path of Exile.
I mean, that's good. Big Guilty Gear games are like brilliant, right?
Yeah,
It's good.
GGG does a great job.
How does
I
that
think I've
bad
s-
drop there?
Yeah, that's weird. There's a you got sniped like going out of spawn or something. I don't know.
He almost didn't
Can
get
you
it.
even
Wait,
pick
he
it up?
didn't
Oh
get it.
shit.
He didn't
You can't
get it
because there's a boost. There's a vest.
That's so funny.
So he wants that bag, but he
Minus
can't.
300. Minus 300.
Well, please fix.
Yoshi.
Can I see that Vindicta build? I don't really have
I don't know
control
how
over
you
seeing the
died.
builds, unfortunately.
It's
We can look at the builds after the game's
But
over.
there's like a
Let me note down the match ID. We look at the builds once the game's over.
You can clip through the boost, so you just go through that like walkway.
Alright, I noted down the match ID. We'll look at the builds after the
If you're
game.
in the air and you die, the bag will drop in like a different spot, just like directly under you. It has to find a suitable spot, I think, and the game decides.
He was like
that's
zipping
spot.
backwards to there, and then it just zipped there.
Yeah.
After that,
Yeah, we got a 30k lead now. Uh-oh.
I am curious whether
Yeah, right now it's over.
Yeah, I already called
Against
GG.
the
I
30K.
already called GG.
where we did see, I believe, Pojalias
Did you? In chat?
Or could be the old
Type it in chat.
Type GG in chat.
Type GG in chat, otherwise it's not real.
Yeah.
You look at how Zanya has built the warden.
If you don't type it in chat,
They
it's not
don't.
real.
They don't show chat on stream. Sorry, I tried.
No, type it in
Somebody just
chat.
put, is there an
I'm
English
looking.
stream somewhere on the Fight Night stream?
Five don't really seem to be wanting to go in a pocket.
Are they just like, is ZP speaking another language or something?
Lux 1.
Yeah, for them, yeah.
The crows gets hits with the assassinates.
Alright,
I just answered no. No English stream. Yo, thanks for 3 months, Nihilo Senshin. Damn. I think you're my first 3-month sub. I think you might be my first 3-month sub. Congratulations. I really appreciate it. And just like that, you've earned yourself VIP. Good sir.
Hello.
You've earned yourself VIP.
Push your base down now, knowing there's 30 seconds left to
Welcome,
go
guy.
for multiple players on Metal Skill's side. This can easily be like
You've earned yourself VIP. Well deserved. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Stay hard.
This is very bad for Metal Skill, and you have to wonder what could they possibly do in this situation to drag the game out where they can come back. And for me, it's about Max Ditch and Swan Dive. Just don't die right now. You cannot afford to be desync from your team.
Won't be for long to see the community growing. Hell yeah. We've been enjoying some great growth thanks to you guys. I really appreciate all the support you guys have given me, by the way. I'm very, very grateful. I don't take it for granted. I'm going to keep grinding, keep streaming, keep giving you guys videos. Don't worry. I love you guys. You think ranks is still based on your mobile and quick play? It's not unless you haven't done placements. If you haven't done your ranked placements at all, so if you never had a ranked, then yes, it's still based on your unranked MMR. But if you've done placements before, your unranked MMR and ranked MMR are no longer connected. Am I shirtless? No, I have a shirt. It's just the same color. It's just, yeah. They hard some announcement one? Yeah, I need that.
For him to get, at least when it comes
not
to
perfectly, but it's close.
Quadrilla have started to group up on this left-hand side of the map, and we can
sure you pressed 3 months. Oh.
It was already used earlier on as well, so they just have to go in full retreat here. But Helly, he's staying committed.
Maybe you're subbed for. Yeah, it says subscribe for 1 month. Interesting. I don't know.
And Helly, what can you do? Absolutely nothing.
You're bringing out the Dynamo today? All right, I'll be watching, dude. Are you gonna go Magic Carpet, Veil Walker?
I tell you what would be a good sub noise, Deathy.
Wait, what?
Stay hard.
Fuck, what are the anti teams playing? You're playing. Are you
Patron
playing on
lady
Yuki Panuki?
TF2 voiceover lady to say it.
Bro, I was playing Veil Walker, Magic Carpet, Dynamo, and unranked yesterday. I don't think Lefa and Vegas were very happy with me.
I really love that. That's
Team that you play the tourney with? Okay, all right. Good luck, man. You got this.
This looks so funny.
I mean, punching it is about the same too.
Yeah, it's just...
this one's over.
Sunset's coming in. He's gonna try to stop this turn in. He's gonna try to take the turn for himself.
Oh, wait, they get their in though.
So Max just secures that.
Boom. Boom. He's out of there.
Also, there's really nobody here for TFT.
No, I play TFT. What do you mean? I was like Masters or whatever the fuck the rank is called at one point.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
I was playing a little bit of the like set 13.
I haven't played the new set. I haven't played in a couple sets. But I love TFT.
New one comes out on the 20th. But it's like arcane themed.
Yeah. I gotta be ready, I guess.
I really like. I think set 9 was the first one I played. I hated set 10. I know a lot of people loved it, but it was the one with the music and like the.
Salty says fuck it, sure.
I forgot the name of like the bands with the K-pop.
Why is this game still going? They're just playing it safe. They're just playing it safe.
Yeah.
Where can I report game bugs, by the way? You can report that on the forums.
Like lady band. Well, there's like a couple of like different boy band, girl bands in that universe.
At the end of the day, it's still ELO. Yeah, obviously playing. If you want to climb a lot in ranked, you do have to play a lot of games still. It's still an ELO system. It's just, you know, I'm sure that they're doing modifications and they can do some cool stuff, but playing a lot definitely helps if you want to climb a lot. Fuck it, go. Salty everyday, true.
As their focus of the game rather than making the game good.
I mean, it's two different teams, right?
They know where their money is at.
Wait, there's the Death Slam. Wait, huge. Boom. Boom. Get the kills. Get the kills. No, they can't. They can't get any kills. No, it's Jover. No, it's Jover. Yeah, this. Yeah, if Vindicta pops off, it's completely over.
Let's go character.
GG. All right. Let me check the in-game match ID. I'll show you guys the builds and stuff. You know.
All right. Show it off.
I'll Drew with the try not to change his team's name every week. It's not his team name that's changing, it's his team that's changing. But the name comes with it. Alright, don't worry, I noted the match ID for you guys in the Discord, of course, you know.
That's for yourself so you can show your stream.
Yes, but it's also for you guys.
Don't brag.
Okay.
Also for you.
Sure, bro. Yeah, for sure.
That logo looks like some sort of Cuphead's boss.
Alright, take a look here. Vindicta went, wow, she went full spirit build. Who'd have thought? Wow.
Wow.
Inspirational.
Shameless.
Yeah.
I heard Vindicta.
Pretty much 3 gun items: monster rounds, hollow point ward, and high velocity. If we look at her damage breakdown, I promise you it's going to be all bird and ult. Let's take a look. Damage dealt by type. Wow, assassinate, 10,000 damage. Crow familiar, 5,000. Who'd have thought?
Balance, buffer again.
True. Just buffer gun damage. Keep everything else the same.
Kelvin has Locket, Rescue Beam, Healing Nova, and Healing Booster. And Kelvin, oh, he put, okay, so he maxed his, yeah, he maxed his Frozen Shelter. Maxed his Grenade, maxed his Frozen Shelter, 2 points in Ice Bath, 1 point in Beam.
Is that 352 heals per
That's
second?
standard.
Yeah, 352 health per second. Yeah.
Scales of Spirit.
Scales of Spirit. And it has a pretty good scaling, I think.
And,
what's the scaling on it, do you know? Seems pretty good because he got 160 extra, 162 extra, and he had
It's 190. It starts at 190 with the plus 70.
Yeah, I know, but the scaling.
Yeah, okay.
Like it's 190, but he had 352, right? So he had 162 and he had 56 spirit. So like, I guess that would be a scaling of 2.9.
He also had healing booster.
Oh, I had a healing booster.
1.6.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. 1.6 because of healing booster. Yeah, that's pretty good.
1.6.
Yo, that stay chat, stay hard. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Was the 1 second take a nerf? It was a nerf to escalating exposure. That's why he doesn't have escalating exposure. He just has Mystic Volt. Otherwise, it was not a nerf. No.
At 1.
Why does NA only have a single goal team that no one can contest in 6 fight nights?
Super
really good.
I think there's a couple reasons why. I think
at one point Slaughter was
1 second. I'm just gonna deafen myself real quick. I think the reason that Hydra Nation hasn't been that contested is a couple things. First of all, they're a team that has like all very good individual players. You know, they're all like very high rank players. They have a ton of experience. They're all very like mechanically good, etc. Second of all, they have been together for a decent amount of time and they scrim like a good amount. They also scrim European teams and things like that. And third is in NA, for some reason, a lot of people don't join teams or they don't have great mental or the team's disband, right? Like there's been so many NA teams that have disbanded. Like we're pretty much the team that's been alive for the longest time. And I think maybe there will come a day where we can contest Hydra Nation, but right now Hydra Nation is like so much better at the laning stage and like the early game than we are. Then we just come out of the laning stage in the early game like just way too far behind. So we have no chance against Hydra Nation at the moment until we fix that. Once we fix that, I think we might have a chance against them because I think that in the mid game we can play it fine. I think like I don't think their macro understanding of the game is like that much better than us or anything like that. I think it's just in the early game their mechanics and their rotations are way better than us, which makes it very hard. So to answer your question, I think that there are teams that could be created that could maybe counter Hydra Nation, but in NA, there's also the mentality of like, oh, if we can't be first, we won't even play or whatever. So I think a lot of players are also like don't want to play on a team unless they're going to be on the team that's like number one. And another thing you're seeing is in NA, there's like a few people that don't want to join teams to like focus on content creation instead. For example, Buds has said he doesn't want to do like Vegas, Buds, etc. Maybe Yams even, right? Like Yams was LFT, but I'm pretty sure that's like not happening because he's just focusing on content, which I guess is understandable, but also I feel like you can like I'm on a team and I do a lot of content too, so I think you can do both. But regardless, that's kind of the I don't think we're so much worse mechanically. I agree that we're not that much worse mechanically, but in the lane we are. Like I guess I consider lane mechanics like lane prio, rotations, etc. in the laning stage. Those to me are, I mean, I guess it's part of it is macro too in the lane. Yeah, our laning stage just sucks compared to them, basically. They're still talking about the scoreboard. Yeah, any other builds you guys want to see? If you want to see a specific build, when's the next match? Very soon, very soon. It'll be in a couple minutes. Did Spirit Vindicta just spam Crow? Probably, pretty much, yeah. As you can see, her damage was, she did 10,000 damage with Assassinate and 4,600 with Crow Familiar, so mostly Crow and Assassinate. Just a lot of Assassinate damage. This ability is kind of insane. Yeah, she was like full spirit. Pretty much like no gun items at all. Yamato and Pocket? The new generations don't want to work for anything. Sad but true. Damn. Real boomer in the chat. How did Wraith do? Wraith went 9-0. She did very well. She went the pretty standard build. This is very, very similar to the build that I go with some modifications. So Shadow Weave Kevlar. This is also what I do. And the Tesla Bullets. Couple modifications. I usually will go Swift Striker. And also I usually don't go Divine Barrier. I'll usually go extra health instead of Divine Barrier. And I usually don't go Enduring Spirit either. I do go Healbane sometimes. I don't always go Mystic Vuln, Extra Charge and Mystic Burst. I don't always go Burst. I usually go Ammo Scav instead. But I guess Burst is quite good too. Yeah. Is Reactive Barrier taken pretty early? Yeah, I assume that she took it quite early, yeah. Probably took reactive barrier for like the lash ult, the 7 stun, the Abrams pin. Like they have quite a lot of things that proc reactive barrier, and it's quite a lot of value early. And it also replenishes a stamina now. Can you show your model build? Yeah, of course, guys. Of course. Your model build right here. Try your good Mirage build. The Siphon Bolt's Fortitude, your main source of healing on that build? Yes. And Scarabs. You don't have a lot of healing. And Headhunter. You have a couple... You have ways to heal. If you like, you can pick up Bullet Lifesteal. So this is the new model build. Pretty standard, mostly spirit-based. Once again, Torment Pulse, Improved Spirit, Cold Front. Like, nothing crazy. She didn't really have a game. But to be honest, the team kind of got rolled. So I don't think her build was the problem. Someone wanted me to show the Pocket build. Here's the Pocket build. Pretty standard stuff. Majestic Leap, Enchanter's Barrier. Diviner's Kevlar. I mean, there's really nothing crazy here. No new ideas or anything, right? This is pretty much just an iteration of Pocket. You max Barrage, you max ult. Pretty standard. You have a lot of shields, a lot of Spirit Shield in this build. Infuser, Mystic Reach. Also Cold Front. I think Cold Front's a great item right now. Can you show Guy's build? Yeah, for sure. Guy's build had mostly, yeah, not really any lifesteal. Just like Healbane and like a ton of tankiness and some healing from Headhunter. Yeah, Hunter's Aura, Colossus, just very, very tanky, but not really any lifesteal at all. Kind of surprising, to be honest. No lifesteal. Not even Soul Shredder bullets or anything. Like, actually, 0 sources of lifesteal other than Healbane, though I guess she didn't need it because the game was kind of, they had a lead the entire time. It's interesting that he still went Leap. I thought the item was dead. Yeah, the item's not necessarily dead, but it's definitely, like, not as good as it used to be. But, like, the cooldown, they buffed the cooldown again. So now if you have any cooldown reduction, it, like, gets, like, you know, 30 seconds. Like, here he had cooldown. He had a cooldown and Kevlar, so it was 30 seconds or whatever. You always stayed with Kelvin. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Kelvin provides a lot of healing. Advice on carrying this patch? Should I be telling friends to just deathball always? No. Basically, the idea of this patch is, like, before 20 minutes, everybody should be, I mean, you guys should be making plays, not necessarily as 6, but you want to be making plays as 2 or 3 people. Sometimes as 6, but not always. So early on, try to make plays in smaller groups and only group for like specific objectives like earn or bridge buffs or taking a walker. But other than that, don't group as 6. And then past 20 minutes, it's pretty much just about who wins a team fight. So past 20 minutes, winning team fights is extremely important. Infuser would be so good on Wraiths. Yeah, I buy Infuser sometimes. It's good. But the problem with Wraith is so many spirit items are good on her that it's hard with the slots. You see most of you guys keep them self-load to go for swap engage. Is that why there's no lifesteal? Probably not the main reason why there's no lifesteal. Could be a contributor. How much damage Wraith got from Tesla? 4. Pretty good. 3k. Yeah, that's quite good. A lot of damage. And that's not counting all the farm speed as well, right? Like Tesla helps you farm. That's one of the biggest reasons. So quite good. Does Wraith really need high velocity? No, you don't need it. You probably just got it for the stats. Like, it's pretty good stats. 13% weapon damage. I mean, I guess it is kind of weird to go for high velocity instead of basic mag, to be honest, because basic mag just gives you more damage. And, like, bullet velocity doesn't really matter on Wraith. Like, you already have quite high bullet velocity. So, it is a little bit weird. I'm guessing that he wanted most likely to go Pristine Emblem at some point. The only reason to pick this up over basic mag is if you want to go Pristine Emblem, which is understandable. Pristine Emblem is a pretty good item, even on Wraith. You know, it gives you damage, spirit power, and spirit resist, which are all quite good. I think this item might be a little too good, in fact. I'm not sure. Vin's build looks like the Mikhail's one. Yeah. Can you show Vin build one more time? Yeah, of course. I got you. What is an Aben build you would recommend? I'd recommend you look at the Salty build. So just type Salty. He has a build in game. He's my teammate and plays a lot of Abrams. He has like a few hundred games on Abrams. So, yeah. Sorry, I think my whoops. I don't know if my overlay's covering it. I think you guys can still see the items just fine. It's basically all spirit items with some with like the bare minimum of survivability items like Healbane, Enchanter's Barrier, Reactive Barrier. I got you. All right, any other builds you guys want to see? Warden went gun build mostly. He didn't go my gun build. He went gun build without Veil Walker, which I think is also good. Oracle is a very, very good item, very underrated by a lot of people. And he also maxed his ultimate. He didn't max grenade. He put 2 points grenade. I think he went max 2, and then I'm guessing he maxed his ultimate next. And then he got 1 point in cage too. Next. I don't know which order he did it. I wish it showed you the order. I don't think it does though. How do you play Viscous now? There's a couple of ways. You can play for the ult, or you can play as a more supporty. This type of Viscous build is a more like ult-based build. You have Warp Stone and Improved Burst. So the Goober build, which I showed in my little latest meta report, that's a ult-based build. You want to see some R34 Vindict? Oh god. Did any of the Amber Hand build Phantom Strike? No, because like they're all poor. Like look at their money. Not a lot of them could have afforded Phantom Strike. I don't know if a single one of them have a tier 4 item, to be honest with you. Probably not. Yeah, none of them have a tier 4 item, so. This is the last build. Pretty similar to my Bruiser build. My Brawler build. Very similar to my Brawler build, in fact. Only difference is he has Restorative Locket and Return Fire, instead of having like extra stamina and extra health. So, yeah. Is Tesla Bullets core on Wraith? Just a farming item mostly. It does a lot of damage too. It's not just farming. It does actually a lot of damage on Wraith. I used to think it wasn't core, but I'm honestly not sure anymore. I think that you can. Okay. So I think you can play Wraith without Tesla Bullets, but I think it's very good. I think in most situations, especially if you're not playing an organized play, I would recommend you go Tesla Bullets. You and other high MMR players prefer this whole changes Valve made last week, or would you rather they revert or change the meta back closer? Okay, so I like the recent change where they nerfed it a little bit. I'm gonna tune back into the stream now.
In a way that you don't normally see.
I like the recent change.
The play out of Play With Me, and also
I think at first it felt really weird, right? And having more money in the game is a bit of a double-edged sword. Let me see. I gave them some feedback. I can read you guys the feedback that I gave them on the changes. Let's see. The feedback that I gave was, I think the game's in a decent state. Here, I'll mute the stream while I talk about this. Okay, so I gave them this feedback. I said, I think the game is in a decent state. Hero balance-wise, I think it's in one of the better places it's been since May, except if you forget about like Yamato, Paradox, and Viscous being a little bit too strong and Haze being a little bit too weak. But other than that, I think a large majority of the cast is like at a good spot. Wraith might be a little too strong too, depending, but yeah. I told them I think ranked is suffering, particularly in NA. I think a lot of Eternus players have boycotted it in NA, and because they're getting low to mid ascendant players in their game, and also because there's no draft. Those seem to be people's main issues. Overall, I think the new economy changes still feel weird, and the comeback souls and just the amount that kills give late game seems a little bit off. It feels right now that if you just win one fight past 20 minutes, nothing before 20 minutes mattered, as that one fight will make the game completely even if you are behind. There's also weird moments past 20 minutes where all the jungle is farmed and both teams just sit around doing nothing until bridge buff / earn spawn. Otherwise, I think the game's in a pretty decent spot. Also, double soaking is kind of fully back in the laning stage, and that's not very fun. It's much harder to do than it was before, but it's still pretty doable. And also, I think heavy melee canceling needs to be removed. More far rate also gives you more cards. Yeah, 100% it does. Yeah. So basically, I think you prefer longer games because you like the more expensive builds. I mean, the games are shorter now, but you still have as much money. You have more money for the time, so you can still do more expensive builds. Yeah, basically my feedback on the game is, I think the game's pretty good right now. I think the economy changes. Like, the biggest problem I have is if you have a lead and your lead isn't, let's say you have a 20k lead. 20k at 20 minutes is not like, it's pretty good. It's very good. But you can still lose a fight. If you lose one fight, your entire lead is gone, pretty much. What is the use of heavy melee canceling? I mean, you can bait parry with it, but you can also use it to move insanely fast. Hey, Death Eagle, where can I look for tournaments to register to? I'd say the Liquipedia is the best. How to play with Veil Walker? Force yourself to go through Veils all the time. Please no more Yamato nerfs. She's been so shit for so long with that 4-second hold without resistances. Yamato mains deserve some fun. She hasn't been shit though. Like, she was picked all the time in European tournaments and even in any tournaments. I think people were just underestimating her, but she wasn't shit before the change. You want heavy melee cancel to be removed? Yeah. I think it's I think it's way too difficult to balance heavy melee canceling. I talked about this at length on stream yesterday. I think that there's a lot of fun things about heavy melee canceling on the surface. But I think the problem is if you keep it in the game, you have to balance the items that enable it, but you also have to balance the heroes that can do it versus heroes that can't. And basically, the whole parry system is also fucked by heavy melee canceling. So, yeah. Has it been explained why Buff Enjoyers is not playing? Not particularly. But heavy melee cancel is so fun. Alright, genuine question. How many of you guys have played against a Paradox that is heavy melee canceling between lanes at 5 minutes? How many of you guys have played against that?
It helps your early game a little bit. It's still a pretty slow weapon overall, so you're not going to be winning a last hit battle.
Like, do a lot of you guys play against Paradoxes that heavy melee cancel between lanes at 5 minutes? Because I would guess that it's a pretty small portion of you guys. Never? No one does it when you're back at the so you have an edge, you do it? Yeah, if you're the people doing it, it's great. It's great. You just played against it last night, it was a nightmare? Yeah. So right now, you guys aren't seeing it. If it's not removed, in 2 months, every Paradox is going to be doing that. In 2 months, every Paradox is going to be doing that. I promise you guys. It's not that hard. It's not like a super high skill level thing to do. It's really not that hard to execute for anyone that plays the game a decent amount. I'm not saying it's like the easiest thing in the world. It does require like a base level of skill, right? I'm not saying it's skill-less, but it's very easy to do. You were about to say that you're the Paradox? Yeah. That's fair. You can't beat them, join them? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't blame anybody using that right now. Heavy melee cancel makes it so parry does not matter at all. Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. Heavy melee cancel just feels so oppressive. Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. Right now, if someone heavy melees you and they have fleet foot, for example, you have no way to know whether they're going to cancel their heavy melee or not. And so you parry, which you should be rewarded for. But instead of getting rewarded, they can just cancel their heavy melee. And what happens is that you just stunned yourself for 0.75 seconds. You stunned yourself for almost 1 second because you tried to make the good play. But you just got owned by a 1250 item. Like, to me, that's not okay. You know what I mean? To me, that goes against the core principles. Also, thank you for the prime, Jahesh. You rock. Much appreciated. Can you explain what you do? Yeah, I can show it once they're done with the draft. It's so fun, but yeah, no, I understand why it's really fun. I get it. Like, I fully get it. Like, it is really fun to move around with it. Fully understand. But it's definitely, like, not okay, I think. So, very interesting pick priorities. So, Vindicta seems to be very, very highly valued in EU right now, it looks like. And yeah, it looks like Vindicta is very highly valued in EU. Yamato very highly valued. Warden first picked by DMS is very surprising. In North America, I don't think a single team with first pick Warden. Yeah, that the Paradox is mid. What? Who said that? Who said that? Anyone say that other than Merriman? Merriman's trolling me. Did anyone say that other than that? Just look at this draft. Wait, how have they not picked Paradox? I thought she was bad. I didn't even notice. Holy shit, this is crazy. Okay, this is actually insane that neither team is picking Paradox.
In terms of what teams are prioritizing, the fires are not burning right now.
This is actually crazy. How would you even nerf heavy melee cancel? Yeah, I can't think of a good way to nerf it, so that's why I'm just like remove it. You should show the POV in game of a heavy melee cancel at the last second with salty in a custom. Yeah, I'll show you guys myself, but shirtless Deathy goes hard. I'm not shirtless. What's up, DMB? I have a shirt. It's just the same color. Fucked up. No Paradox is insane. If neither team picks Paradox, it's actually crazy. Yes, cosplay. Wish it wasn't a church. My bad, my bad. How do you stretch his skin like that? My bad, guys. Heavy melee should commit you to doing the heavy melee. Yeah, 100%.
stuns, with the lightning ball, and so on. So it feels like it's a lot more.
Same shirt as yesterday. This is a sweater, first of all. Do you guys really, like, if you wear a sweater for one day and you've got something underneath it, like you're wearing a shirt underneath the sweater, do you really, like, change sweaters every day? There's no way, right? There's no way.
Objective dominant, in terms of how fast.
This sweater's comfy as heck. Yeah, okay, alright.
You're not telling CP we're not doing the Mo and Crow 1v1?
You know, I did tell them.
Okay, they picked Mo. Is PS, I mean, I don't know, dude. Paradox still looks good for PS.
Honestly, though, I've been sitting here racking my brain thinking, why?
Although I will say,
yeah, Paradox also.
I was gonna say, I thought that's what you're gonna get at.
No, that honestly, the fact that Paradox has not been picked yet is ridiculous.
I'm learning from Ronald. True.
The Warden point here.
DDK cast Deadlock, yeah.
Before the economy change, what was Warden's biggest weakness in terms of getting farm? He's bad at clearing the jungle. He has always been bad at clearing the jungle. He's not a good jungler.
Maybe comfy, but not videogenic at all. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Alright, guys. Shiv. Okay, Paradox has been unpicked. This might be history. This might be the first game in Deadlock Fight Night history where Paradox does not get banned or picked. But this might be one of the first games in tournament history, honestly, in Deadlock at like a high level, where Paradox goes unpicked and unbanned.
It actually indeed was a war. This is the first time I feel like we've ever seen Paradox not picked or.
It's actually crazy. All right, guys, one sec. I'll put something on other than this sweater so you guys stop complaining.
To go into the archives to figure it out, but that's probably true. Yeah, this is really interesting because just look at the dynamics between the two teams. You know, you're getting some utility and team fighting off of Ivy and support there, but otherwise, like it's we've got like a DMS as a team. I feel like they synergize really well. I feel like they could deathball really effectively with all the util that they have together that synergizes. Whereas with Pogilias Scumbria, they have some great burst damage and so on, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I am liking DMS's ability to play with each other.
We do have a change here, a substitution.
The awkward pause there, Jason.
It's a family show, Dan. It's a family show.
I have missed something because I'm looking at all the crosstalk going on. But Sunset will not be playing in the next map. Sunset has dropped the information that his CPU has died mid-match. I don't know if it's going back to some of the issues that people have with some of the new Intel computers or what. But what it really comes down to here is Sunset is out, D-Mov is in. So D-Mob, of course, known for their play on buff enjoyers. They're going to be slotting on in.
Alright, let me put the camera back on.
So a little bit of a change up for Pogilias Scumbria, and you do wonder how it affects their just overall team play here, where you have to do such.
You're new to this. Why is the ban at the end? No, the ban is not at the end. It's at the start. It might not be obvious from the way that the interface shows, but the ban is the first thing done.
Swap players around, of course.
I've switched up my drip. I got the PoE hoodie. Wait, can you guys wait? Okay, PoE hoodie right here. I've got the boulder. You guys know Magnus, the guy who does climbing. I've got one of his shirts. If you
still okay, like I just don't think Shiv is as exceptional as Shiv previously was, and I think in this lineup it can definitely make sense.
From the brand. What was it called? Rugne or whatever.
Support and Ivy by the time they get.
Yeah, I've got their chalk.
They're thinking along the lines of, what are we missing? Okay, well we're not missing like burst damage or like a carry. You got Yamato Vendetta and Pocket, so that kind of feels.
I guess the shirt still has no contrast with the background, but at least the hoodie does, you know.
So what are you really missing here? And I think you could have gone a lot of different directions.
Sure.
So I think at that point you're sort of picking. What do you?
Magnus Midbow, yeah, dude. You boulder? What grade? The highest I've done is like a V5 indoors. I've never bouldered outdoors. V5 is the highest grade, then I've done one V5, so I consider myself more of a V4 climber, you know?
Pretty good on lane. Like he's pretty good on lane, and if you don't have to concern him as much with the jungle farming, I think that's pretty fine.
Yes, I do boulder, yeah. Strange fashion choices. Yo, thanks for the Prime fan. Just make melee charge and fleet foot 3,000 each and have more stats. I think it'll still be. I think heavy melee canceling will still be broken at its core, maybe, but maybe not though.
Can't be stunned, right?
Right.
Okay, so for Mo and Curl to be effective here, you're gonna have to pop up the ultimate right away to catch up.
They should have a character with glasses like me. They have Abrams.
Kill her in that burst window.
Abrams has glasses. Look at him. He's dripped the fuck out. I mean, not gonna lie, Abrams does have dripped. Also, for all the people that asks about heavy melee canceling, let me show you guys how fucking cancer this shit is. Okay. So if you've never seen this, right, all you do is you buy melee. These are the only two items you need. In fact, on Paradox, you don't even need Fleet Foot. It just allows you to do two, okay? So watch this, okay? Let's say that I'm here. Okay, let's say I start over there, and I want to make it all the way here. It would take pretty long normally, right? But if I can heavy melee cancel, all I have to do is this, and then I can just do it again, like this. Boom, I'm here. Boom, just like that. Same on Abrams? Yeah. Hey, look what you're talking about. Yeah, what's up, Goober? Goober's the master of heavy melee canceling. Look, Goober, I don't know how they can balance heavy melee canceling. I don't know how they can balance it. I actually don't think there's a way, because the problem with heavy melee canceling is not just the movement that it gives, but it's also the fact that it fundamentally breaks the parry mechanic. Because parrying is like super high risk now if the person just has fleet foot. I don't know how it gets. I don't know how you can balance. Yeah. All right, send me that post, Goober. I don't think it can be balanced, because making an item and give it a CD for the movement, you could do that, but you can't keep you can't keep like this part in the game where you can just cancel your heavy melee, because it makes parrying way too risky. Like, look, here's the thing. This guy, I go to heavy melee him and I just cancel it. Like, he has to parry. There's no chance that he can react, right? He has to take the gamble of whether I'm going to cancel it or not. If he thinks I'm going to cancel it, he can choose not to parry, but then it just becomes like a mind game and a gamble. Alright, send me the paragraph, Goober, though.
Yamato in a solo lane up against a Mo and Krill in lane 1, and we will see a 7 put in a solo lane up against Pocket in lane 4.
You know the interesting thing here, given the setup? Pocket is a great solo laner, don't get me wrong, but I like what teams are doing more with Pocket in the duo lane. Like, if we had Pocket in the 2 lane, Pocket could come in and protect Yamato and help get the Yamato ahead no matter what.
If you cancel your next melee does half damage, yeah, maybe. Could be an idea. You think the interaction between parry and melee at base is badly designed? Why do you think it's badly designed? Which part do you think is badly designed? Elaborate. I'm down to have a discussion. Let's talk.
Okay. And also looking at the Mo and Krill play by Psycho.
No CD parry is insane. What do you mean? I don't think it should be in the game. I kind of agree. I don't really think this should be in the game. I'm down for fun mechanics, but this, I don't really know. Is it intended? It's intended that it's still in the game. It's obviously a bug in the first place, but they know it exists and they haven't removed it. Has the game started? Oh yeah, it has started. Whoops. My bad. Whoopsie.
So it seems like maybe DMS are going to deal with the Yamato, letting it go through by countering it with the Mo and Krill to at least keep it in check during the laning phase.
Yeah, Mo versus most interesting. I actually think
check DMs later.
Mo still has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking fuck. Oh shit. Did I literally had to download the document that Goober just sent me. I'm gonna put that shit on my side. Oh, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna read Goober's essay on my second monitor while this game happens. Oh god, I need to open this shit with not notepad. Do I not have open? I don't have notepad plus plus. What's wrong with me?
He's got the ideal man body. Okay, I'm telling you that right now. That's my excuse. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna see how it's gonna work out for him as they're able to, do decently well in lane.
Why I think removing is a bad choice. Here we go.
Because I feel like lane 2 for PS does have some decent kill potential with a Shiv and an Abrams. That's a lot of damage that can be done in melee range, and you're seeing it right here as we're gonna see Play With Me be the first death here in this game. And I didn't even notice till now, Play With Me is actually on the Warden. He's not even playing the carry in the solo lane.
I mean, going on the Warden does make sense, though, given the characters that Play With Me usually is on. And I mean, Warden can kind of go from, your players that play more playmaking characters,
yeah,
or your players that play more carry if you're playing the Warden in place of something like a Haze, which is definitely, you look at the overall DMS lineup, Play With Me on Warden is taking the place of Play With Me.
I think the fact they...
So it makes perfect sense.
Alright, I'll give my opinions after. I'll let you guys watch the game. Like, you guys can watch the game without me for a second. I'm reading Goober's essay about my heavy melee cancel.
Play With Me playing one of these carries. So I think for DMS, this is a true testament to like the depth of their roster and the depth of each player.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub. The chap 420.
It's gonna work out from. I'm honestly, I'm excited to see if DMS are a little bit more two-dimensional or three-dimensional than the past.
Well, right now, Jason, on the race to 3K across both teams, it's pretty even. A slight edge right now, the Pajulaya Scumbria. First hero to hit 3K, probably going to be Pocket or Abrams if you go to the current rate. And the thing is, though, is that if D-Mob's the first to hit 3K, It's still a pocket.
Okay, so I actually agree with nerfing the melee distance on melee charge. I actually agree with this. The biggest problem with your entire the biggest problem with your essay, as far as I see, is that you don't talk at all about the fact that it just completely disregards parrying. You only talk about the movement aspect of it, which honestly, the movement aspect of it is only like half the issue. I'm pretty sure. At least I don't see anywhere where you talk about the parry aspect of it.
But that's going to be where
you haven't found the people complain at all about the parrying part? Yeah, because no streamers play melee builds, right? I'm probably the only streamer that's actually played melee builds in tournaments, other than you. Like, I've played a shit ton of melee shit, you know what I mean? It's just stupid as fuck.
I think under the circumstances it makes sense. And again, you talk about dodging power slashes or lack thereof.
But it's like completely broken. The melee part of it is completely broken. Fundamentally, it doesn't work. Like, from a design, you've designed parry to be this thing that's like high reward if you hit the parry, but you've made parry impossible by having heavy melee cancel in the game. It's literally... How can someone parry if you can heavy melee cancel? They can't. The answer is it becomes purely luck. So you have to rework the entire parry mechanic. And also, melee cancel is accessible for Fleet Foot, which is an item that's good on pretty much everyone.
Early game aggression and early game kills. Well, it's not going to happen to them this time.
You also had Taz considering going from lane 3 to lane 2 for a brief moment, but you take a look, Geist and Morden.
Does not intentionally missing melee also nullify parry? That's much easier to react to. If you want to react to the person swerving, that's a little bit easier to react to. With heavy melee cancel, they can literally get to like right in front of you, like right here, and cancel it. It's super easy to bait parries. As people get better and better, it'll be harder and harder to get bait parries. But I think. Yeah.
Pretty swiftly.
I am curious to see how Tass is going to be able to.
Yeah, I know Ido plays it on stream. Yeah, he plays it on stream now.
Be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone when it came to Souls, especially with the assassin. He was able to snowball extremely.
If you already have the ability to bait /swords, then why do you need heavy melee canceling? I mean, it's not as reliable of a bait as heavy melee canceling is.
So far, and it was on Play With Me, who unfortunately got caught overextended by Zanya.
This is an honest game so far, Jason. Not much in the way of rotations, though, as I say...
I don't think some characters having to it while other characters don't have access to it is necessarily a bad thing, but it does make it so that those characters have to be balanced around the fact that they have melee cancel in their kit. The problem, also having multiple melee cancels is also an issue. If you could only have one melee cancel, then it wouldn't be so bad. Having multiple is insane.
It's just 2v2.
Yeah, it's all about the lane 2 at the moment. See Zanya and Hardeka able to get 2 kills onto Prestis and Play With Me. It was a rotation coming out together from lane 1 to deal with this one. And a good timing on it nonetheless, as they do get themselves a slight lead when it comes to Souls and potentially the first Guardian.
How does one melee cancel? You heavy melee, and then when you're like halfway through the heavy melee animation, you like press whatever. So if you're using Fleet Foot, you'll activate Fleet Foot halfway through the heavy melee animation.
So damn good at it.
Yeah. Also, you think about conditions for winning here and what you'd like to see. Together's built up a decent lead over Psycho 13, and honestly,
yeah, I do also disagree with what Tankman said. I don't agree with it either.
And not fall behind the bow. And that's
here's the thing: I want heavy melee to be good. I want heavy melee to be good. At the same time, considering how hard the game is to balance already, I think heavy melee canceling makes the game that much harder to balance because melee charge has to be balanced around heavy melee canceling at the moment, realistically, right? Melee charge is not really an issue at the moment. The melee distance is not an issue if melee... The melee distance is not that much of an issue if melee canceling was not there. So essentially, you're nerfing builds that aren't using heavy melee canceling. It's not some alternative playstyle that's cool and unique and quirky. It's a playstyle that if you're not using it and you're buying these items, you're just like wasting potential, right? If it was just an alternative playstyle that's like, yeah, if you're really good at it, you can make it work, then I would be much more... The problem is that it's on items that do other things, and those items have to be balanced around that idea. That's my biggest issue that I have with it. Other than that, I don't have a problem with it. I just think balancing it is going to be very hard.
Again, this is what you have to look at. Anytime Together gets a kill, if you're DMS, you kind of cringe a little bit. You don't want Together to have this good ramp. And with Together being at 7k, most of DMS being around 5k, that's a really big thing.
The problem is compensating with other buffs, Goober. I mean, maybe that would be enough. Maybe. I think a lot of melee builds struggle with getting kited, which the distance really helps with. But yeah.
7k either way. which is a
regardless.
You can see, of course, the AP as well. 9 points.
We can talk about it in private if you'd like, Duber. I really don't mind.
Of course, the buffs are going to be focused on, not to mention the urn that's
but yeah,
coming through.
I'm down to hear more of your opinions, but maybe I have a certain bias, but I've really tried to think about the situation as unbiased as possible and try not to be like reactive with it, and just I wanted to see how heavy melee would play out, right? Like I wasn't like one of those people that early on was like, oh yeah, remove that shit or whatever, right? I wanted to see how it plays out, but after seeing how it plays out and after thinking about it, I'm not sure how they can keep it in the game. I'm not sure. Maybe they can, and if they find a way to keep it in the game and make it balanced, then I'm totally down. I like movement tech.
But DMS is giving them space, Jason.
At the current moment, I do agree that the most oppressive part of it is the movement, and also the fact that you can use multiple in a row. Like, the fact that you can heavy melee cancel 2 or 3 times in a row, that's an issue.
So you have to be very careful about like what fights you do take at this moment, and to set yourself up for success later on. And we do see
one thing they've added instead of a parry item is they've added like melee resistance items, but I think they added those mostly because there's characters that are going to be doing melee damage like Calico. Did Dimov leave BE? I'm not sure. Also a problem with double soaking? Yeah, that's true. Paradox is just like the best at double soaking because she can make it from one lane to another without even using zipline techs at all.
As Saf just goes, all right, I'm leaving. Gooball, get me out of here. Please stop sniping the goo.
I don't know about an item that gives you 2 parries. It could be interesting, maybe.
Pressure on the Psycho low. Down he goes.
All right, well, this game's a lot closer so far. PS winning by 8K.
And they lose the urn. DMS going to be able to pick this up. And again,
Play with me is on the Warden. He's probably playing Gun Warden. I think people might be doing Gun Warden again. Other than me. Killing the double soaking strats, yeah. I also told them that double soaking was an issue, 100%.
Potentially have held off DMS from going for the turn-in.
Scumbria here, they might be willing to give up urn, but they're gonna get Walker pressure at the very least. They are doing some decent pressure near the urn, but I think that's more Walker pressure than actually anti-urn turn pressure.
No, PS pretty dominant right now, but it's only a 10k lead. It can definitely swing both ways.
Come out at the same time, it's still gonna be Pajulaya Scumbria with a decent lead.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, this lead could easily be turned around, I'd say, for DMS, because a lot of these souls coming from these objectives, DMS, they have 1 Guardian, whereas Pojulaya Scumbria have 4 Guardians and 1 Walker. So I almost want to hope to see...
Hey, Desi, have you played Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I have.
Slots unlocked, but obviously get
I have... How many hours do I have on that game? Let's take a look here. First of all, let me exit Deadlock. Dead by Daylight. Wait, is it this one? I have 200 hours.
Oh, a great use of the airdrop, but it seems like D-Mob didn't want to take the ride.
D-Mob says, no, you can go fly solo.
So Dota hours, I have like 4,000.
In lane 4. But you take a look at everything here, Jason. The thing that really worries me for DMS...
4,800 Dota hours.
Yamato is ahead. Abrams is ahead.
D-Mob is stand-in for Sunset because of PC issues? Oh, I see.
DMS aside from Wolfie. That's not what you want to see in this sort of situation, because Yamato and Shiv both together are bullies if they're even a little bit ahead, and they're a lot of bit ahead right now. So DMS getting kills onto together in hard decky may be mission impossible already if they don't have a perfect setup.
We'll see
in almost all melee builds, you lose damage by going Fleetfoot. There is a trade. Yeah, no, I agree that there is a trade. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've tried a bunch of shit on melee Shiv, and like Fleetfoot was still kind of the better option just because of the cancel. Honestly, the cancel was huge in baiting out parries. Like the cancel was insane. Like you can already bait out parries around corners and stuff, but other than that, yeah. I mean, you can bait it out by like swerving too, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't swerve if you want to get the distance from melee charge, if that makes sense, right? Sometimes you want to get the full distance from melee charge, so you can't swerve, because you need to like get on top of them. Not really as much of an issue on Paradox, because you have insane movement speed. Who's even meant to be the carry on the PS team? I would say that that role is like a mix of like Yamato and Pocket. They don't necessarily have like one specific carry probably on their team. They're playing like a very like team fight heavy comp.
Decent trades back and forth, and when you're the team that's behind, Jason, you're happy with those trades. That's good.
Definitely. I mean, you're only 7k behind now.
Yeah, these trades are overall working in favor of DMS for sure.
Again, he's gonna be relatively. I was gonna say safe. I don't know what the hell hit him, but he goes down.
Aiming near someone is the exact same thing I found. Yeah, that's also possible.
How are they to get these kills? They eventually do and close the soul difference down to 3k here, CP.
big how they are able to bring it back into play. However, you take a look at where Pajulais Cumbria has been spending their hard-earned souls, and
oh, it's in Counter-Strike? Alright, we're doing this now. Counter-Strike.
Play here, you know, particularly when you take a look at
1,400 hours.
Hunters are
almost 1,500.
Rescue Beam for support. D-Mov running the Warpstone Veil Walker pocket build, where it's just, you know, very survivable, easy.
Why isn't Yamato banned? They prioritize banning other things. It seems the EU teams really prioritize on banning Mirage. EU teams don't want to play with Mirage. Or against Mirage, rather.
Oh, Hapex going with the knockdown. Love to see that. I mean,
you don't know if CS is going to be alive for another year. No, I think CS is definitely going to be alive for another year. That game's been around literally forever. That game will survive. There's no doubt in my mind. Valorant hours, probably like 400 or 500, I would guess.
You know, pretty much yet again here, but even though it's only a 3K soul difference, I feel like once we see.
Oh yeah, also Goober. I think people don't know you can parry during the carbine. But at first I didn't realize. At first
and of course, the
you told people it was unparryable? Okay, dude. Alright, dude. Shameless misinformation. Boom.
Gets last stand up, but can't survive long enough to get value off the life leech. Seismic slam in. Kelvin now in hot pursuit.
Alright, what do we think about this Abrams hero? Does this Abrams hero still do too much damage? Like,
how far this chase
I feel like it might do a little too much damage still, I'm not sure. I guess he did have Hunter's Aura, so maybe not. You can parry while slowed down? Yeah, you can. Alright guys, PSA. If you play against Goober, you can parry while you're Paradox Carbine. When time is slowed down for you, you can parry, okay? And if anything, your parry lasts longer from what we tested. And your parry is instant. Your parry is not slowed down at all.
I think the
my Abrams is balanced, surely, Copium, sure. Farming simulator hours? No idea. Astral Ascent in your library? Yeah, I love Astral Ascent. Overwatch hours? Probably like, I don't know, 1,500 maybe?
At the very least. But instead you're going to do the old mid-boss earn dilemma.
Dave the Diver, 0 Minecraft hours. TF2 hours is like, I have like 6,500 TF2 hours.
We'll see how DMS reacts. They can
like 6,500, I think.
Jason, but just barely.
I'm a gamer, what can I say?
Mid-boss as well. I think they're just going to group for this one. Zanya's going to drop the
usual Bloons hours, PoE. Alright guys, Jesus Christ. You guys are more interested in my hours in different games than the game. Path of Exile, 1,600 hours. Bloons, 47 hours, kind of a noob.
And the urn, it could easily be picked up for PS for the turn-in on top of this.
Titanfall hours? I don't think I ever played Titanfall. You Raptor Carnage in TF2? Yeah, Carnage Johnson? Raptor rings a bell, but Carnage Johnson, you mean the meat shot? Meat shot guy? Is there a game more fun than TF2? I mean, I love TF2. That's like my childhood, you know? How many manual labor hours?
How do you think you got these?
No idea. That he's an OG? Hell yeah. TF2 best game? Yeah, I love TF2. I'm sorry, I'm not good. I apologize for my ego. Please forgive me. I'm just European. That one's a good one. That's a good one.
Well, this may not be a fight that Abrams wants to be in. The combo comes in.
4 hours? I don't think so. RuneScape hours? I have no idea how many RuneScape hours I have.
150 together coming on in, and
Photo was 4,800, yeah.
Squeak away under some very strong DMS pressure.
And they could turn this fight around actually, because the reinforcement's going
to. You have 2 Minecraft custom map hours. Alright, you guys are getting creative.
The Psycho's extremely low in HP. The knives continue to.
Yeah, you're getting a little creative with it.
Die from the dot. He will fall. The urn could.
You were on a sponsor team back when I moved. Wait, what team were you on? Boink would probably remember. Maybe I don't.
In the meantime, we're seeing the rest of PS group up.
I only remember the only sponsor teams that I remembered. I mean, I guess I don't really think Mix-Up counts as a sponsor team. Maybe it does though. There was fuck, what was it? What was that team with Mela?
That is the 7 special where you kill 7, you get your hero kill gold, and you get a big bonus at the same time because 7 usually has been in the jungle.
It was like in 2009. Yeah, there's probably no chance that I remember then. Maybe Boink would.
Up to about a 10K lead where DMS they crawl.
Can you parry Paradox swap too like Bebop? No, you can't parry Paradox, and you can't parry Bebop either. I don't think.
Well, at least there is one upside though, ZP for DMS. Play with me took down the lane for Guardian, and it got them a flex slot finally.
Also, Warden getting either movement during channel or a significantly shorter channel. Warden doesn't need any buffs in my opinion.
Be very important to keep an eye on this one.
Yes, you can parry swap. All right, don't listen to Goober. He's literally just spreading misinformation. Like,
they only have about a 10K.
It's actually fucked up.
It's a little bit misleading how the early game has kind of gone here for the team. And well, DMS is.
I'm actually the only Deadlock player that doesn't just strive to spread misinformation. all the other teams, you know, they'll mute their drafts, they'll mute their comms. Goober's out here telling people that they can parry abilities that they can't. He's out there telling them that they can't parry abilities that they can parry. Just straight up lying on the internet in 2024. No one lies on the internet. Like, first of all, just not allowed. Grave makes you. That's tragic. Tell Grave to stop.
Just absolutely whomping you. And it's been enough to an extent to let DMS get.
It's not that hard to figure out the drafts anyway. It's not that deep.
It keeps them in the game.
It's really not that deep. It's not like drafts are that deep right now. There's 20 characters in the game, guys. There's 20 characters in the game. Not that there's not 100. Not that hard to figure it out.
I was looking at Wolfie. He went out to lane 1 to go farm. Realized he's going to be needed.
There's 20. Like, you don't have a lot of options, you know. Hours on toilet? Good question. Yeah. Hours in the Talk to a podcast? 0.
Zanya going to be going in, and they're still looking to push the pace here, push these kills, and look for.
Viscous got Phantom Strike. Yeah, it's pretty good on Viscous, honestly. This is GG for PS.
And that is going to be a clean sweep here. Ace coming in for
Hours on walking to supermarket? Quite a bit. I don't drive, really. I mean, I live in the city, right? So I do everything by walking.
A lot of damage done to this base.
Think Viscous means guarantees the OP picks because they're going to ban Viscous. Yeah, I mean, they don't really need to ban Viscous, but yeah, like, I mean, I think every team has a Viscous player at this point. But yeah, you're like a Viscous main. Which character is the most enjoyable for me? Lash. I love Lash.
And now DMS could be
Viscous getting Phantom Strike is fucking stupid. It angers you. It gives 0 good stats. Yeah, but it's not a bad item. It allows you to get on top of them. You get on top of them and you disarm them. And also, if they have a flyer, think about this, right? He's playing against Vindicta. They have Vindicta. If Vindicta's a problem, you can just Phantom Strike to her in the air and it knocks her down. Boom. Will your team playing this? Not this week. They swap out challengers. We've played in this twice already, I think. I think I've played like 3 fight nights personally. What abilities can you parry? I don't think there's a single ability you can parry.
Finally wrap up here, but Scumbria now on the
backban status? I'm backban free. Backban free, guys. You guys don't believe me? Check my profile. Check my profile. Backban free. Check it out. My profile right here. It would say if I had a backban right here, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it say?
It was really interesting because I think one of the issues, obviously, like comp that DMS
doesn't say
against them was there's all this burst damage,
plus rep,
this pressure,
aka AK Magician
had in terms of all these different heroes, whether it's Yamato, Pocket, Vindicta. There's like
so I never check my Steam comments. Look at this. Add me, please, kitty.
Advantages of their comp and to synergize is to be able to take like team fights together and be able to take the initiative.
That's funny.
But they
all right, Goober, good luck.
To do that, they were constantly reacting to multiple lanes at the same time, and I think that really put them at like a huge macro disadvantage.
Deathy, do you see Deadlock becoming on par with Dota 2 with CMs in terms of player base pro scene? Very hard to say. I think it has the potential to do so, but we'll see what happens with the scene.
And just keeping that lead mitigated for a long time. But
big spotted, true.
Yamato getting 2 farms, Taz, like Demov getting 2 farms. Zanya was doing an insane job as well in all of these
other
fights.
Account,
and also keeping
what other account? What do you mean?
An advantage soul wise that would just allow him to keep bullying and keep.
I do have an alt account.
Behind all of that, Hardecki's doing an
it has 0 van. It has 0 back bans.
Sustain that exists on Shiv, having a really good time of it on that Shiv as well. So just too much lane pressure for.
I do agree that it's not as good of a spectator sport as CS. I don't know if I agree with Dota. I think it has the potential to be as good of a spectator sport as Dota, maybe. CS is for sure the ultimate spectator esports. Like I've always referred to CS as like the gold standard for like a spectator esports. It's easy to understand, right? Anyone can watch a CS match and understand the basics of what's happening. I could put my mom in front of a CS match and like pretty quickly she would understand that it's the terrorists versus the counter-terrorists and that people need to kill each other and it's just grenades, right? Like everything is like pretty self-explanatory in Counter-Strike, right? What about Smash Melee? I mean, Smash Melee is a great esports, but it's not like you need to understand the game to enjoy it, right? I think Counter-Strike, you don't even need to understand the game. Same with Rocket League, yeah, that's true.
Wolfie is very, very comfortable on the
Dota's amazing, yeah. Dota can be very chaotic, and also you need to understand the game pretty well.
Okay,
yeah.
What are you comfortable on?
MOBAs, unfortunately, will never be casually watchable. Fair enough, yeah. Dota's easier because of top-down view. That's true.
The fact that an Infernus will not get the gap on other characters the way that
that's true.
Infernus used to, and teams, as a result, don't think he's quite as valuable. I also think here, when I look at trends in the game, you saw this a lot. You saw Play With Me, under pressure, dropping a last stand. and dying before the last stand could get value.
Yeah.
It happened frequently, and I don't know how much of this is on Warden, how much is on Play With Me's comfortable or comfort level.
What do you mean people don't understand my tactical hyper-optimized roll out to mid to bomb the medic, only to die to fall damage?
Play With Me, where Play With Me takes over the game.
Right.
And I think part of it is that Warden is just a very different play style than the heroes that Play With Me otherwise is on.
Well, not to mention,
no, Goober, you can warm up. You definitely have time. You definitely have time, Goober. You definitely have time. I promise you have time.
Quite a bit in this match.
I kicked you from your friends list. Can you add me again, please? You watched my replays to learn. That's tough because I don't have unlimited Steam friends. I delete people that I don't remember why they were on my friends list because I don't have unlimited Steam friends.
The amount of map control that they were able to have because they were able.
You know, guys, how do you get more Steam slots? You need like.
A combo like that is very oppressive to deal with.
To have more friend slots, you need to like level up, right? I need to like level up my account or whatever. How do I have 376 friends? Like,
think about the Warden ults.
Yeah, I need to fucking
downstream of that fact.
Running with scissors hype, hell yeah. Yo, Moof, you like your new little icon? I give you an artist icon.
If the opposing team is constantly dictating map control and pressure and constantly keeping your team spread apart, you can't quite find or engineer fights. So that's a huge.
Are there more matches? Yeah, there's a bunch more matches. Don't worry, guys.
Back to the draft, the fact that
the fact Valorant can build such big esports makes me optimistic about this. Yeah, fair.
We were not. There were picks I think that were available for DMS that they didn't have to open up with the Warden pick, for example. And I feel like opening up with the Warden pick.
The primary determinant of an esports potential is just having a lot of players. That is correct.
They're thinking about.
If you have a lot of players, then you'll have a spectator crowd.
About that approach, and maybe that's an approach that maybe they had an idea or a strategy behind it.
Thank you for the prime, Takio 935.
This game played out.
You don't know whether or not to quit Valorant and give this game a try? Well, let me pitch you this idea, right? You don't need to actually quit Valorant to give this game a try. You can just try this game. You can just try this game for a couple games, see how you like it, and then if you don't like it, you can keep playing Valorant. Would you go pro in Deadlock? Maybe. I'm probably good enough.
But obviously with how like the early
right now, I would say I'm good enough, probably. But obviously, I also do content creation. So at the end of the day, for me, it's gonna be whatever makes most sense for me and for my family, I guess, right? Like I have a wife, I have pets, I have responsibilities, a mortgage, etc. So whatever is gonna pay the bills. Not good enough. My bad. My bad.
Right? Like. Based on what
Why are Viscous players taking melee charge and goo ball builds? Alright, Goober, the question for you. Gay Pineapples in the chat wants to talk to you.
The shadows, but my gut feel from the gameplay we saw, both in our best of 1 and now into the best of 3 where you had another team playing it, is that
Do I think the devs are crazy enough to try and make a true melee character? Oh yeah, 100%.
Rather than this is our ideal game plan pick, but who knows?
Well, we're gonna find out.
Content is more money, right? It really depends. Usually, yeah.
Will DMS come back and take us in a
At the same time, being a content creator it makes it easier to get sponsored on a team in the first place. A lot of orgs, when they pick up a team, they really like picking up teams that have content creators on them or people that create content. So that at the end of the day, orgs just want visibility, right? Like that's all that matters to the orgs. It's just visibility. Like being the best brings good visibility. That's why orgs try to get really good teams. But it's not the only way to get visibility, right? But yes, generally content is more money. Realistically, it's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, I guess it's not unfortunate. But I'm a very, very competitive person. I fucking love competing. You know, I fucking love competing. Like I love playing in tournaments. I love just trying my hardest, even if I lose. I mean, we've lost a lot on TFT rumors. You know what I mean? Lost a lot of games that we shouldn't have lost. We've just But like, I don't know. It's still, I love competing, so. Any region gonna be in for a rude awakening? Fair. Guess we'll see. If you think you should remove having melee cancel, do you also think they should remove being able to swerve? No, I don't think so. I think being able to swerve has more counterplay than having melee cancel, but yeah. The biggest losers are those that quit. True. You make a video on deadlock movement, like how to practice, how to think in team fights, how to make wall jumps, second nature. Yeah, it's a hard piece of content to make. There are movement guides out there, but like, I don't know if there's really a movement guide that really ties it all together to how you should move around in a match. It would be a good piece of content, but I'm not really sure how I would approach it exactly. But yeah, it is about practice, but. Yeah. You have movement is king in deadlock. Movement is very important. YouTube doesn't make you good at the game is the reality. You gotta play. True, but you can make it more efficient. For example, in Dota, I climbed from, I started playing Dota, I was 1.5k MMR, and I climbed to 6.5k MMR in like 2 years, which is pretty fast. And, you know, I was only able to do it that fast because of YouTube content, right? And that's kind of what motivated me to start doing YouTube content myself, is like, if I just played the game, I would have never climbed that quickly. But yeah, you have to play. You have to play a lot too. What do you think Valve needs to do to ensure a large player base? Cat girl skins. Honestly, skins might be actually kind of good. I think obviously if they want a large player base, then the game needs to be open, but they also need to have like a good anti-cheat if possible. Right now there's already a bit of a cheater issue. At least at lower ranks as far as I understand it. At higher ranks, not so much. But yeah, the anti-cheat needs to be like pretty good, or cheaters need to be banned pretty quick. You watch Deathy content and that's how you're in Deadlock? Is it actually? I don't know if I believe you. When did you start playing Dota? I mean, I first started playing Dota in 2013, but then I took a huge break, and I got back into Dota in like 2020, 2021. You ever had games where you go 10-0 and 10 and lose? Honestly, I don't know if that's ever happened to me. Usually, if I'm 10-0 and 10, I'll win like 99% of the time, probably. But it could happen. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen before where people, yeah. This game using VAC, yeah. Valve and anti-cheat, yeah. That's the part that's going to be tricky, unfortunately. Hear me out. Kaggle Warden, interesting. Does unranked MMR still carry into ranked? If you haven't done any ranked placements, yes. If not, no. If you've done ranked placements at any point, your unranked MMR does no longer carry. Yeah. At least that's what I've been told, I believe. Or someone that I know. I don't remember where my source is, but yeah. Just give Deadlock kernel anti-cheat? Yeah, I think Valve is, I don't know if Valve's going to do that. I believe that's accurate. Fair. I think Yoshi said that on the Discord. Valve notorious for not investing enough in anti-cheat. Unfortunate. Could you beat Elon Musk and Diablo top 20? Top 20 in what? Like, how are you top 20 in Diablo? You know what I mean?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Would you change the Talon to make him better? I honestly think Talon is fine right now. I don't think he needs to be changed. I think he's fine.
Just a cap and joined by DDK and ZP here as we're about to hop into the draft here for our second match of
the beginning. When we first formed the roster event, Vanity was talking about getting into content creation, and we would look at some of your vids since you were doing well on them. Fair. Yeah, at the beginning I was spamming vids. I was kind of just putting out whatever. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna make a vid. Go, boom, boom, boom. Worked pretty well for me, to be honest. The spamming approach worked well.
I mean, they surely need to leverage that. There was no paradox.
Diablo Immortal, top 20 Diablo, like top 20 in what? Like clearing like, what, doing GRs or something in Diablo 3? Like what's going on? Could Huskar from Dota work in Deadlock? Maybe.
We're going to check out these bands first.
Could you elaborate? His win rate is the lowest and never picked in tournaments. Is his win rate actually the lowest though? Take a look. Heroes. Ranked. Ascendant plus.
You know, you have to respect
it. It is the lowest, it seems.
So I like that. That's fair enough. But this is the thing. I feel like it really does open up the draft to be in DMS.
He's not often picking tournaments, but we've had success with him in scrims sometimes and stuff.
Ban Wraith, and we get them banning Yamato, so that's more reasonable. But I'm curious that
I'm kind of surprised his win rate is that low, to be honest.
It's still haunting me.
I mean, what is PS first pick here now?
I'm not sure. I'm not a great Talon player. Deserve? Fuck the old dude. True.
I think it's 100% going to be
Rip GT rates? Yeah, what's up, XD? What's the main issue against heavy melee? Cancel, no visibility to counterplay it? Yeah, I mean, obviously the mobility aspect of it's a big issue at the moment. It gives too much mobility. And the second aspect is, yeah, the fact that you can't do anything with parry. Does y'all's schedule stay the same? If so, I'm gonna hit up Ryan. I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, we change scrim. We don't have the same scrim partners every week, if that's the question. Our hours are the same. We have some scrim partners that we scrim. We will scrim them every week, but our hours are somewhere. We usually do like 7 to 11 most days. Is that cumulative win rate, or is that just for this patch? That's just for this patch. You can check, if you guys didn't know, by the way, you can go on tracklock.gg and you can go on heroes, and then you can select like Ascendant Plus, and then see the win rate. And you can also see per region. You can see like, oh, so as you see, for example, in NA, funnily enough, Great Talon is not the lowest win rate in NA. So maybe that's why I think that.
Obviously more of a backline type of hero, and Mirage is much more active.
Haze is the lowest win rate in NA, funnily enough.
You know, on both Raze and Haze, when we see amazing.
And Ivy and Pocket are the highest in Ascendant Plus.
Impact of being able to roam, and obviously Mirage is significantly more tooled to do that, especially with the ult with Traveler, and just having abilities to.
You couldn't get a game, GG, unlucky.
Tornado.
Any OC Deadlock players here? Yeah, any OC players in the chat?
You see the Warden Paradox coming
Which region is the best? Really impossible to answer until we get LAN.
Out of the meta. Viscous coming in from DMS.
Traditionally EU tends to be the best at MOBAs, so you would think maybe in Deadlock it'd probably be the same, but who knows?
Like Abrams has been getting picked in the 4 slot.
At this point, any gap that was created, originally NA was the better region just because they'd had access to the game longer, but at this point, any gap that was created by having access to the game longer is no longer there. So yeah.
Now you talk about the 4 slots on both teams. Doesn't mean
in MOBAs, Asian teams are the best? What do you mean? In Dota, EU teams have been the best for like a really long time. In Dota, Asian teams have not been the best in a long time. There was sometimes PSG LGD, but it was mostly EU teams dominating.
No, I mean, I agree with you with the Abrams, and you will get right there for DM.
We got left eye. I think NA got it. All right. Why isn't Lash S tier right now for ranked? Most games seem to be ending pre-30 minutes, and Lash is S tier mid game though. Sorta. Lash really struggles with any fights where he needs to do consistent damage. His damage output is very bursty. That's his biggest weakness, and also his ultimate. Oh. Oh.
To the Ivy.
Oh.
Kelvin is one. I said it.
Oh, we're back.
Just one pick later.
Yeah, I think you'd probably see it go a bit later, because now PS have their dedicated support. I don't think there's the urgency for DMS to just want to instantly pick a support.
You don't know Dota, to be honest. You just watch League. Yeah, I don't know League. So in League, it's very possible Asian teams. Yeah. Wouldn't it be Korean teams if we go by MOBAs? Korean teams in Dota are like unheard of, I think. In League, I'm sure. I mean, I know Faker, I guess.
I see nothing wrong going to support right now, because then you force.
Dota has had periods of China being very strong. Yes,
and then you get to respond to their last pick with your own pick. Especially if you're running like another dual lane character, or actually ideally it could be a solo lane. You never know if Abrams is going to be solo or Mirage, or will be joining Mirage, or they're going to run something else completely.
Perspective Dota players and League players are different. It's
interesting for me as well though with DMS though, because I feel like they could use maybe.
You're gonna try to give content a try on this game when it opens to public. Perhaps it will have more viewership.
Tankiness, they've got some good
probably
pressure, but yeah.
I mean, go ahead. I think everybody should, if people want to make content, that's good.
Because Infernus is still good, and I think it can certainly work, and it would be nice to see how Infernus's build works with the new economy changes. Like, when
do you think a support is really necessary in Deadlock comp? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but think about it. Wouldn't it be more worth to have one more tank / initiator / utility in the team? Something like a Viscous, Shift, Paradox, something like that instead of a support. First of all, Viscous can be a support. So I think the question is a little bit flawed in and of itself. Okay, here's what you need. You need a rescue beam buyer at the end of the day. It's very, very rare in competitive play that you'll see a team not have rescue beam. So that's the biggest thing. Do you need someone that has a ton of healing? Not necessarily. For example, if you look at the PS team, right? The PS team doesn't have someone who has a ton of healing on their team. Ivy is the closest person, and Ivy doesn't necessarily have like a million of healing unless you build for it, right? At the end of the day, I think you need a rescue beam buyer. What's the best way to play Ivy? I personally think ult Ivy is the best way, but it really depends on what your team needs. DMS has a nice draft. Yeah, DMS's draft looks pretty good.
That is an incredibly smart pick, not only because of Paradox generally being good, but you don't always think of Paradox as a counter pick, because Paradox is usually picked early no matter what, and Vindicta hasn't really been picked at all in recent memory. But now that Vindicta is getting more highly picked and Paradox is getting undervalued in EU for whatever reason, you now go back to a more baseline interaction of, ooh, flying hero bad, swap flying hero,
Both teams have a good draft, yeah. Who's favored in this match in terms of draft?
Response to the Vindicta is
If I look at this, if I just look at the drafts, I think that DMS's draft is easier to play, and that's usually the drafts that I favor are the drafts that are simple to play, because it's like, I think it's a little bit easier. But I think both teams have very good drafts that are very, very playable. Sure, we'll do a little prediction. Yeah, why not? We'll do a prediction on Twitch with Twitch points. Our prediction. Who will win? I'll bet on it too. DMS. Yes.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
All right,
we'll be checking with you
go. Start the prediction. We're 2 minutes.
As Julius Scumbria looking 1 match away here, ZP, from getting the title, the crown back.
Oh, wait, I can't bet on it. I don't have any points.
The $1,000 to go with it.
What do you think we're seeing with Vindicta? She hasn't felt very good to me recently as a Vindicta main. I think she's still very strong, and she has a lot of a lot of snowball potential. And the game is a little bit faster. One of the things about Vindicta is that she had a tendency to kind of fall off hard in the late game. Now the games are a little bit faster, and so she doesn't fall off as hard, and she can really like get a ton of momentum going. I think that's the main reason. Not everyone can have farms since there are 6 players on the map. Supports usually are the ones that are lower income. Yeah, for sure. Supports are needed. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. Of course, you can't have everyone have the same farm. Like, at the end of the day, it's a MOBA. There's going to be people that are more farmed and people that are less farmed. You can't have everyone farmed equally. So supports are characters that can usually get value without having spent a ton of souls, right? Like, a character like Infernus is pretty bad if he doesn't have souls. But a character like Kelvin is always good. For example, right? Even if he doesn't have a lot of souls, Kelvin is still going to be good with his utility. So that's one of the reasons. But I think the even bigger reason is you need a rescue beam because of how strong the item is right now. And so you need someone who buys that, and usually that person will be more a support character, yeah.
Lane 3, however, is where I think things could get very, very hot very, very fast.
Well, lane 2, we see the action breaking off here. Zania going to be forced to back away here. Good tornado catches out. On too hard.
DMS wins because it has better comp. I guess we'll see.
DMS will win out in the trade overall when it comes to this lane and lane 2 at the moment. By the way, Majestic Spammer, thank you again for the sub here. Just gonna give shout out to some subs. We're actually, I think, 25 subs away from our goal here, ZP. And just to remind you guys once again who are watching, all the money that we get.
Yo, they're 25 subs away from their goal. Wouldn't it be crazy if I was also 25 subs away from my goal? You guys can help out doing that if you've got a prime sub. You know what to do. I'm half kidding. If you have a prime sub, please, I need to eat. No, I'm just kidding. I have enough to eat, guys. I'm not starving.
Also working with a really good shotgun weapon in terms of bullets.
Nice try.
It might be one
of the more
sleepier lanes actually you can have in Deadlock.
Holy shit. Thank you, Riptides. Much appreciated. Shameless. Like, you gotta be a little shameless sometimes, guys. Walk to the grocery store. True. Who's usually the carry player on the PS team? A lot of the time it's Sunset, but Sunset is not playing today because of a computer issue. How much do you make from a prime sub? I think like a little over $2. A little over $2, I think. I think it's like 50%, like, or whatever. I think prime subs are a little bit less than regular subs. Like the stream. Yo, thanks for the lol salty taco. Thank you, thank you. You should have some 7 TV emotes. I think I have some, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty by the book so far. Interestingly enough, we're talking about, okay, probably lane 2 being a little bit sleepy.
Yeah, I need to add more.
Deficit that's gone up there. Represtus, we had to see some cool
I have this one.
movement coming out to get out.
You ever do any coding? Yeah, I did like very basic coding, yeah. You just give your prime away to another streamer? Sorry, no, really, you guys don't need to apologize. When I say you can support the stream, by the way, guys, nobody here should ever feel bad for watching the stream and not supporting, okay? My content is free. None of you should ever feel bad for not giving me your money. I want to make that very, very clear. While I appreciate all the support, do not feel bad if you cannot or do not want to support. That is totally fine. Thank you, Tucker and Willow, for the primes. Like, but yeah, it's chill. Like, please don't apologize for something like that. Like, that's silly. Once you get bigger on Twitch, I go 70-30. Yeah, that's if I hit certain sub goals. So if I hit certain sub goals and those subs can't be prime subs or gifted subs, they need to be regular subs. If I hit like certain goals of regular paid subs, those are only the global ones. Okay, my bad. I'll work on that. Sorry, guys.
You know, you look at these.
But it wasn't schmoove. That's the problem. It was just smooth.
No, yeah, I'm not giving you the schmoovement. It's not there yet, Jason. But I do have faith. Just like I have faith.
All right, what do we got going on here?
To bring us to a map 3, because that would be awesome. But between both sides, it's about as even can be. 13k in the aggregate. And even when you look at the health bars,
oh shit, Warden's dead. Boom.
And now the pressure on
Wait.
Warden.
No, he's dead as fuck, right? Surely. Oh, oh, the air dash. Oh my god.
The damage onto the Vindicta makes it a trade, Jason. And we'll see if
Have you seen that guy doing an hour review of his Initiate game? Probably not.
It was the tornado into the stake there that was just.
You'll give me your prime once you get home tonight. Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
You
have Franker's emote? Maybe. I think I had Cad Jam. I think it's Cad Jam like this.
Tries to pressure presses to keep him out of the fight. Really cool trade there, and nice to see actually how we could have some really good kill potential out of the Vindictive Mirage. But as you
both Mikhails and Listic are running heavy melee cancel, and both players agree that running Fleetfoot as well isn't worth because of slots. Thoughts on what hero? Paradox? Seems crazy.
Just shy of that paradoxical.
But I'm interested to hear.
Could have netted a kill for them.
Just realized you're French Canadian. When did you start speaking English? I started speaking English when I was 12 or 13 or something. Paradox and Abrams. Yeah. I think that's crazy. I think they'll change their minds.
Or just walk back in the lane. Anytime Mirage quickly.
I think they'll change their minds.
They could just go for the quick traveler, but for now, play with
Fleetfoot is not a bad item. It still gives you decent stats. You tried to change Listic mind? He might change his mind. One thing you have to understand about top players is that a lot of top players in a lot of games are very, very close-minded. I'm not saying that Mikhails or Listic are close-minded people, but a lot of top players tend to be quite close-minded about very different, like very new things or like ideas, right? For example, Melee Shiv. I think Melee Shiv, before the nerfs, was literally the best Shiv build. And yet, how many people in NA ran Melee Shiv at a high level? I'm pretty sure I was the only person running Melee Shiv seriously. And everybody else that I was telling about Melee Shiv was like, you know, it's not that good or whatever. And yet, in like Eternus lobbies, I was consistently just like hard carrying the lobbies. And I think that the only reason why that is because people had the pre-established idea that Melee was bad because you could parry it, right? That was kind of the idea at a high level. It was like, oh yeah, Melee builds, you know, they do a lot of damage, but they're very inconsistent because you can parry it and it's not that good. So, I think in general, a lot of people would benefit from being a little bit more open-minded. Just running Gunshiv? Yeah, Gunshiv is better now.
Again, continuing to be the cleanup king.
And comes in for the respawn for a great.
I mean, Fleetfoot still gives you health. Fleetfoot still gives you health. If it didn't give you any health, then I would agree with you, Goober. Obviously, the other parts of Fleetfoot are not very useful for Abrams, sure, but it gives you like what, 90 health, 100 health, 75.
And Hardeki still very comfortable.
Top players go more off vibes, yeah, for sure, which is totally fine. I mean, I go off vibes all the time myself. Then you watch a clip of you getting parried twice and still killing everyone, yeah, true. You're French Canadian? Yeah. You mean this in the best way possible. You're the nicest French Canadian I've ever known. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that a lot. Yeah.
Paradox, Jason. Kelvin back over and in. It's Paradox holding down the fort in a 1v2.
Yeah, Litz needs to rotate back in to help out. We can see him on the minimap going to be doing so, but the first
guard. Oh wait, the swap, the cube.
Comes in to put him straight into the garden, but a great cube comes in to actually save him from taking really any damage, and an ultimate being completely negated by the cube here by Saf, and prevents any sort of gank from actually working out for Poligelias Scumbria.
Fleet takes up slots for much more valuable items stat-wise. Okay, if there was an item that read, to me, what this reads like is what's it called? It's like people, for the Path of Exile players, it's like people in Path of Exile that don't understand how good Mage Blood is, because the only stat Mage Blood has is it lets you have flasks up permanently. But when you break that stat up into all of its stats, then the item looks insanely broken. I think with Fleetfoot, it's the same thing. If Fleetfoot added a line that said, allows you to maintain your momentum with heavy melee every 20 seconds, people will be like, wait, that's crazy.
Unfortunately, there's really no one to be chasing.
You know what I mean?
So you just have the paradoxical swap to be very careful and very aware of this.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I really think that they'll change their minds, or it gets removed from the game. You don't agree with them? They seem set on it? Yeah. But people have been set on things that have been wrong so many times in this game and in every game. But yeah, like, maybe we're the ones that are wrong. You think they'll patch it? I have no idea what they'll do, honestly.
And Wolfie gonna be able to get out here.
Oh my god, he's going in. Oh, Wolfie down. Demov is in there. Gun or Shiv melee? Gun melee is better now than Shiv melee. Nobody runs it but me and Scrims melee. What do you mean? Ido runs it, and Mirror Man runs it on our team.
Looking good, but unfortunately, the movement runs. I shouldn't use that. That's your word. DMob goes down. Havox eventually picks up that kill. And when everything's said and done, really no budging when it comes to who currently has the lead. It's slightly now in against DMS's favor. We did have one.
Why is DMob playing with them? DMob is subbing because Sunset had PC issues apparently, allegedly. You have Cellcast on press and hold double tap. I have double tap. That's the fun of new games, true. Ido doesn't play Paradox or his team often from what I've seen. Yeah, fair.
You'll know if it peak brain rot when I start calling everything.
Mirrorman plays Paradox often. It's just Paradox is always banned.
That's how you know of
plays Paradox. Just Paradox is always banned.
I'm waiting for the day you.
Mirrorman's our Paradox / Viscous player.
All that.
No. That's like too general. That's too normie. It's all about
you don't use it often in scrims, alright, Mirrorman? You gotta get on that.
Shameless for no.
You gotta get on that.
Like, oh, he's breathing in my lane. It's just shameless.
You can tell you're an NA player.
There's honestly no reason not to do it if you're playing Paradox.
On to lane 2. As you can see, DMS pushed up here, looking for some damage from this Guardian, which is looking extremely healthy, but not really surprised.
Straight up feels like bug abusing. Yeah, kind of true.
Paired together in this lane, but Warden and Shiv potentially looking to come into this lane to go for a gank themselves. And as I say that, I can see Hardeki is just going to be sitting in the jungle at the moment. Buffs have spawned up. Hardeki picks up the one on the left.
Zooming fun, true.
On the right-hand side.
What was the nerf that killed melee Shiv? It's a combination of a few things. Basically, Shiv doesn't build as much rage from melee as he did before, which was one of the things that made it feel so good, because you could build rage so easily. Shiv's farming got nerfed. On top of that, there's now items that just give inherent melee resist, such as Titanic Mag and Bullet Resist Shredder, which are items that are semi-common. So if you combine all of those facts, you end up with a meta where you're just better off going gun a lot of the time on Shiv.
But now
Paradox really that good? Yeah, she's very, very good.
Urn rotation is underway.
You're still new to Shiv? What does Rage do? Essentially, without going into detail, Rage gives you amps all of your damage, and it gives you special properties on all of your abilities.
Yeah, with Abrams Psycho win on that 1v1 in lane 1, it kind of makes it so you can't go for the turn-in for Podulea Scumbria. No, you don't have people there set up, and actually going for a chaser into lane 4 at the same time as a big skirmish is about to break out in here. The Urn.
You do wonder the chances of heavy melee cancel being removed this time around? We'll see. I do think that a high level player's opinion is probably largely in favor of removing it. I think that the overall population, if you're curious about this goober, I ran a poll last week, and I asked my stream both on YouTube and on Twitch if they thought heavy melee cancel should be removed, and it was about 50-50. It was about 50-50 whether they thought it should be removed or not. But I think a lot of them have not played against heavy melee cancel. A lot of them have not played against it. So I believe that the more it goes on, the more people are going to want it removed. You want it removed? So I think right now, considering it's already pretty much 50-50 with the general population or whatever, you're on team remove.
Potentially losing out on another Guardian. That is like the worst case scenario here for DMS, who were slightly taking the lead themselves, overcommitting into that.
No, I mean, I understand that you're the best at abusing it for sure. At the same time, yeah, I think a lot of people, like, you know, a lot of people kind of like Mirrorman said, just don't want to do it just because they're like, doesn't feel right. Which I think is a little bit stupid, because, you know, in a tournament or whatever, you should be doing whatever you can to win, even if it's quote-unquote a bug. It's definitely a bug, by the way, guys. It's a bug that's been left in the game. Let's be very clear about that. It is a bug. It has been left in the game, which is okay. Which is okay.
I see why that we've been picking Inferno.
There are plenty of bugs that have been left in. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that's an issue. It is a bug. Corner boosting is a bug too. Zipline momentum cancel. Yeah, exactly.
Now we're seeing games where he's not even picked at all, not picked or banned. So it's just a natural progression, but I completely agree. I mean, Inferno is still.
What if I smurfed in lower elos? I don't want to smurf in lower elos unless I can't avoid it. Hello, you're new here. Just wanted to ask, can you give me a suggestion for high rank Dynamo? What was it? For a high rank Dynamo player, I want to give him a shot. Most builds feel trash. There's not a lot of high rank Dynamo players in NA. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not a lot of people play Dynamo. I think Quig is probably the best Dynamo player. I don't know if he has a build. Search Quig in game. Q-U-I-G. Can you explain why you think Paradox is strong? Paradox has two. Well, the Carbine is decently strong. The Bomb is pretty strong. All of Paradox's abilities are strong, but the biggest problems are the wall and the swap. The swap particularly is the biggest problem.
Just so good when it comes to these skirmishes, especially early game with rotations. Press is trying to be like the human ward on top of middle, but still looking for assassinates at the same time here. Is this something you really can't...
This is a very even game we've got here.
Team and souls at 12k, and again, we know the snowball potential, but I feel like Prestis hasn't had necessarily the impact on Vindicta just yet that we would have liked to have seen. Not to criticize him at all, because obviously it's very difficult to play Vindicta, especially when you're playing from behind like this.
You've seen Idleblade Paradox. The way he uses cancel with 3 and fleet is stupid and inspiring, not easy to do, but when done right is broken.
Snowball period for himself to hopefully translate that into his team.
I don't think it's... I mean, I don't think it's super easy to do, but also, to be frank, if you practice it for a little bit, it's also, like, the input is quite forgiving as well.
Kelvin gets away, but
Can Bebop be good, or is he just bad? Bebop can be good.
Yeah, Pocket.
Find something else to talk about? No, guys, this is a heavy melee cancel stream only now. Like, that's all we can talk about now. What character can realistically build Titanic Mag? Anybody that wants a lot of ammo. Warden, Wraith, Ivy, like, plenty of characters.
Still have one left, but again, flex slots can be unlocked. The Traveler gonna be going with the Decay as well. Gonna be following across.
My grandma can hit a heavy melee cancel.
And Sapphire actually looking to push down a Walker.
I swear I've seen my mom hit that.
Play with me.
I have a hard time figuring out what the prio for Ivy, gun, spirit, or more hybrid. I would say that it really depends. You can go gun if you want, but the best is probably more of a like supporty with spirit focus and focus on the bomb and focus on the one and the ultimate. What are some general movement tips or things to practice? Make sure that you know how to do the zipline techs. Like, make sure you're good with wall jumps and zipline techs. Did the Paradox swap change end up being a buff? No.
But overall, still very close between both teams. And even when you could consider the man-to-man match,
didn't they patch it out and then add it back in? Yeah, they did.
You haven't quite gotten to the level where you have, say, a Shiv ahead. Oh no, they're going for it.
You wish zipline momentum bug got patched out? See, I actually kind of like the zipline momentum because I think it's cool. Everyone can do it. It feels, it's insane. It's insanely good, but it feels fair. Everyone can do it. It doesn't like, it doesn't depend on, it doesn't mess with other mechanics of the game. But yeah.
Slowly drip down here in ZP. There's going to be the swap coming through.
Concussive combustion coming on in. Wolfie looking to be the hero to go for the steal. DMS, they get the steal off the concussive combustion.
Yeah, there's 2 salties, by the way, in Deadlock. There's our salty and there's another salty. Did you practice zipline tech in custom matches where you got it down? No, I did not. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty easy.
Getting put firmly in the driver's seat in this fight.
I mean, 2-for-2 exchange here, but DMS come out with a rejuvenator. They'd be extremely happy.
If everyone thought this shit would be removed because it was frustrating, I don't think. I mean, obviously some people might want that because it's frustrating, but it's not about it being frustrating. Right? Obviously, like there's a lot of things in the scene that are frustrating that I wouldn't want removed just because there's clear counterplay to them. I don't feel like there's a lot of counterplay to heavy melee cancel.
Go for a quick turn in, as we can see from DMS, no one is really here to stop this or contest it just yet.
Yeah, the Urn Turn-In is going to be in neutral territory. However, you take a look at the rotation.
Soul Rebirth wasn't removed. Soul Rebirth wasn't removed because it was frustrating. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible to be balanced. I think heavy melee cancel is impossible to be balanced too, in my opinion, but it might be possible.
You kind of like this fight. Meanwhile, I almost feel like looking at the movement.
Refresher should be removed. No, Refresher is going to stay.
And waste the rejuvenator.
You think they're a waste to balance it? You might be right.
That's what this feels like.
You watched my Souls video, you're kind of confused. What's the meta now past 8 minutes? Do we still need to have one person per lane? Please help, bro. I see that you need help desperately. So the meta past 8 minutes is having 2 people in lanes is still most efficient from a Souls perspective. However, it's not mandatory as it was prior. Lanes are always the priority over the jungle. Jungle doesn't give as much money, etc. You should only farm the jungle when the lanes are dealt with. So that's as much as I can explain to you in 30 seconds.
No one died in the middle of that there, from how that began. I also think there was a weird interaction where I don't think Psycho necessarily meant to pick up the urn again mid-fight. I just think Psycho is moving back and the urn just sort of
I can send it to you, Ryan. Goober sent me his
kind of a reset here. Urn still not turned in, but the resource that is gained here.
What if they removed it from abilities and kept it on items? Could be an idea.
Yeah. I mean, what is DMS accomplishing?
How long have we been yapping about heavy melee cancel? I legit feel like we've been talking about heavy melee cancel for 2 hours.
Which is a very big part of it.
Goober sent me his essay on heavy melee cancel and why it needs to be balanced, or how to balance it rather.
That's gonna be the rescue beam to pull him away, and well, the Solar, I don't know who even has that.
Like the reality is, Deadlock is still a fantastic game, even if they leave heavy melee cancel in. We all have opinions about it. I'm not one to cry about heavy melee cancel. If it's in the game, I'm gonna play the game the way that it is right now. I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not gonna say that you're a bug abuser or whatever, even though it is a bug, but I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? It's in the game, it's been left in the game, it's very clearly intended to be in the game at the moment. I don't think it's balanced, but maybe they will make it balanced. We'll see what happens with it. You heavy melee cancel? I have done. I don't really play characters that benefit that much from heavy melee canceling. Because I play Wraith and I play Lash and shit, and those characters don't really benefit from heavy melee canceling.
Has been really able to put some pressure here across the map and really gain ground when it comes to these flex slots, objective control as well.
Beat Hydra Nation, then it's gone.
Such a big swing in Souls.
Honestly, I don't think the players on Hydra Nation have that much sway with the developers. I'm gonna be real with you. If all the Guardians are down, should you triple up a lane to push a Walker, or is that a decent time to do jungle? That can be a decent time to do jungle, depending. If you're ahead, you should push up Walkers, yeah, but if you're not ahead and it's completely even, it might be risky to push up a Walker, and you might want to jungle. It's only been about an hour, my bad, yes. Can't wait till we discover the wave dash bug. Sure.
In PS's favor, if they're able to push these objectives
Paradox heavy melee cancel is insane. Yeah.
See PS actually grouped up here. Looks like they're really heavily stacking this left-hand side buff here, looking for a fight, looking for a catch out. I'm not sure if they're even visible. They actually just.
And you deadlock drama for the day? Let me think. Let me think. There was I don't know. I don't think so. What change would you like to see, Paradox? I would like Paradox Wall to no longer block projectiles, but instead give damage reduction to anything that goes through it. So make it so instead of stopping bullets for a certain amount of time or stopping things, I would like Paradox to just be like 50% damage reduction to anything that goes through the wall instead.
So you have this moment here, Jason, where
have you seen the new hero in Dota? Yeah, I have. I haven't played it though. Want to make some? All right, Ryan, what do you have in mind? What are we doing?
Yeah, they get both off of this. I respect PS the position they played in to play for the
Swarm,
catch him out. I think was
you would go Ricochet with Tesla bullets or not? On what character? Usually not.
Himself. Then he gets rescue beamed away by Hapex, and
usually
that
not.
whole engagement you're looking for, the surprise factor, was completely mitigated. And now we have DMS have such a soul lead that they have to turn it into their enemy's side of the map here, which
make her wall, let her and her team do 2 times damage through it. You thought it was damage reduction? No, it just stops it in time for a second or whatever, or however long.
With that lane 2 Walker looking to be taken.
Plenty of behind the scenes drama on the tourney side, I'm sure. Why don't people bebop in tournaments? It's mostly just like the fact that his kit doesn't bring that much to the table and his hook is very inconsistent. If you're hitting every hook, bebop is like S tier probably, just because like it's insane. But with rescue beam, there's enough counterplay to hook. Like even if you hit a hook, if it gets rescue beamed, it's like, oh.
They bring the urn back to base and they drop it. So right now, they may
we go into server for Hydra Nations game and change the server to Poland and blame Guru.
Right. And we did see last week, DMS,
Yamato being the reincarnation of Adolf in all of your lobbies lately is great.
Down to about 10k. So just from those 2 urns alone, buff enjoyers are really able to catch up. So being very respectful
of that, YouTube vid. You got me through my hour-long drive home. Thank you, Deathy. I got you. Yo, stay home safe. I hope you enjoy a warm, lovely meal. Hope you have a good evening.
What's the next position that we're actually going to be fighting for?
2 questions. Have you seen the lineups for Paradox grenades to clear jungle? I have not. And if her wall increased her damage and reduced incoming damage, would that make it a higher skill ceiling? I guess I wouldn't increase her damage though. I would just make it so it reduces incoming damage to make it more enjoyable for everyone. Go Deathy, huge fan. What's up, Corkwings?
Some point to force a fight.
I think one thing the fight does
rescue beam cancel Paradox swaps too? Yeah, it does.
Wow, this is going to be really bad for
when group ranks, don't know.
On one hand, DMS has a fed.
They are abusing the urn. They keep keeping it on their side. Yeah, I think that's kind of dumb too, but yeah.
Meanwhile, Zanya, that's a broke ward and even post-economy change.
Why is it considered so much worse than Swap? Because Swap is way easier to hit projectile. It has a really big hitbox, and on top of that, Carbine sets up the Swap guaranteed. Whereas if you want Hook to be guaranteed, then you need to buy like Knockdown pretty much.
There we go. Nice little picture. I love our production team.
And Hook is like just way slower too.
My job as they are at theirs. But we do see they're still being controlled by Hapex.
This game's close. We got a good game on our hands here. Looks like DMS are up here. Ooh, Hardeki down.
Nice little duo squad out of play with me and Prestis. And now that opens up the potential for a mid boss.
Bebop Kinetic Carbine. Ranked is cooked. They need to do a change rather than let it be. It's a hindrance to fixing any matchmaking problem because we have 2 data sets to have to worry about. What do you think is cooked about Ranked?
I'm not going to be too afraid here. The one thing you do, of course, have to look out for is the Ivy steal.
Is ranked solo? Yes, it is. If you go up with Carbine, would he be Esther? He'd be a hell of a lot better, that's for sure.
They look keen to contest here, Jason.
I don't hate the early affliction. Start to wear them down so you can actually go for the engage. I believe he only hit 2 though.
Just want to rank up. Fair enough.
But will we see? Let's go in for this one. He's gonna have to go pull.
Oh wait, here we go. Abrams ult. We've got a big fight on top of it. Who's gonna get it? Oh, Abrams secures that shit, and PS dies. All right, that should be like maybe GG. Should be very close. Team fight deathball meta is so lame as a solo player in pubs. Fair.
You look at what happened in that fight. That was just enormous.
Best hero for stealing rejuve? Yamato? Or McGinnis? How many hackers have you encountered in Deadlock? Like 1, maybe 2. In my games, 1, maybe 2.
And frankly, when you look at their comp, outside of a very well-timed swap,
Face It is tomorrow, by the way, Ramakano. Face It is literally tomorrow. Do you not like Deadlock mods? I don't see you using any. I try to make it so my viewing experiences as like, I guess, understandable as possible. I want anyone who has played either 1 match of Deadlock or 500 matches of Deadlock to be like, to recognize everything on my stream, you know?
Or are they going to stick around and look for the...
Is there a Deadlock Face It tomorrow? There is, yep.
Wolfie's already very low in HP. So
Wolfie has been farming? Yeah, Wolfie is fucking huge.
And I think DMS are hoping that PS might make a mistake here, over-committing, over-reaching.
All right, PS making the smart... DMS making the smart call, backing up, getting the buffs. Here they can get the buffs, they can get the urn, and then they can take a fight.
37,000 soul lead.
Truthfully, given the Rejuvenator is still up, I'm a little bit surprised that DMS backed off there. I think.
Do you have a Wraith build in game? Yeah, I do.
Call to stay in. They weren't really
search Deathy and you'll find it. It's called Deathy's Gank Wraith. It's using macros to auto cancel cheating.
The only reason I can think of that they really wanted to back off in this situation is that
this game's already on Face It. Yeah.
And of course, if
you sure this game is all competitive? Who'd have thought?
Drastically. So they decide to play it safe, but given the Rejuvenator they had, I still think.
Are they adding Face It? Yeah, they're adding Face It. Yeah.
One thing we can't forget though, ZP, is that we did have the goal, the souls game.
How does the Yamato rejuve steal work? Is it that they go to hit her, she doesn't take damage? It's the fact that she can't be stunned. So she can just go in there, ult on top of it, and then hit it, and she can't be stunned by parry, and she can also parry them. She's very good. Don't abuse macros, don't be a loser. I mean, agreed, yeah.
Not gonna see any tech this time where he can bait a team towards urn.
Did Face It disclose the regions? I think they're doing NA and EU right now.
Yes, they're still kind of sitting very far back, and as you mentioned before, a very open area. So this is actually not a bad position for DMS to fight in. You still have to be careful of this swap out of TAS.
I mean, this is good.
Melee cancel is not hard. All right, one sec.
Again, they have so much
one sec. Let me.
They can't really go in. They have to back out. Zanya's gonna get caught.
Okay, one sec, guys.
And the kitchen sink at the same time. And DMS, they can taste it right now, Jason. The first
just
map
adjust
3
this
here in Deadlock Fight Night may be imminent. Off the early pickoff. They're not stopping. They're going straight on in, and it might just be inevitable.
You just add that. Put that on my desktop. All right. Okay. All right. Back to the game. Add that to my folder.
They have 2 dead for them. Dead on their side of the fight. And actually, DMS are looking to back away. Losing Psycho might have been enough here.
Cooked.
DMS to say, hold on.
Cooked live. Cooked live on stream, bro.
We're going to try to close the game out now.
Who playing in the NA tournament? Goober's playing. It's Yuki Panuki versus Llama Lords, which is the Ido / Young Calc / Naked team. And then it is
when you're dealing with the 37K,
and then it's Hydra Nation in the finals.
But I will say these are still fights where
yeah, I have to take a screenshot as well. All right, don't worry. I got you guys. Don't worry.
Playing very safe Deadlock
I haven't
because they want to force the map 3, and they also know if somehow they screw this up, they don't get another chance.
Exactly. Actually, can we start to take a cycle through Pojulai Scumbria's players, because they have only 1 flex slot. And we saw Ivy have, I mean, we see Pocket 5k souls to spend. So Ivy had 4 to 5k souls to spend, but they have nowhere to spend it. I mean, I feel like each of these players have so many souls, but no ability to spend, which makes it so difficult. I mean, obviously,
Yo, Goober, check your DMs.
Maybe did just buy up an item. But this is like where it becomes really crunch time, I think, for teams to make those hard decisions. Like, what can I afford to sell to upgrade? Are we going to be able to pick up a flex slot anytime soon? And I'd say in PS's books, most likely not, considering DMS are controlling the pace of this entire game.
I think right now, for PS,
all right,
the #1 character you have to somehow kill.
When is TF2 Boomers next tourney? We have an official match Friday, and we're in a tournament this weekend.
To see how the story is going to unfold. If Taz can land the Miracle Swap, get on the Wolfie, not have Wolfie get immediately rescue beamed in turn by Hapex, and then kill Wolfie, you might have a shot. But the reality is that the last 5 to 10
What time's the tourney? The Proving Grounds tourney? Yeah. What time is it? I don't know.
The one characters in the game that it's really
you can't see about any post by Faceit about Deadlock. Wonder how active that will be. Yeah, I don't know how open it's gonna be at first. I know that there's like an Eternus only part to it. You guys will see. I'll be streaming it. Does Mystic Reach affect assassination bullet size? Mystic Reach does not affect projectile size in general, so I would say no. Is current pocket good for solo carrying? Yeah, I would say so. When can I gamble on Deadlock tourneys? Great question. Deadlock's player count has been dropping like 10k every month this week. What do you think Valve can do to maintain interest? I think it's normal that there's been a drop. Obviously, the drop has been perhaps a bit larger. I actually kind of blame ranked for the drop a little bit, because I think while a lot of players actually kind of wanted ranked, I think the problem with ranked is that it makes the game serious. And obviously, I'm very serious about the game. I'm a competitive player, etc. But I think there's a lot of, every patch, there's things that are blatantly broken, right? Because we're in a playtest and a lot of things are being changed. And I think that frustrates a lot of people in ranked. When you're playing on ranked, that doesn't really frustrate you so much. And so I think a lot of people are frustrated with that. For me, I'm not really frustrated with that, because at the end of the day, it's a game, right? But it might have been a little bit too early.
They just have to watch Jason. They can't do anything.
They were setting up for something. Like, they were setting up to try to catch them out. I think one big downside of this is Hardeki on the Shiv. I mean, you're not going to have a full rage meter, so you're not going to be able to ricochet off your knives. You're not going to be able to hit with a double dash. Like, you're going to be missing a lot of damage in this fight that you're going to need. And while all this was happening, PS wasn't split pushing anything, so they were gaining nothing off of sitting there, and DMS come out ahead because guess what? They farmed up some jungle and they got the buff. I think they got both buffs actually.
I think they did too.
Saf has survival, and it was Psycho to pick up casting.
I look at this now, Jason, on the rotate, and man, DMS, they are just going for maximum soul lead. On the same note, do you want to go for the earn turn in there, given the fact that that is going to be a closed-in turn point? It's going to be very awkward.
No, you know what they're going to do, right? They've done this before. They're going to bait the earn turn in, and they're going to start mid-boss.
Why is Warden considered to be worse than Wraith? If he builds slow, can't he just do the same stuff for ganks? Well, he doesn't have a TP. He doesn't have a guaranteed catch as good as Wraith. Like, Wraith's ultimate is better than Warden's Cage because it's also AoE. And on top of that, Wraith farms a lot faster and has generally higher damage output. Warden's ultimate is kind of better for team fights at times. So wait, here we go. We got another fight. Oh, DMS gets it. Bam! Abrams, boom!
Psycho 13, 2 quick pickoffs. As a result, Wolfie
Dota and Deadlock shares a big portion of the player base. People went back to Dota to play Kaz. They'll be back, maybe.
3 versus 6, Rejuvenator against them. Surely, Jason, this is the end.
Oh, for sure. Has to be. I don't see any world where DMS can't close this out. I mean, what? It's a 21k Warden. It's a Paradox, and it's a Ivy at 26k. There should be no way you lose this fight in any world. They're going to just focus it down. And this will be the first time in Deadlock Fight Night history here in Week 6 that we're going to have a third map in the series. DMS are not going to go out quietly as they take us to a third map.
It finally happened, Jason. We are here. A map 3 is on the way, and
all right, map 3. Here we go.
A little bit predictable, given the fact that these two teams
go to a map. You're used to the Riot Polish and cadence on playtest announcements. This is nicer. Ryan's Polish, not Polish.
Here on Fight Night, and I am all here for it. And also, frankly, here for the return of Infernus, where Wolfie, to me, very much the star of that last game.
I look at that.
Hi, Mr. Shimmery. Oh, what's up, Dagger?
Going their way.
GG. For sure Valve is accounting. They probably did ranked solo only to start for data and MMR testing purposes. Yeah, for sure. Does Distal Bullets really spike her damage that much? Yeah, it does. Give me my points. Oh, yeah. All right, my bad, yes. Here, I'll do the point. All right, sorry. Yes. All right, guys. And DMS gets the points. Boom.
Bring in our third man here, the third head of the Hydra to break down this last game. DDK, can I summon you with my powers? I can. What was your thoughts on this match, man?
Fuck.
Because it was very back and forth.
Well, you know,
I've just donated 62k points.
Deadlock Fight Night history.
Is Lucky Shot worth buying for Wraith? It's pretty good if you're going gun Wraith, yeah.
Wolfie definitely played really,
Let's see, in terms of new game content, heroes, cosmetic, visual novels, what would you be most excited for when it comes to further development? I think heroes, specifically. I mean, cosmetics are nice, and I think a lot of people would appreciate cosmetics, but I think what this game really needs right now is new heroes. At the end of the day, if this game wants like a competitive nature or just like have more counters and have more interesting drafting, etc., this game needs like at least 45, 50 heroes. You know what I mean? Can you explain how Siphon Bullets works actually in game? Or let me launch Deadlock. Give me a holiday, release me. Game just needs 12 bebops. What's up, Wellix? Yeah, disagree personally. That's all I have to say. Yeah, I just disagree. It needs me as a hero. What if they added heroes that were like content creators and they give like creator codes and I could do like Fortnite dances? It'd be like Fortnite dancing. Be sick. Definitely needs double the heroes. Yeah, bebop's so old. Very bad dancing there. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate that. You're leaving? Okay. All right, one sec. Let me show Siphon Bullets for the person in chat that asked. Siphon Bullets basically just steals, it steals lives and it gives it to you every 0.8 seconds, right? So if I shoot continuously, then every 0.8 seconds, as you can see, if you look, let me enable no reload. Just look at my total life. Right now it's 935, right? So as you can see, the purple damage that's showing on the dummy is the damage that's being dealt by Siphon Bullets. As you can see, considering that I have no weapon items, Siphon Bullets is actually doing as much damage as just like me shooting my gun almost. And it's giving me that health as well. And if I kill the person while they have Siphon Bullets on them, I get that health permanently. Well, not all of the health, but I think it's 2 stacks permanently. You steal 1 stack. So if you kill someone with Siphon Bullets, you gain permanently 55 max health. If not, it's temporary. And it lasts 20 seconds. It is affected by a duration extender, by the way. I believe. Yeah, it is. How does inhibitor work? Well, inhibitor reduces the enemy's damage. So it's all damage, by the way. So it reduces spirit damage too, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But basically, as long as you're shooting someone, you apply the inhibitor debuff to them. The debuff lasts 2.8 seconds. Well, 2.5, I think, by default. And then, yeah, they just do less damage. You can see the little arrow. Or you can see, like, the little inhibitor icon right here. Healing booster increase the steal? It does not, because it's not considered as healing. So, Siphon Bullets is considered lifesteal. It's not considered lifesteal, sorry. It's considered, like, it's health, like, removal / added, so it doesn't get reduced by... Yeah. The silencer active work with ricochet? Yes, it does. I was so curious. Thank you, Dethi. Of course, of course. 1100 hours already. Yeah, a lot of those are AFK hours, but yeah. It's temporary, yes, except if you kill them, you get 1 stack permanently. So if you kill the person when they had Siphon Bullets effect on them, you get 1 stack permanently. So in one team fight, if you kill everyone, you could get 6 stacks. So you could technically get 300 max health if you kill everyone. How does Restorative Locket work? Restorative Locket stacks ability charges when people use their abilities. For example, if I go to, I don't know, who's someone that has... I'll spawn an Infernus right here. I'll make him my Mimic. Okay. So as you can see, I have 0 charges of Restorative Locket. If Infernus uses his 1, I gain 1 charge. So every time they use an ability, I gain a charge. So if Wraith used cards, every time she would use 1 card, I would gain a charge of Restorative Locket. And then I can use all the charges to give me a heal. Why is Rapid Recharge not in your Wraith build? I did a bunch of testing with it, and it really doesn't give you that much damage. It really does not give you a lot of damage. Rapid Recharge does make it, so it seems to make it so that you require less shots to build cards. But usually building cards is not really that big of an issue anyway, and you're more prioritized on having other items, such as Shadow Weave. Like, usually my priority is like Silence Cliff, Shadow Weave, right? And so, yeah. How does extra health work? It just gives you health. No, it doesn't let you spam the cards quicker. Because the time between cards is fixed. It's 0.65 seconds. So as you can see, it says 0.65 seconds cooldown between cards. If I buy a Rapid Recharge, the cooldown doesn't change. It's still 0.65 seconds. It doesn't really do anything to the cooldown. Should they nerf rescue beam? Probably a little bit. All right, back to the stream we go. We'll be right back. Great question, but how does fortitude work? Okay. Boy, I'm not gonna get out of this, am I? Dude, being an educational streamer is tough, man. It's tough out here. Fortitude gives you health, and when you're above 75% health, you get weapon damage, 27%, and you get move speed. Also, you get 4% max health regen after you don't take damage for 10 seconds. And, fun fact, it doesn't say this in the tooltip, but trooper damage does not count. So damage from this does not count as damage. So if you're taking damage from lane troopers, you will still regen with fortitude. They're trolling? Maybe. What about CDR? Okay, alright. CDR, now you're trolling. Okay, CDR, you're trolling. Does ricochet plus siphon bullets plus high fire rate still apply the stacks to multiple target? Oh yeah, I don't know. I haven't tested that in a while. I don't know if I really want to... Alright, I'll test it. Fuck it. Let me do no death. Wait, if I do no death, do they still die? Okay, they don't. Okay, perfect. Alright, let's do ricochet, siphon bullets, and let's just do like... Yeah, I guess it does. It doesn't really apply it to the same target, to both targets at the same time. It just applies it like alternatively to one target and then the other. Hey Deathy, what are the exact values for bullet spread over long distance? Okay, dude. Just watched your last YouTube video. Wanted to say thank you for the educational videos. I've learned a lot. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. Okay, that's you're the best educational creator. Thank you. What wouldn't I do for you guys? What wouldn't I do? Well, there's probably a pretty long list of things I wouldn't do for you guys. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna make the list, but it's pretty exhaustive. A lot of things I wouldn't do. Fortitude crazy underrated. Yeah, agreed. How unplayable is 7 right now? No, 7's pretty playable. It's not unplayable at all. And what do they need to make him do to make him viable again? They don't need to do anything to make him viable again. He's perfectly viable right now. He is worse than he was. I think he's still very good. Deathy, feed Vindicta skin when? Hey Deathy, can you explain why my dad left? Look, it was very simple, alright? You didn't have any milk left in the household. He needed to go get some, dude. He didn't have a choice. CDR reduced 6.65 card delay? It does not, no. Oh, okay, you weren't trolling. You were just asking about the card. Sorry, I legit thought you were trolling. My bad. Would you win your next ranked game for us? Yeah, I would win you. I always try to win my next ranked game. For me. Can you do a backflip? No, probably not. I don't know. I've never tried. Can you quickly explain the oh my god, that word is hard to say. Pythagorean theory, please. See, those types of words. Those are the words that show that English is not my native language. Like, that word is hard, man. That's fucking hard. Stay hard. Do you try to do a backflip? I'm good. How does the health bar look different? Exclamation point health bar in the chat. When did Face It announce it was coming to Deadlock tomorrow? Like 2 weeks ago in some private discords or whatever. I don't know if I'm supposed to show this on stream. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not supposed to share this on stream. Alright, I'm not gonna share it. Let me see what I can share. Yay. Let me just make sure that there's no link or anything here. Yay. So I think I can share this. Season 1, Circuit is the Face It thing, basically. I can't scroll down. There's Face It links, but I don't think I can share the Face It links. But yeah, top 5 EU players get 500 each. Top 5 NA players get 500 each, too. Minimum 15. Eternus rank minimum for the invite division, but there's another division that's not invite. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing that because I don't want to leak anything that I'm not supposed to.
Between DMS and Pojalias Cumbria, I never thought I'd be saying this. I knew it was destined to happen one day. I didn't think it would take 6 weeks.
Not about spilling the tea. There's like literally links and shit that I can't show on stream. Am I French Canadian? I am indeed. You'll boulder, but no backflip. Shameless. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Yo, thanks for the prime, Cook Assassin. Is there even enough Eternus players to make? Yeah, there is. There is. A lot of them kind of like. Bro thinks he's XQC. I'm not, but I'm French Canadian.
I don't see why they wouldn't continue to do that because, to be fair, it does.
How do you deal with a Fed haze past 25-30 minutes? Metal skin, return fire. Those are the best items. There's like 450 in NA at peak. There was like a 150 Eternus players, and I think a lot of the I think there's a decent amount of people that just didn't play ranked. So yeah.
But it wasn't like again like these above everybody else type of performances Play With Me has. So I feel like the Wraith pick seemingly is kind of working. A Wraith pick for the ban.
EU or NA? They're doing EU and NA. There's another French Canadian. Thought it was just XQC. My bad, guys. Yeah, there's actually 8 million French Canadians. It's not just XQC. I deafened myself in my Discord call. Yeah, I'm talking to you guys. We're having a conversation. It's all good.
But he just kind of grinded that.
You guys want to enjoy this?
I don't think that justifies a ban.
That hurts to hear. What hurts to hear? There's literally another. If you'll still be able to play Face at Ramakano. It's just you won't be able to play the invite division. You'll be able to play the other one, which is like whatever the fuck. Premier, I think.
And then that mid-boss steal changed the trajectory, which would also make sense when you're playing a hero like
3 French Canadians, XQC, Deathy, and Céline Zion. That's how you say her name, by the way, guys.
PS decided to defer.
Yeah, you're saying that there's 8. Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. It's fucked up, dude.
So DMS, we get to see what they truly value.
Everybody hates French Canadians, guys. This is fucked up. I didn't do anything. Like me that Faceit link? I can't. Sorry.
I would expect at a minimum Paradox to come out here for the same reasoning as before.
How do you feel about Lash currently? I think Lash is quite good right now. What's your opinion on the current algorithm for rank climb? As a mid-rank, it seems broken. What do you think is broken about it? I don't really know. I don't really have an opinion because I don't have the data. And without the data, it's impossible to say because everything's anecdotal. It seems a little bit weird. I've seen some people rank up a lot playing very few games.
Obviously, what would be considered.
I've seen some people have a pretty high win rate and take them a while to rank. I don't know.
It's a little bit different. I feel like there's a lot more interpretation.
As a non-French Canadian who's also ESL, it's not the Canadian, it's the French. Goddamn.
Considered at the top
fucked up.
The picking.
Can you get an invite as an Eternus player? Yes, you can.
It's interesting. Obviously, Prestis, like I was mentioning, I think Prestis did like phenomenally well to really keep him in the game in the early to mid game before the steal.
Is Faceit going to be with draft? Yes, it is.
So we'll see.
Have you heard anything about esports orgs getting into the scene? Some things. How you are Eternus? Who do you contact? Are you EU or NA? If you're NA, just DM me and I'll arrange it or whatever. If you're EU, do you know any of the Eternus players in EU? I'm pretty sure if you message any of them, you could ask them. Do you know Listic? Do you know Noisy? Or do you know... I'm looking at who's in the Discord right now. Do you know Alexio? Alexio could get you in. Tavi could get you in. Unco could get you in. You know Noisy? You can probably ask him. He could probably get you in. You ask you're also Eternus in NA? Oh, just DM me then. Sorry. If you're Eternus in NA, you just DM me. Can you get an invite if you have an Eternus mentality? No. They're doing Faceit for Deadlock? Yeah. Yeah, just DM me on Discord. I got you. If you're Eternus, I will ask for proof or whatever. But yeah.
Like, I look at this and you have this level of disparity.
Currently unranked, what are your chances? I mean, you can get into the other divisions, I think, probably. I'm not sure. I have no idea, guys. We'll see tomorrow. I'll stream it. Can you get an invite if you're like a dad who said they would go pro if it wasn't for that leg injury? Maybe.
Yeah, I think if they had waited even longer, it would have been sniped up by DMS. Instead, DMS go with Ivy, which is very interesting overall because I feel.
What about Ascendant 6? Ascendant 6 they'll be playing in Premier. I don't think they'll be playing an invite. You have Eternus potential? Can you invite me? Oh boy. Why did I even talk about this on stream, dude?
when you have Viscous, Ward, and Kelvin. Like that's already such a.
It's gonna be tough when captains draft though, and people who are Eternus but are not very known, you know. But I feel like I know every single Eternus player.
I was gonna say the support picks are kind of interesting because we
like if Cruz typing in chat is the Cruz that I know, like I know who he is, you know.
Making this work very effectively, just being someone that's on lane all the
That's why I volunteered as captain. I feel like I know all of them.
The jungle
you don't know me?
really affect the pick rate.
Are you a Eternus player in NA?
If anything, it should.
He doesn't know who you are. I know you're not Eternus, Ramakano.
Pretty effectively in the support role.
I'm very active. That's true.
Pick up and, oh my god, we're getting the haze.
Oh, right now we have a problem, guys. We only have 3 captains. Send me proof. Thank you. Thank you. Where's your Discord? Your Eternus in NA? You can just.
Is that the way that Playing With Me plays the haze is
your cat in game. All right, perfect.
Constantly and is going to be roamy. So that's what we saw previously, where there was a good performance for that. Obviously, there's a lot of like great counters to haze. You know, whether it's Metal Skin or Return Fire.
My Discord is, you can do !Discord. You can join my Discord server and you can DM me.
Stats on it, so it's very easy to get to some of those items.
You're not being captain. You don't want to lose if you're bad picking skills. Yo, thank you so much for the Prime Blast if you're eternally bad. Damn.
We do see the 7 locked in last year.
Yeah, there's only 3 captains in NA right now. It's only me. It's me, Crayon, and Lord NM. We need more captains. It's a problem.
Also, Dan, I can explain to you why you haven't been seeing a whole lot of McGinnis. People might point to nerfs, and I would say.
All right, I completely missed the draft. I mean, it's nice. We're having a discussion. I hope you guys are enjoying it, even though like I'm half paying attention to the games because you guys are asking a lot of really good questions. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I guess we're just vibing.
Heavily hyper-criticize.
Is the MMR difference from Ascendant 5 to 6 the same as Ascendant 6 to Eternus 1, or is there a bigger gap? I would say the MMR difference between like Ascendant 5 to Ascendant 6 is like, it's not big, usually. Usually, for example, between Eternus 5 and Eternus 6, it's also not big. But between like Ascendant 4 and Eternus 4, that's huge. You can be a captain. Thank you so much for the Prime 56k. Much appreciated. Yes, lost due to lack of tankiness in the front line. Looks like they rectified that. They do have a lot of really good team fight. I will say I did say last game that DMS's draft was easier. All right, we're gonna do a prediction, guys. Who's gonna win?
With Vindicta, which you can do in those open space as well. Presses showed that able to play that backline really well, be survivable. But really, it's the haze.
All right, good luck, guys.
How can haze come online with Play With Me? That is a huge question mark. Haze is not really looked at as good. Feel like haze is worse after the recent patch. So. How are you gonna make
what do you make of Vegas's behavior last night? Bannable? It's probably not bannable, but it's a little cringe. Not gonna lie to you. All good. I'm pretty sure Vegas knows what I think. Probably. What did Vegas do? Yeah, so Salty and I queued into Vegas and Leffa. Vegas and Leffa were split up. They didn't get into a duel lane together, so Salty and I were laning against Vegas and a random. It was an Ivy. And so basically... the Ivy was not playing the lane the way that Vegas wanted him to play. Vegas said that he played the lane really bad, blah, blah, blah. And then we were, Salty and I were owning the lane. And 3 minutes into the game, Vegas called his Ivy a R word. I prefer not to use that word, But you guys can, the word that starts with R and ends with D. And then abandoned the game. And he said it wasn't worth his time. And then he went on his other account and he queued.
About that one. That is such a difficult lane. Maybe Warden can make it work, but man, that lane 1 is very DMS sided. We'll see if together can at least keep it even, but that is a tough lane matchup.
I mean, you know what I'm thinking?
No, not red. Okay, come on, guys.
Mercedes.
You guys know the word. Come on.
From pass. Just got slaughtered on Warden. Not necessarily his fault, but yeah, we definitely.
I'll crash out. Yeah. New game, just enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, the only excuse that I can give Vegas is the fact that he is in front of his computer probably 14 hours a day at least. But that's not really an excuse. You know what I mean? Touch some grass.
Kind of adapting their star carry players to be able to play Warden here.
Isn't that ban evasion? I mean. You get banned for 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure just having an ult account in the first place against TOS. I don't think Valve really care that much about that. As Linus would call it, the hard R. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that Linus clip. Linus kept destroying the word as the hard R when it's like, bro, that's not the same thing at all.
Also, the pick potential of a stake and a Haze, not the worst, but opportunities get limited.
Sounds like a mature individual.
Slow in lane this early.
I'll let you guys make your own opinions. I'm not here to shit on anyone or whatever, you know. I'm a very live and let live person, and you know, Vegas didn't do anything to me personally. I think that as a community, we should always strive to be better, and I think that Vegas has a very strong position in the community, having consistently being one of the bigger Deadlock streamers, and I think he should take that role a little more seriously. But other than that, you know, live and let live. It is what it is. All good.
And a good start here at a DMS.
It's changing shapes. Yeah, the new viscous heavy melee is sick. Thanks for being the best. Yeah, no worries. I'm not the best though. In a game that's not even out, most of pros now will fall out when the game comes out. That's most likely true. What's changing it to? It's like a weird like T-shaped thing. I'm not really sure.
Of course, the other solo lane that we're looking at now is the
Can't wait for all these non-Valve gamers get disappointed with how Valve handles the community. Yeah, fair. Is Alchemical Fire viable on Warden? You can buy it on Warden, sure. Is it viable? Yeah. Yeah, it's viable. Have you tried Classic Overwatch? I have not tried Classic Overwatch, and I probably don't plan to, despite, you know, that being the era in which I played Overwatch. I am too busy playing Deadlock and doing other stuff, you know.
Considering that Psycho has backed off, and he's scored a nice 500 solely, like you're mentioning, but
Vegas still a lot, needs to work on it for big stream and still entertaining Rage. Yeah, I mean, I'll leave that up to the viewers, right? I think if the viewers don't enjoy it, then people will stop watching. It's like anything, right? It's supply and demand. I mean, obviously he got a big boost because he queued with the Shroud group quite early on and stuff like that, and that's fantastic. You know, I think exposure is great. Yeah, I mean, whether he maintains his viewer base in the long run, it will be based upon whether people enjoy it or not. Have you tried Kez from Dota? Not yet. Who's the Deadlock GOAT at the moment? Yeah, people ask me who the best player is, who the GOAT is. I don't think there's one player that's better than everyone. Like, I really don't.
That a Geist bomb with a little bit of shots can be enough to take him out.
Does Snow?
How aggressive together can be in lane.
No.
Find themselves under a bit of pressure from this viscous.
It's sad seeing Calvin appear and vanish. Yeah, true.
Taking their toll and overall health, Jason.
Yeah, you can tell like both teams really want.
Do you enjoy TF2 Kunai Dead Ringer? Yeah, why not? That is kind of fun, yeah. I'm not really a spy player though. If Moga's viewers in Vegas can rage? Yeah, exactly. I think most people don't care that much, so it is what it is, you know. Good stream, sir. Thank you, thank you. Who's a good Haze player for tips?
Interesting thing also, when you put
you know, on one hand, I don't think there's a lot of good Haze players for tips. I think Zergy is probably the one that's his stream is decently educational, so I'd recommend Zergy. In North America, there's Elo Thief, but he's quite a controversial Haze player, and to be frank, his builds kind of suck. You know, I will say his Haze mechanics are not bad, but his builds are just like, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. Benji? Bro, Benji doesn't stream this game. Yo, thanks for the 2 months. Thanks for the 2 months, Falk. Benji the GOAT? He doesn't stream. Benji gets his info from Zergy anyway, so you might as well just get it from the source. Elo Thief goes long range on Haze. Yeah, don't worry, I know. I actually have nothing against Elo Thief, though. Honestly, Elo Thief seems like a nice guy. His builds are just really... I don't understand why he goes such weird builds on Haze. But yeah. Play With Me is the best Haze player. That's true, but is he educational? Does he give tips on stream? Because you can be really good, but give no tips and have very little interaction. I think an example of that in North America is like Buds, for example, right? Like Buds is really, really good at Deadlock. But he doesn't really give a whole lot of tips, and he doesn't really like talk that much, I feel. Who are the top EU players? Probably most of the players that are in the server right now that we're watching. On top of like, you know, yeah. Otherwise, other than that, I don't know. Chrome's a Deadlock thread is a good Haze for build theory. Yeah, he reached out to me on Discord. Seems like a nice guy too.
I mean, you just have no escape, right? You have like.
He answering the questions for like an hour before ending the stream. Oh, cool. All right, well, play with me then. Dirty talks so much, yeah. Crew car battery doesn't explain much, yeah. Which is totally fine.
I'm gonna keep farming this lane, even with Psycho down, still in souls at the moment.
Yo, thanks for the dono, Kelly boy, much appreciated. Thanks for the super chat.
You're getting play with me to have a higher economy edge by going back and forth and getting kills onto the Warden. But you're also stopping the Warden from turning into a mid-game beast and letting your guys stay in. But look here, pressure onto the Abrams.
Lefo's a good player, but an even better farmer. Yeah, Lefo's really good at farming.
Tass finishes it off in the end. And that's just mid-game paradox power juicing, pure and simple.
Just getting his redemption from his death early.
Lefo's good at farming for a few reasons. One of the reasons why Lefo is so good at farming is because he almost always wins his lane. He has really good laning mechanics, and so very often he wins his lane. And if you win your lane, it really sets you up nicely to farm in the mid game. And he's also very good at ignoring fights that are happening to prioritize his own farm.
You have to realize you're gonna look to your left. It's just gonna be play with me.
Usually streams in Russian. Oh, I see. Yeah. That will be a problem for most of my audience. I don't really think that there are a ton of Russian speakers.
Maybe I misread it.
Snow's laning stage is also good. Oh yeah, I mean Snow's a good player, but you know.
Capitalize on the fact that you can't.
Ardeki from Apex, yeah, I think so.
And not to mention, like Prestis isn't really having a hard time either here, as he's even rotating to lane 3 to look for a kill.
To be honest though, I would much rather lane against Snow than against Lefa.
And you know, I mean, if Play With Me's already getting going, if Prestis can get any sort of assassinates off, like this is going to be a very.
He just has some brain issues, yeah. It is what it is.
Play With Me back over, static charge coming in into the puddle punch. And for now, just trying to get away. 500 HP. Here comes the goo ball. Run like it's Indiana Jones, I suppose. 500 HP, though, able to get back into lane and quickly escape the danger. And what could have been a pretty brutal gank.
It is Ardeki from Apex? Yeah, that's what I thought. Gonna go play some Deadlock? Alright, have fun. Enjoy the game, guys. Don't forget, always enjoy the game. Enjoy Deadlock. If you're not having fun, it's all good. But, you know, if you're playing, go into it with a positive mindset. Have some fun. Even if there are some things that are unbalanced, it's all good.
Speaking of walls, Time Wall going to come in to deny any sort of push, but you know what? Abrams doesn't care about that. So have to look for the charge in.
Ardeki is insane mechanically. Oh yeah.
As well, and Tass being forced back. Look for some reinforcements. The bold answer be coming through onto together. Get a binding word right next to him.
Boom. Dead.
Be enough. Not to mention Ardeki coming in as well, and they will finally punish Play With Me.
You're just so sick of it today, you don't know why? Hey, it happens, man. Some days we just don't want to play, and that's all good. You guys enjoy games you play? Fair. You're confused, isn't Dimov? Yeah, Dimov is subbing. Dimov is subbing. Only Deadlock streamer worth watching is Tankman. True. If you're not having fun, take a break or try a new character. Don't try too hard. Yeah, 100%. Have some fun with it. Go play some unranked if you're not having fun, and try stupid shit. Try stupid builds. Why does everyone have Decay 8 minutes in? Decay's pretty good. For example, like, the reason that this Paradox has Decay is because this Paradox is playing against Abrams and Ivy and Lady Geist, all characters that usually have a decent amount of healing. So Decay is quite good as anti-heal. Decay is now also the best source of anti-heal in the game, right? It's 70% anti-heal, which is a lot. So yeah. If the opponent froze the lane, is there anything you can do to unfreeze it? The best thing you can do to unfreeze the opponent's unfreeze the lane is to shove the lane as hard as you can and hope your opponent messes up. If your opponent lets 2 waves push into tower, then it unfreezes. Why does Abrams have it? Because on the other hand, Abrams is playing against Viscous, Kelvin. So, you know, there's also a lot of healing on the other side.
I mean, we only have a 1k soul difference.
It's also pretty good because it's effectively kind of a duration extender because it gives ability duration as well. I haven't noticed pros play Gunshiv. Why? Really? It's not that uncommon. How do you freeze the lane? You just don't shoot the creeps. You only shoot the creeps when they're about to die. Basically, you just let the creeps as is. It's called freezing because you just don't do anything to it, right? If you don't do anything to the creep wave, the wave is going to push into you or stand there. If neither player shoots the creep wave, the wave is frozen. If one of them shoots it, it's pushing. But you can basically freeze it near your tower if you want by just letting the opponent push it if they're pushing it. Am I wrong thinking Ido is the most mechanically gifted? Ido is very good at like using his abilities, but I think from like a pure aim perspective, I don't think Ido is like the most mechanically gifted. Ido's very good, but like that's what I mean. Like I don't think that there's one player that's more mechanically gifted than everybody else.
The fight's still gonna ensue.
Frozen Shelter right on top of the urn turn, and Kelvin just trying to slam it in.
You like to listen to Pashibal for Deadlock advice and hero tips since you used to be an IV player like me, great player. Yeah, Pashibal's good. I don't know why he stopped playing competitively. I'm guessing he wasn't having fun. I haven't seen Pashipop in quite some time, to be honest. You freeze by using your... Why do you want to freeze lane? Sorry for the new question. I'd recommend you check out my YouTube video on that. Most mechanically gifted is me? Yeah, I don't think so.
something that
Here, I'll link you the YouTube video.
It just was a chain of really bad events that got worse. The Psycho's gonna go down as well. So it's 5 kills and the earned turn-in. I mean, DMS, I don't know, man. That's a really rough turnaround, and that's probably exactly what PS were hoping for here.
Yeah, no worries.
On the last match of DMS just turning things around at the mid boss, but PS, what can they do with this advantage now? I mean, together he's at 11K. He's been able to catch back up to his team.
Oh, found some junk files. Junk files. All right, guys. Sorry, gotta end the stream. Gotta use CCleaner to clean my computer. We're fucked. Alert.
PS needs to get another good team fight, and they need the transition.
Probably need to uninstall that shit.
I don't think they'll be stronger than where they're at.
The Situation is the best movement player, like damn. Yeah, Situation always comes up with techs and shit. He's a cool guy too. I like him. If you need tips on how to freeze lane in Smite, I feel like freezing lane in every MOBA is the same. No, is there something specific to it in Smite? The only specific thing to in Dota, you can pull creep waves. Can you do anything? Can you do anything like that in Smite?
Something a little bit more decisive, Jason, or they need to start getting some walkers down.
If CCleaner worked, it would have removed itself. Fair. 9 gigabytes is crazy. I have a lot of storage.
Sap is still alive. He has seismic slam. He can completely steal this one away yet again here. So rightfully they don't go for it, at least at the moment. And taking their lead, turn it into potentially a bigger lead. As you still see some items coming through from both of these two teams. I mean, PS slightly ahead when it comes to kills with just a 4 advantage. But again,
shit, pure content savage. How do you deal with your lane being frozen? You can put pressure on them, and it seems too easy for enemy to chill behind top. Ideally, you want to make it so your lane doesn't get frozen in the first place. So if you think your opponent has a risk of freezing it, then you want to like not push the wave. But if you're in a winning matchup, you don't really care. If you're in a winning matchup, them freezing the lane is not necessarily that bad, because sometimes you can pressure them under tower if you're strong enough. It really depends. What position do you play in Dota? I was an offlane main.
Doesn't eliminate the deficit, but does give a little bit of map control and potentially a walker.
I was just thinking like Cat Girl and Friends. Maybe it's going to be Play With Me and Friends instead of DMS.
Will you record more hero guides? I'm not sure. Maybe. I might do a race guide.
And DMS are able to get kill after kill without any sort of response. You're going to see DMS.
Yeah, I might do a race guide.
Come back in. Sav has had enough of this. The stun comes in to help him out here, not to mention the fly away and the airdrop.
You have any tips on how to solo in against McGinnis? Make sure that you respect the wall. The wall is the scariest part of her kit. So anytime that she has wall up, make sure that you are always aware that you could be wall at any moment, and try to play in positions that make it so that if you are walled, you will be fine. Other than that, that's the main tip. Play for Lassus. She's pretty hard to beat in lane, but she's not impossible to beat in lane. When you had a 1v3 offlane back in the day, every sliver of XP was like tracked through. How do you determine losing matchup from a skill issue?
I kind of playing this well at the moment.
You guys are real good, thanks man. Hey, no worries. People still sleeping on Wraith? Yeah, that's crazy.
Kind of falling behind with the amount of deaths he's had so far in this game.
Dota Heroes tier list? What, like, BSJ already does tier list every patch. He's got that covered, no?
I don't know if they actually got the buff, and Sap is over.
You often spiral feed in lays when I loot. How do I avoid having really bad starts? Most likely, if you're having really bad starts, it's because your positioning in lane sucks. I've coached enough. I've coached like 50 people at this point. I can tell you that the #1 reason why people die in lane is because they take... Okay, there's actually 2 reasons, okay? BSJ quit Dota for Deadlock? No shot. No shot he did that. There's no shot he quit Dota for Deadlock. No, I don't believe it.
Together, and I talk about the idea of chipping away at the lead. Well, guess what? That leads.
What was I gonna say? Yeah. So 2 things in lane. The reasons people die in lane. #1, they take way too much trooper damage. Because they don't stand behind their minions. Open his Twitch. What's his Twitch? I don't even know what his Twitch is. Is it just banana slamma jamma? Let me just pull it up.
They're gonna get the turn in here. DMS might have just pulled off a quick turnaround and got themselves back in the game.
Good micro plays, Jason. It's not even the world's best rotations. It's just at times finding an
on his Twitch, it still talks about Dota. His latest VOD is Dota, is it not?
Just so much damage, well timed.
His latest VOD is literally Dota.
Sleep darts, great tracking. I feel like a Haze almost has.
And then weeks ago he was playing Deadlock, but like. I don't think that means Deadlock in his chat. Okay.
From the average Haze that we see even at this level of play.
Alright, I'll do it.
Play with these playing CS here, man. Some of these peaks, these pixel peaks he's doing, these angles he's holding. I swear he's playing like it's a game of Counter-Strike. But You're completely right, and I feel like that's kind of what goes into what I was saying earlier on, is that it's not just play with me that's insanely good. It's the fact that his team can play around him insanely well as well, allowing him to be this impactful by allowing him by playing around the style he wants to use. And speaking of, he gets the full 1v1 against Litz with an easy kill. He's up to 19,000 souls now.
My main focus for now is Deadlock. Wait, no shot.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we're about to see a pause.
Bro hasn't made videos in a month.
No, CP, it's not smooth. It's schmoove.
Yes, you're right. In that case, absolutely.
Guys, if this is what someone quitting for Deadlock looks like what are we thinking? What's going on here? You quit for Deadlock and you make 5 videos?
Disappearing before your eyes in a way.
What's happening?
Whoa, that haze is pretty good. And then, of course,
no way. Is your Lash guide still relevant today? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Man's grinding offline.
Where was that damage?
Thumbnails go. Yeah, his thumbnails are actually pretty good, I'll say. They're not bad. They're better than mine for sure.
And then I have to remember, I'm old, I'm washed up, and I'm just really not that good.
Oh yeah, shit, my bad. All right, okay, lane stuff. Okay, lane stuff. 2 reasons. Reason number 1: people take way too much damage from troopers. Okay, if you want a realization that will shock you forever, go in your recent match, your latest match that you played. Okay, fast forward through the laning stage and have the little. Okay, so have this panel of incoming damage open. Here, I'll do it right now. Okay, go like in your latest game, download the replay. Yeah, I'll do one that I have the replay downloaded maybe. Fuck. Fuck. Download the replay. Okay, this one's gonna download pretty quick because it's a small replay. We're paused right now in the game. We got time to explain this.
It was just the right amount of time for the ad break because we're getting right back into it.
Fuck, we're getting back into it. Okay, so what you do is you go into your POV, you just fast forward, you go like 16x, you look at incoming damage, and you just look at your damage sources, and what you'll see is that a lot of players, even sometimes myself, will take a ton of damage from troopers, right? As you can see, troopers is still one of my highest damage sources, and I guarantee you, for you guys, it'll be way higher if you look. The amount of damage you'll have taken from troopers will be like insanely high, like way higher than you think. Okay? So anyway.
I think consistent's a really good word, and it doesn't necessarily like stand out massively.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is people tend to itemize poorly and position poorly, taking way too much damage, and not. So the biggest reason for that is they don't understand creep priority. So very simply put, if you have more creeps than the enemy does, be aggressive. If you have less creep than the enemy does, be passive and don't just peek all over the place. Okay? Try to use cover all the time. It's mostly a positioning and aggression / passiveness understanding. A lot of people are passive when they should be aggressive and aggressive when they should be passive. Vice versa.
Will the damage be there to actually kill him off?
Yeah, I don't know if Pocket's the right choice. Maybe the
Can you answer me, Mr. Streamer? Oh boy, what do we got here? What did I miss? What should you do as Lash when the enemy has too many slowing hexes? You get Ethereal Shift or Debuff Remover, or just Debuff Reducer can help you. So yeah, you need one of those items. Or like Unstoppable, I guess, if they have that many Debuff Removers. What's a good amount of damage to take from creeps? There is no universal answer to this. I literally cannot answer your question, and the simple reason for that is sometimes it's okay to tank creeps if you're getting a ton of damage on them. So I am afraid I cannot answer that. I'm sorry.
Speaking of haze, gets to sleep down into Zanya.
What about Purge Deadlock channel? I haven't seen. I've seen like a video, I think. I mean, Purge is kind of the GOAT, you know.
For now, the puddle punch as well to help him escape. Good support play out of debuff here.
All right, we got the cube.
Here's the thing though, if Purge didn't have a following at all and started making content today, do we think he would make it? Because I kind of think he wouldn't, because he's like super long form content, and I feel like that just doesn't really work that much more. Like, I feel like there's no shot. I don't think he would make it today, you know what I mean? Like, he's the GOAT. I love Purge. I love Purge. I love his content in Dota. You know, I loved when he's like an analyst in tournaments or whatever. But if he started today, would he make it in content? I'm not sure. He would need to like do content that's very different. What is worth more, denying or harassing? Really depends. I would say that unless you can kill them, if you can't kill them, denying is worth more. If you can kill them, harassing is worth more. Would you consider posting coaching sessions if your student was okay with it? Yes. Also, guys, don't worry about reposting the same question if I haven't answered it. Like, I don't mean to ignore you guys, and I don't really care if you post it 5 times. I just, you know, I can't read everything. It's hard. Who would be a better lover, Warden or Kelvin? Definitely Kelvin. Warden would not love you.
I mean, at least does bait PS over towards the right-hand side of the map. It's allowing Presses to continue to farm over in lane 2. It's allowing Wolfie to go push out lane 1.
Is it worthwhile to heavy melee cancel if you don't buy melee charge? Only, not really. Only if you go for melees, but yeah.
I think PS, they're looking for trades right now.
Do you have any good Kelvin players to recommend learning from? I think in North America, Kaluge plays a ton of Kelvin, but I don't think he really streams. Piggy in EU plays a lot of Kelvin and he streams, so there's Piggy, maybe. Oh, boom. Dude, I haven't even been paying attention to the game. Warden doesn't even talk to his wife. Yeah, true, probably. Does Paradox Carbine get silenced while invisible? I don't understand the question. Listic is sick when he plays? Yeah, but Listic often plays like Gun Kelvin and shit. How do you feel about her bloat? What?
They're gonna lose that on Psycho with a good catch out of together. But we can see DMS are still grouped up in lane 2. I mean,
oh, feel like Dota and League have too many. I think Dota players love the fact that there's so much to their game. I mean, I loved it when I was a Dota player, even when I wasn't trying to go pro, and I loved the fact that Dota had so much things to learn and so much depth to it, because the game has been out for like, you know, 12, 13 years or whatever.
Obviously, he's been farming a lot of the jungle, but to keep up with the haze is going to be very important.
What do you think about earn cheese strats? Meh. Not the biggest fan, but I'm not like, yeah. Does he give consent? I'll ask again. Are you planning to go full professional streamer, full professional player, or more streamer content creator in high ranks? Whatever works best for me, and you know, the income that I need to put food on the table, pay the mortgage, whatever. Unlike most players that are trying to go pro, I have IRL responsibilities. You know, I have a mortgage, I have a wife, pets, whatever. Like, I got a lot of things to take care of, so you know, yeah, basically going pro, it might be possible for me, it might not be possible, but whatever is best for me. I love competing. You live by yourself? No, I live with my wife and our 2 cats and fish.
Next, when he does go for the buy, I mean, he's insanely deadly already.
Do hazes just have insane jungle clear speed? Not anything crazy. It's faster than a decent amount of characters, but it's not faster than like 7 or even Wraith or Infernus. Do you walk your goldfish? Yeah. I take my goldfish on little walks. You think Majestic Leap is still good on pocket builds? Yeah, I think so. Good man, thank you. Oh shit, here we go. Look at this.
But Plaything just continues to pick up these openings with high damage. Goes unstoppable, goes bullet dance.
I like it.
I think it was a zoning bullet dance, unironically, to give time for the rescue beam. Not even kidding.
I think the unstoppable was used. I don't think you can be paradoxical swapped when unstoppable's up, right?
No, so you cannot.
Yeah, so he doesn't get swapped into the enemy team. He stays alive. A very small micro play was fantastic, and they actually still might get a catch either way.
Yeah, they're making really good catch plays right now. Sonya down.
For them, unfortunately, but either way, I mean, it kills.
You guys are planning on making more French Canadians? Are you crazy? We'll see.
Yeah, I think.
How do you manage gaming time with relationship time? We've been disagreeing on that. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Obviously, she would want me to spend more time with her and less time gaming. I guess the main way that I kind of make it work, I guess, is you know, for me, it's how I earn my money right now. Like, this is what I do, and so I have to do it. The biggest issue is like the schedule. Since I'm scrimming, you know, I'm often busy in the evening and whatever, so yeah, it's hard. We haven't found the perfect solution to it yet. We're working on it. I haven't found the solution 100% yet. Hi, where are from Team DMS? They're European. I don't know where all of them are from. Play with me. Yeah, I actually don't know.
So good at knowing when he can enter fights, because we're not really in any of these team fights.
How do you dodge the trooper damage? Don't go for melee? No, just play behind your troopers. As long as you're behind your troopers, the enemy troopers won't harass you. You can go for melee when the trooper is isolated, and when it's about to die, it's not going to target switch on you. You have to learn Deadlock from scratch. What hero you're picking? It doesn't really matter what hero you pick to learn Deadlock. Whatever hero is most fun to you. Some heroes are easier than others, but at the end of the day, the hero that you find most fun will be the one that's best for learning. 11 Russian and just 1 Ukrainian? I see, interesting. Could Majestic Leap still be viable on the Lash? Yeah, you can still use it. It's just not as good, but it's still fine.
Frankly, the way Process and Wolfie are doing, they do have other ways, but the haze play has been the standout.
Is playing Kelvin bad? Is playing gun Kelvin bad when playing ranked? Because I do pretty well with it. If you do well with it, keep going. It's not that bad. I think it's okay. Has ranked team quality gotten worse for you as number of players went down from the massive peak? Ranked team quality has gone down for me because most NA Eternus players aren't playing ranked. But most NA Eternus players still play the game. It's not like they quit Deadlock, they just don't play ranked. Yo, thanks for the prime WTF _. Let me just check my phone because I've got plans with friends later.
Yeah, isn't that very? I mean, if you see a team make it scream, then they back away and they don't actually force the fight off of that, then you never know when mid boss is actually being taken. So, no, until it dies, right? But
I almost feel like there's, I don't know what the second part is, like if you see a team make it scream and then, you know, some other part there in terms of just, you know.
Wait, is Vegas playing tonight? He's on the server. Very interesting.
Take it with care, but DMS, they're keeping the pressure on up. They want Pajala Scumbria to come in for this fight.
Yeah, well, I stopped on the screen part because chat didn't like my last comment I made about Vindicta. So we'll move on from there. As again, they obviously at least pulled the attention out of PS here towards.
Is Vegas subbing tonight?
We're not seeing anything.
Yo, anyone in chat tell me if Vegas is subbing for a team? For NA?
Stop play with me because you know what, he has unstoppable. As Wolf is gonna pick up Hardeki.
Do you want to be that guy? American high-rank gamers always act too cool for ranked. No, honestly, you kind of have a point. You kind of have a point.
If they lose anyone else, they potentially could lose mid boss off the back of this.
Jason, Hardeki is a marked man to where I think Hardeki needs to get a veil and needs to get it soon.
No. Going for melees on minions is still worth it, guys. I mean, you have to. It's situational. You shouldn't go for melees if you're gonna get shot by the enemy a bunch for it. But meleeing minions is fine. Just don't stand in front of them the whole time as you're like before you melee. Just make sure that the melee is to finish them off. You're subbing Lefa tonight?
He's like, I'm in trouble, like that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a strong Ralph Wiggum energy that's coming in, where the frozen shelter is down. You got Kelvin in front. You got Mirage in back. You quite literally cannot escape. I think he just used his briefcase also. So Wolfie's odds of living not great, but it does give us time to talk about team fights. And it was almost a blink and you miss it moment. But Hardeki got hit from multiple ends, I think, including a press to snipe. And
is there information on your team? What's the team of your name? Yeah. You still take 7 bullets on Mirage after the nerfs? Really depends on the game sometimes. Not as mandatory as it was. If this was NA, there's no way DMS let PS have Mirage and Paradox. Very true. Very true.
If you're getting that level of focus fire.
But it doesn't matter.
Even then, it's not even an ideal situation, Jason, because if your 33k player is...
Are there any techs you recommend low MR players rail in Sandbox? I think the most important tech right now is the zipline movement tech. I think zipline movement tech, you really need to... Is your 6 not stream? Wait, do I not have 6 players? Deathy, me? That's me. The only person that I haven't listed their stream is me. Almost like you have to be streamed to be in a team. No, you really don't. I had to like fucking twist my teammates' arms to stream. Like Boink wasn't streaming. Tankman wasn't streaming for a while. Yeah, you really don't have to stream to be on a team. Just the way it was laid out. Yeah, fair. Which of the Hero Lab characters could be your next main? Magician probably.
What? How does
oh, the tech. No, I'm not talking about the stamina tech from the zipline. I'm talking about like using control to keep your momentum off the zipline and then doing some stuff.
He's a honey badger. He just does whatever.
Even in smaller teams, a lot of stream. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, right? If you're playing Deadlock with any hope at all of becoming pro, you kind of need to stream. Even if you have the slightest hope, right?
Jason, the deficit is not that high, but you have to now consider for Pajala Scumbria.
W Tankman stream. Thank you for interacting with chat so much. W stream vibes. Let's go. Dude, this game's good. Game 3, 28 minutes, 20k lead. 20k lead at 28 minutes is not insane. Like, it's still 100% winnable for PS. Especially if they get, like, a good viscous ult.
You need to relieve the pressure on Hardeki, and you need to have an answer for play with me. Both of these things.
How do you play with Magician? That gun's velocity is atrocious. Yeah, but you don't play around the gun. You play around the bolt does insane damage.
I think part of
hey, Deathy, do you think it's Go over until Shiv gets buffed. No, Shiv is still fine right now. Shiv is playable right now. We saw him picked earlier in the tournament. He's picked in scrims and NA. Shiv is fine right now. He's not OP, but I think he's fine. What do you think about EU and NA teams? It seems like EU is a more competitive scene. Yeah, EU definitely has a more competitive scene. I think EU is better at very active style of gameplay. Yeah, EU's scene is definitely more competitive. I mean, overall, they also just have more players than EU. Is there an upcoming tournament? Yeah, there is this weekend. Shiv can still be a menace if he builds right and is good. Yeah, 100%. You're just no longer server admin. Yeah, true.
That also put the Paradox right in range for the steal. Beauty. Absolute beauty.
I'm just so confused on so many fronts. Like, why did Hopix go Stone Farm earlier to make sure to get the stun? Why was he in?
Our pro Warden's playing Gunner Spirit. Depends on the Warden. They're playing both.
I feel like that was just a mistake out of DMS.
I play mostly Gun. Hydration plays mostly Spirit. I've seen EU Wardens go Gun. I've seen them go Spirit. This one's going Gun, for example, here.
Sacrifice worth it here.
As you can see, this one is Intensifying Mag, Pristine Emblem, Fleetfoot, and Headhunter, with a lot of tankiness.
He's back with a vengeance. He's going to be looking for these kills.
Do you think Valve's Position Magician is an alternative to Paradox since they have Swap as a placeholder ult? That's been changed. It's no longer Swap is no longer Magician's ult. So no.
Very favorable terrain. If you cannot.
So you got a question? Is there a way to replenish the stamina bar by using transit lines? Yeah, there is. All right, I'll show you guys real quick. I'll show the tech.
Usually on the hard decky.
I'll play McGinnis. Actually, it's easier if you have a lot of stamina because you can show it off. I'll get superior stamina. So if you hop on the line and if you just go back on the line and you go on the ground and then you go back on the line and then you go on the ground and you go back on the line and go back on the ground, it replenishes stamina. Replenishes 1 stamina every time you go back.
At least if they just rush the
you can just kind of boom, boom, boom. You can kind of just do this. And then you go back to full. You don't need to touch ground? Yeah, but if you don't touch ground, it uses the stamina. Look. I guess actually you don't. Because actually, let me see.
They dropped the shelter and their opponent just said, "Nah, we're gonna fight you instead." So yeah, it carries a lot of risk. Fight though, taking place in the.
Because look, if you don't touch the ground, you don't really gain the stamina. You don't really gain it. You just because you use it to get it back on it, unless I'm like missing something. But I'm definitely using my stamina to get it back. Yeah, I know you were telling me. I know you told me about it. But like you're clearly using your stamina to get back, right? If you don't touch the ground, you're not executing. Okay, what do you execute? Why is the stream like this? What's going on? Why is the? It's timing? Really?
DMS down 3.
Interesting.
May have been the sacrifice here as DMS though.
Okay, well maybe there is a way to do it.
So it's a very mixed bag, but all in all, it still leaves us with a very even game.
Objectives. Right now, PS, you have Play With Me dead. You need to look for some objectives here. There's no mid-boss to take still for another minute.
Oh, I see. It's just really fast. Oh, okay, if you do it really fast. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, that's really easy, actually.
To get control of this game. You're only 8K behind now. Great little turnaround. I mean, yeah, we talked about Play With Me. He's looking for hard.
Okay, timing is really easy, actually. It's not hard. You just need to spam it.
But then he died after, and they were able to snowball.
You just need to spam it.
I think. I don't want to say. I didn't really see what happened with Prestis, but.
Yeah. All right. Time to look back at the game. Gonna get patched once pros catch on. Yeah, probably. Definitely seems like a bug. I'll report the bug immediately.
And this. So we talked about one curse, right? Which
is it the ability or raw stats or both that makes Pristine Emblem widely played? It's both. Random question: do you think Deadlock will ever reach LoL or Dota's hero count in the far future? It seems very possible. It's definitely possible. I don't know. Dota has a lot of heroes. I don't know how many League has. I don't know if Deadlock will get to Dota amount, but it'll definitely get a lot higher.
So dual purpose.
How would you report the camera work for this tourney? What do you mean report?
So it limits what Wolfie can.
League is like 150? Really?
It also limits what Vindicta.
Does League actually have 150? Let me look this up. League amount of champs.
It's a good item in general.
169 champions. Oh my god.
For what PS is dealing with in DMS, it gives them
that's a lot.
Versus Wolfie and Play With Me, especially.
Play with me, still pushing
169 in League of Legends.
Over in top mid at the moment.
You were able to do a stamina trick without touching the floor? Yeah, Sam. You just have to do it really fast. It's way too much. 169 does seem like a shit ton. But then again, Dota has 126 and it's totally fine. Oh, that's not ideal.
Keeping them alive is going to be more important as the fight's going to continue to happen here. PS looking to back off as actually both teams just backing away.
Dota got 2 heroes this year, true.
Respawning. I mean, that's got to be it, right? That's got to be the avenue for these teams to fight.
Significant resources were burned on both.
How would you rate the camera work? Previous question. I would say the camera work for this tourney is better than a lot of other tourneys. Doing camera for this game is really hard, though. I think here they're just going to force mid because they don't have Haze ult and they don't have IV ult and they don't have Pocket ult. So they're just like, hey, we're just going to force mid boss. See what happens.
No ult. I think they still might have one curse available team-wise.
This guy went Frenzy on Warden, which I can see it. I don't think it's that good. Wait, okay, huge swap. Oh, there goes Ivy. That was a huge swap. I think that this fight is going to determine victory. Where would you look to improve lane if you're doing well at the trooper damage part? I'm Archon 2 and taking about 500 damage, trooper damage by 10 minutes consistently. I mean, it's not just about trooper, but are you taking a lot of damage from peeking, right? A lot of the issue I see is positioning based. A lot of players don't shoot creeps enough. Like they take too long to kill the creeps. They're not efficient. And they take way too much damage from enemy abilities as well as troopers. What is the observer doing? Uh-oh.
Presses got him actually backed away in lane 3. We can see the play from the high ground as well. That's going to be Hardeki to lead.
Oh, here we go. Oh my god, it's fat. Oh. Wait, huge rescue beam?
Will they win the fight's going to be the question, as mid-boss has not been finished off here, and DMS have been able to force PS back, at least for now.
Rotations worked out too. Hardeki was not under the gun for a change, and oh boy, Vindicta down.
Oh, Demov down.
Bang, bang, bang.
That's big. Big kill.
No fourth bang though, unfortunately. No. Didn't need it.
That's a big kill. Do you think there's any place for buybacks in Deadlock? I think that the direction the game is taking right now, they definitely do not want buybacks. Does the Shiv game guide you posted age well? I think it ages fine, yeah. I think it ages fine. I mean, obviously the nerfs just make it worse, but the playstyle hasn't really changed much, in my opinion. Observer mode is hard to use, yeah, for sure.
Over the top. Gets hit the slowing hex. Play with me. Hop pursuing the Hardeki from behind. Hardeki turns, drops a lightning ball. Tass already down.
What do you think of players chewing their rank by only playing the... I mean, I don't really think anything of it. At the end of the day, like, you know, you're playing ranked, you're gonna want to play the most, like, powerful characters. So I think it's totally fair. I think it's fine.
Hardeki's very low in HP. He's gonna have to back away, or does he? He takes down.
That's every game, yeah, exactly. So, like if things are very strong. Wow, this is a slobber knocker.
Are still low on HP. He's gonna get the catch onto one. Zanya used the tornado escape here, and mid boss, it's still alive. Both teams disengaging the fight completely, and at the end of the day, I mean, PS only have a 3K soul lead.
Trade-up fight like that gives us a very even game, and oh wow, Pajulia Scorbria, they go only 3, no problem, you only got 2, we're going for the mid boss. And what is this contest gonna look like here, Jason? DMS,
oh, the viscous ball is so big we can't see shit. Please zoom out. Thank you. Oh, Rejuvenator goes to PS. Okay.
They disengaged and went back in to just finish off the Rejuvenator, and DMS forced to back away now.
Ranked has hero armor to some extent? Yeah, it does to some extent, yeah.
Both ways in this third map alone. I mean, I feel like a week or two ago.
But it might not be great if you have low games on them. No, I don't really think that matters because I think you'll still rank up.
In this best of 3 series.
Rank update every week is so shit. No ban/draft is legit troll. I mean, you know, they're working on it. We'll see what happens. I agree that right now ranked is not great, but we'll see.
Not necessarily getting their way in the latter half.
Balls blocking the scammer, stay hard. Is it the Apex Pro Hardeki? Yes, it is.
Evolve a little bit tactically here too, Jason, as we enter the final act in the final map here in Deadlock Fight Night EU. It's been a journey.
And the last time we saw DMS push like this was last week against Buff and
This is a very long game, by the way. By today's standards, by this patch of standards, 38 minutes is like almost unheard of.
That are stopping him on PS's side. Not to mention the Urn's going to be turned in.
Locates his skill to be able to pick up broken meta characters, play them well. True.
15k souls really isn't that much between the two teams. But what's his answer?
You think Zania's from Apex as well? Maybe.
To delay the fight even longer. Can he even delay the fight long enough to get both of those curses out so he can go in cleanly?
Honestly, the weekly update, I don't see how the weekly update is the worst feature or how like it's, you know, I'm pretty neutral about the weekly update. It's just like, okay, like, you know, you get to see your rank go up once a week. Who cares?
Can help a lot in that regard, but 6 seconds versus something that can just be put on you at any point. But Jason,
like, I don't think it's even close to the worst part. Rank goes down, yeah, then what can you do?
And also just the stats of being the champion of Europe.
Every game in Seeker is this long. In High Phantom, you don't think you've seen a game shorter than 38 minutes? Interesting. Your ADHD, my bad, guys.
So very carefully.
There's no reason to play outside the 7 games. No, there is. All of your games are counted. It's not just the 7 games that are counted. All of your games. Is rank up capped? I think the highest rank up that we've seen is like 14 ranks. You can rank up a lot.
This match in Deadlock esports history, which it actually might be up there. I don't think I've seen many matches.
You think not being able to see your rank contributes to a bad mental? In what way?
Not between.
Since I was from Apex, interesting. Okay.
I would say teams that have been playing sloppy or making basic mistakes. At times you can see it go this long, but to have a game that's been this close, it's had so many twists and turns so far, both tactically. Both in terms of the items that are being built and shifting around. I mean, Jason, we're looking at Wolfie in its refresher pocket right now. That is the universe we have now journeyed into.
Okay.
And how many games? I have no idea.
The double afflictions.
You much prefer weekly update? Weekly update thing is fine. You just wish I had more feedback on what impact it. Yeah, I do agree that we don't really have any idea what things are weighted in their algorithm, so it's hard to say whether it's good or bad.
Refresh it on the people. You could get a better play. You could get on a different half of the team. It's definitely useful.
We're in uncharted territory.
Swap them in.
Yeah, the rest
Okay, swap. All right, Hapek's dead again. Damn. They're just swapping the rescue beam character. That's actually pretty smart. They're swapping the Ivy. The Ivy needs to make sure she doesn't get swapped because she is the rescue beam character. If they get staggered here, by the way, it's GG. Oh, it's actually GG. It's actually GG. All right, GG. Unless, no, there's no way, right? Surely they're able to close this out, right?
Their tournament life and the $1,000 on the line.
Task, he got him the steal on mid boss. He got him the swap here on Hapex to open up the fight here into the base of DMS. Can Task look to finish this out for him and his team? Is still going to continue to go on the chase here. Sap gets stunned up before he can get back in towards the base. The patron.
Does rank even matter in a game that's not open to the public? They added it to appease the shitty matchmaking threads, but it's clearly not a priority. I mean, it's definitely not the #1 priority. Let's make that clear. If people want to care about ranked and they want to improve, that's totally fine. Like, I want to improve. I would like to be a turn of 6, you know, but at the same time, like, you know, it is what it is. You lose a game in compounds and you are now on losing streak back to back.
Reclaim the title of Europe and take home the $1,000, EP.
A response from Paja Elias Cumbria. They complete the comeback.
We don't know that losing streaks or winning streaks matter at all in Deadlock. Or they could, though. We don't know. Imagine not being a turn of 6. All right, Rena, you're not even ranked, bro. Are you even? Where are you on the leaderboards? Take a look. Leaderboards, North America. Let's take a look here. Let me search Rena. No results. Weird. Why are there no results? Strange. Who is Yams owes me 1 mil? Who is that? Interesting.
This match had it all. It really did. It felt like it slowed down
okay.
at a few points, but it slowed down to give the match time to breathe, for good decisions to be made, for great plays on both ends. Whether it be play with me taking control of the mid game or the Hardeki download and adaptation.
Talking about mental, not MMR? Oh, I see. Interesting. What rank am I? I'm a Turnus 4. You think I would alias under my own name? Yeah, true.
Well, exactly.
I don't see any of your aliases on here, though. Unless you're the Wraithist, which I don't think you are.
once again.
I'm actually not sure who the Wraithist is, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Europe brings us the most intense matches in Deadlock, I swear.
Yeah,
plays a lot of Wraith though.
There's so many interesting storylines in that game. Obviously, we started out with the whole Haze storyline because
plays a lot of Wraith.
Like Play With Me, the way that Play With Me executes with the Haze is just like
Your Whisper is in the corner of
finding good timing,
is it?
continuing the farm, and the team understands how to support Play With Me doing that. So it's like uniquely suited. This seems uniquely suited to actually like pick Haze and perform with it. And we go out of that.
I don't see anything in the corner of my stream. Did I move it out?
So long. It then became all about that mid boss right at the end because that was like the really
shit, true.
Suddenly, you know,
damn, let me just boom, deleted. I'll take a look another time. Open it. Ah, come on, I have some respect for privacy.
Stay alive, and the pick because of the swap happens to Hapex, and let's not forget Hapex is like ridiculous.
Nah, you're not gone. I'll check it. Did Sinatra quit Deadlock? I haven't seen Sinatra in a long time. Maybe he queues like super late night though. I don't know.
The game long enough to bring Hardeki online in the way that he came online to be able to deal with that later mid boss. Again,
Joe Biden in turn is 4. True. Joe Biden's sick.
Said all the curses come online, and when that happened, all the curses came online, which you guys were talking about. That would have been the counter.
I hate it when you lie.
And suddenly that changed everything. And just that mid boss was on a razor's edge for so long.
All right, Ennie's coming up next. Are we excited?
That if they messed it up,
I'm not gonna lie. I don't really care about what's going on there. Well, not that I don't really care, but you know. We excited for NA? Last I saw, DDK is the manager of the 100T Valorant team. Wait, he was? Interesting. Oh, here he is. Yo, how many of you would be if there was like a Kovacs if there were like Kovacs specific levels for like Deadlock, how many of you would play it, or like Aim Labs or whatever? Is it possible to sort of the Deadlock heroes into pause 1 like 5 like in Dota? Sorta, not really. The answer is not really, but maybe with time. Yo, Real Morality, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. You would play a lot. You would every day. Kovacs is lacking so badly. Fair. You might have to. Okay, you probably would. 100%. Yes, Kovacs is fun. Alright. Okay. You think Cartoon made a Deadlock playlist? Yeah, I think so. In Aim Labs. But it's not like... I checked the playlist and it's like... It's just... It's pretty, like... It's pretty generic, you know what I mean? Like, I'd want, like, a playlist that's, like, super, like, Deadlock focused, you know? I mean, no disrespect to Cartoon. Love Cartoon. I'm not saying his playlist is bad, if that makes sense, but yeah. Not enough. Yeah. This game needs a 1v1 lane sim? Interesting. You can just 1v1 people. You do the soul confirming one a lot? Yeah, I tried the soul confirming one in Kovacs, but I don't really like it because it doesn't... I don't think the souls actually, like, simulate soul behavior. Like, I would want it to, like, simulate this, like, behavior, you know what I mean? Where it spawns, like... I would want, like, a scenario where you shoot, like, a standing still target for a little bit, and then after you shoot it, an orb spawns randomly, and it either goes straight up, you know, straight to the left, like, diagonally to the left. I think the options are diagonally to the left, straight up, diagonally to the right, or, like, it stays there. Are they going to fix camera zoom? At some point, it's probably pretty low on their priority list, though. You already Voltaic, Platinum, and Kovacs. Do you think specific Deadlock Kovacs scenario would help that much? I guess it's player dependent. I coach a lot of people whose mechanics are part of the problem, or like they struggle with their mechanics. And so I think that would help those people. But if your mechanics are not your issue, then it probably would just like be nice, but it wouldn't. Yeah. So I don't know if the orb staying down is intended or not. At this point, I assume it is, but maybe it's not. Specific behavior doesn't matter if you can't even name in the first place. That's true. But I think it would help a lot of people feel as though it's more helpful if it's 100% related to the type of aiming that you need in Deadlock, right? But yeah. I agree with you that in general, just general aim training will always help. If you want to practice the orbs, you just shoot in Sandbox. That's fair. But in Sandbox, it's like not the same, I feel. But I guess it has that. But I want to make like a full play. I would like a full playlist, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's fair though. Who's in the any part? So you've got Yuki Panuki or whatever, which is I forget everybody on that team, so I don't want to say the rosters. We'll see them. That's Yuki Panuki versus Llama Lords, and then I think at least, and then it's Hydra Nation versus whoever wins that. I won't be around to watch all of it, by the way. I do have to. I'm probably gonna end stream in an hour, so we'll probably get a chance to see the first match and maybe part of the second one. And then I'll probably have to host somebody else who's watching or host the main channel. Because I do have something planned with friends later. Yeah, I know. Doing stuff IRL. Disgusting. Disgusting. How do you build a tanky warden? Depends tanky in what way. I would say that my warden build is not squishy. Like you have combat barrier Veilwalker. So you're actually like, you're decently tanky. But at the same time, it does fall off later into the game. Like you're not very tanky. Because barriers fall off. How dare you going outside? True. I think it's crazy there are so many people who say aim training does nothing. It's like their common sense section of the brain turned off. I mean, obviously, aim training does something. I'm on the camp that it's like, hey, if your mechanics are the issue, then you should probably aim train to an extent. But at the same time, if you don't enjoy aim training, then you shouldn't like force yourself to do it. Like, I mean, it's like anything, I guess. You can force yourself to do it. If you really want to be the best, it'll probably be, you know, good. But yeah. Gamers, do I like the earn mechanic? I think it's a step in the right direction. I think it could still use some tuning, but we'll see. Thank you for the raid, Yams. Much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream. We're watching the tournament whenever it's back on. We're waiting.
The story of NA has certainly been about who controls Hydra Nation.
Let's listen.
So we'll have to see
story of NA.
Any of these.
Are you in queue? No, I'm not in queue. I'm just waiting for the tournament.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for you guys at home watching. We're gonna have a short little break.
You had to ask Ronald to not touch grass. You had to ask the same of you. Sorry, guys. Are barriers better than armors now that games are shorter?
Of the Deadlock Fight Night.
Not really, because everybody has more money too, so people can buy shred and like people have more damage earlier. So yeah. I think Veilwalker is kind of underrated, though. I think it's a pretty good item. Invis is very strong. Aim training can also be done in game. Yeah, kind of. I still think that outside aim training is good. Invis on a 3K feels so insane. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Go back scenarios where you do precise reactive tracking with bullet speed similar to Deadlock's ranges would be nice. Yeah, true. I think there's something to be done.
What the fuck? And I'm here to recap what all went down during the NA portion of Deadlock Fight Night. No team yet has been able to quite rival versus Hydra Nation.
Would that jump scared me.
Pulverizers be the one to do it and lift the crown this week? Wallix isn't the only bebopper in NA, as Pass secure bebop in draft. Would Wallix on the lash approve of how spooky is Jack and his tactics? Pass bait patron pulverizers into a fight in lane 2, being sneaky with Alju and Spooky tucked out of sight. However, Goober on the Gooboy turns things around.
Active as possible, Mercedes will get, I mean, no choice in the matter, getting thrown into the Guardian, gets taken down immediately, trades though, Alju coming in.
Boom.
To take out the lash.
British jump scare, true.
And the fight continues here as Patron.
Can you do a bit on item synergies?
Continue the action. Obviously, the pursuit of the strong puddle punch.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting idea.
With the primary fire,
I would need to think about it. Let me note that down. Item synergies. That's not a bad idea.
As Patron pulverizes,
let me just note that down.
Goober dives into the backline of Pass, distracting them. However, his own backline would dismantle.
Let me put that in my Google Docs.
Lose 4
not a bad idea.
For only 1 kill.
Get to the same spot. Meanwhile, Goober into the fray on the goo ball. Quick Q. Poshipop still caught by Mercedes.
Dude, they just lost his sub for the double typo. Yeah, what's going on, Obelisk? Why'd you lose your sub? What's happening?
And it's past Dan. Getting the better of the so far.
You think the current draft style is best for tournaments? Yeah, I think so. I think the draft style has pretty much been agreed upon that it's like, okay, this is the best that we can do right now.
Patron pulverizers getting crushed.
The action continues to pop off in lane 4 as Scout trades 1 for 1.
Who ended up winning last game? I believe it was PS that won.
5 kills for 2 deaths in a great trade.
Back and forth here in the lane 4. Now looking to Braden on the Infernus, trading out shots with the 7. Concussive combustion over and in, says get over here, burn to cinders.
Boom.
However,
What's the draft style? Like a 1 ban per team, and then first pick, then 2 picks, then 2 picks, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Braden not done yet. Looking for the Viscous. More pressure on the Viscous. Parry not going to amount to anything. And Infernistan kind of coming online.
Even being down 36k souls, the Pulverizers show off what their comp can really do with some great synergy.
Going in for the telekinesis, that's exactly what we're seeing. Besides Warden, let's dance here one more time. Death Slam, telekinesis, Death Slam, the punishment.
You know, I'm starting to notice that the fact that there are 2 salties is going to be an issue. I think the 2 salties are going to need to like 1v1. I think they're going to need to 1v1.
Real nice, but punishment is perhaps nicer, where you got me. But did you want me? Is the real question that Spooky has to be asking there. And now, Patron Pulverizer is looking to take advantage. Bebop out of the fight. Zersby, a little bit of danger here on the 7th. Low HP, ground slam coming on in from Wallix. See Pocket gets stunned into the corner by Abram.
Knowing that Wallix has his cooldown on Death Slam, Pass decide to rush down mid-boss, and eventually the Pulverizers get baited into a fight.
One crawl, only one, hell yeah. What's the most banned hero? In NA, the most banned hero is probably like Paradox. Salty, the famous Rivals player. Would 1 extra ban per team change things much? Yes. Is it surprising to you Yamato wasn't picked? In what game? This was last week. You're talking about these games.
Two down. They get McGinnis in turn, but Patron Pulverizer is falling one by one, Dan. And with all the damage that's already been done, this could be game. They didn't have Death Slam up. They were down on ults. Their positioning wasn't really in time. But in the end, it doesn't matter. This is Pass, taking it over Patron Pulverizers.
Even though we've seen Hydra Nation deal with a Bebop before, it seems that they don't want to mess around with a stealthed up, double-plated up robot on a Wednesday afternoon as they ban it away. Pass, on the other hand, takes away the Kelvin Coolant. Continuing from the first match, Mercedes seems to have a perma-singularity, as his existence alone draws in players from the other team. Hydra Nation take a 2-for-1 exchange.
I kind of like this recap style, it's kind of nice. What makes Hydra Nation so strong? I would say that their biggest strength is their early game is way better than most other teams in NA right now. And they're very good at taking a lead and taking fights. Like, I would say that right now their biggest advantage is how good they are at fights. I think that they're the scariest team to kind of fight in like straight up 6v6 fights in NA. And so a lot of the time, if they get a lead early, then they're able to just like keep taking engagements and keep their lead and just like win those engagements consistently. They're really good at using their abilities and like executing fights and stuff. I think that's their biggest strength. This is a really well put together recap. Yeah, true.
Goes for the goo ball on the way out as the barrage just comes in from the back. Flick not wanting any part of that. And you take a look at the situation. Lefa says it's go time. Concussive combustion in. Focused on the McGinnis. Gets Carbine. Pressure coming in. McGinnis in their own health station, not able to live. Lefa laying on the power.
Fights across lane 2 and 4 net Hydra.
Most underrated hero right now for pro play? I think in NA maybe Warden. Warden's really quite strong, but in EU they seem to prioritize him highly, so. Use any launch options of the health bar? Rocker out, Vegas in? Just for tonight or forever? Like, what's going on there?
I got news for you. You're about to burst into flames.
I
did see Vegas joining the Discord for the fight night.
Where Pass were uninvited, the Hydras get a catch onto Braden, but Pass turn it around for a 3-for-1 trade. The Reju respawners allow Hydra Nation to get back into the fight, though, grabbing even more kills.
Abram's still under pressure, but the telekinesis eventually hits. Goes unstoppable off the seismic slam. Under pressure from all ends. Rocker.
Let's see, to stop telling people that Ivy is good. You're not getting her on purple prior sometimes. My bad, guys. Rocker's out for now, I believe. Oh, is he done, like, just done? Interesting. Alright, well. I'm pretty sure Vegas has said many times that he like won't play on a team and that he's focused on content creation, but I guess maybe he changed his mind, or maybe he's just ringing for tonight. Not sure.
This is really, really important to be on the killing blow. Oh, it's not going to be able to connect because the cube is going to block it, trying to slide through the veil. And
Vegas is obviously a good player, so he's, you know, he's definitely like, he can definitely replace Rocker. Are you on a team? Yeah, I am.
As Hydra Nation close out the map,
I want TF2 boomers.
The tires of Mercedes and Pass.
No. Once again, Mercedes has been the target of a multi-person game.
Vegas on a team, goodbye morale. Oh no.
On power, individual hero power. You got Leper here, he's not going to die. Just the nature of the lifesteal, the spirit lifesteal.
How do you think any teams would do against EU teams on LAN? I think right now EU teams have more like better teams than NA does. I think if there was a international LAN, I think Hydra Nation would probably be the one NA team that can compete with the EU teams right now. Hydra Nation would probably do fine. I think most other NA teams right now are a little bit weaker. Why does NA have like 3 times less Eterna 6s than EU? A lot of Eterna 6 players in NA just don't play ranked, boycotting it basically.
Only Leafer can play Infernus on Hydra Nation as he pulls off a sick dive onto Mercedes.
Well, Leper's just having too much fun here. Oh my god, he's going for it. Oh my goodness. There's a card coming through.
R.I.P. Mercedes.
Also for Leper, able to just dive this with him.
Continuing to fight across the map, success across different lanes net the Hydras a hefty 10k lead, 7 minutes in.
And as I say that, well, the combo begins, so Spooky says, yeah, you're right, I can't think of play. Heavy damage.
Rank them on miscooked when you're high MMR. Part of the reason why it's cooked is because a lot of people don't queue though, but yeah.
Incredibly low. Cube out from hydration, saves him from Brayden.
You guys playing these? If not, why don't you? Yeah, we do. We played in 2 or 3 of these. It's they swap out the challengers every week. So since we've already played in a few, then we've been swapped out.
Walks on in, gets lifted by the telekinesis into the walker, could get chain stunned, but doesn't matter.
Quig on Kelvin allows Hydra Nation to chase down Pass and secure 3 kills.
Path over the top, looking to chill down McGinnis, a little bit of damage on the Abrams. Salty falling in turn, and this continues to just add on here, Dan, where...
Can you help me find a good support Viscous build?
I think it's 22k lead, 11 minutes in.
Just like league play sort of thing. This is not a league. This is just a weekly show match that happens.
This is quite crazy, but we'll see if there's anything that can be done to stop this. Looks like McGinnis is going to be in some trouble here. Indeed, it's taken down, and Hydra Nation just farming the kills.
Dan, DMB looked Kelvin in the eyes and just could have emoted out and just said, I'm turning this in your face. What are you going to do about it?
It just went from bad to worse to cursed as Hydra Nation.
You're E6, you reach the ceiling and you can only lose it, nothing to gain. Yeah, that's also true. With no leaderboards, if you're E6, it's like you only play if you want to play, you don't play to rank up. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking very fun. So Vindicta making a second appearance.
Yo, what's up, Bob, aka Sean? How you doing? Is Ido's team playing today? Yes, they are. They're playing right about now. Draft is live. Right now the draft's happening. They're going to show it on stream soon enough.
Slowly but surely, looks like we're about to have a conclusion here. As
no signs of stopping. Nearly a 70k soul lead here. And 60k.
It might be one of the fastest games we've had, actually, ZP.
For Deadlock Fight Night, it absolutely is. It's going to go over the 15-minute mark, but not much over than that. As everything for Pass simply crumbles to ash. And Hydra Nation, the $1,000 Insight Dan, they can feel it, they can taste it, they can touch it.
Well, I mean, they could delay this. They could just not kill the patron. I mean,
hitting a top 500 after E6, maybe 250. I mean, being Eternus is being top 500 right now. If you're just Eternus, you're already top 500.
Telling me that 1625 is our shortest game, so this could still beat it.
Like globally, I think that there's about 500 Eternus players.
It's at half here, Dan. Hydra Nation on their way to becoming the 5-time champions here at Deadlock Fight Night. The patron is low. Alju gets a kill on the flick, but it is inevitable. The patron goes on lower and lower, and it is Hydra Nation, your champions.
The game is an alpha, and it's the first iteration of ranked. Yeah, for sure. Do you think they're going to give us more crosshair freedom in the future? Probably, yeah. A few more people able to play for 14 hours a day since release. True. All right, come on, get it started, get it going. I don't get enough time for this. All right. Have you ever seen Infernus players heavy melee cancel with ult? I've done it myself, yeah. What build does Merriman use on Viscous? I don't even know if his build's published. I think he has his own build. I don't think he has anything published though. But you can just use, I would recommend if you play Viscous, you can use the Goober Ball Hybrid. It's a good one, but yeah, he doesn't have anything published. Who even is Yumi Panuki? Hey, what's up, Mooseby? Just tuning in. What teams have played so far? Any Josie games? Yeah, a lot of the EU games were good, but we were too busy talking about other things. So, yeah. Who's on Llama Lords? It's Ido, Calc, Naked, Sizzlucky, Lord NM. Ido, Calc, Naked, Sizzlucky, Lord NM. Who am I missing? Rokane. No info on Wikipedia. Oh yeah, I believe that Yumi Panuki, we've played them before. Their roster is, let me tell you, their roster is, yeah, so their roster is Grave, Rundus, XD001, Alju, Goober70, and Fickle Frog. So it's the Goober, Alju, XD01. Holy smokes, it's the real Deathy. Yo, what's up, generic head boy? How are you? How about the hero MMR for ranked? If played a hero on unranked and had very low MMR compared to the rest, if you played them, would you be lower MMR ranked games? Probably not significantly. Hero MMR is like not that significant. It's like, let's say that your Eternus 4. If you play a hero that your hero MMR is lower on, you'll be considered like Eternus 2. You're not going to be considered like Ascendant. Does parry trigger reactive? Yes, it does. I saw I updated the melee shift build, didn't include reactive barrier. Isn't it really good for getting parried? Yeah, if you're getting parried, you can buy it situationally. Yep. Been a happy camper recently. Life is good. That's all that matters. That's the priority.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Deadlock Fight
Welcome back. Welcome back, guys.
Now into the North American part of our
North American.
Here. Jason Kaplan joined by DDK, and I mean DDK. We got
why melee charged on Viscous?
I'm so happy to
I believe Goober said it was because the punch masks the animation of melee, so you can get a lot of sneaky melees in there.
Well, the thing for those of you that haven't watched the NA broadcast, what tends to happen is like constant roster shuffles, and even Hydronation was a part of a roster shuffle, but they just merged themselves with the other like best teams. So we're in this situation where now we have to kind of see who are going to cement themselves as the names, because we have had these names for a while in EU, but NA still seems to be settling, Jason. But perhaps soon we'll find some consistency in the rosters.
Well, if you guys haven't been here before on the Deadlock Fight Night,
have you been?
It's mostly just
I feel like I've seen a lot more frequent uploads on YouTube. I've been good. Been trying to upload a bit more frequently. As far as shorts and long form content goes, I've also been trying to make some decisions in order to have a better like life balance, like quality time with my wife, but also time with my friends. I've been kind of neglecting my IRL friends a little bit. So yeah, been working on that. It's been going well. I think I'm getting somewhere, you know.
Today, while you guys are watching, of course, at home, don't forget about the fact that we
melee items make puddle much stronger. Yeah, but melee charges doesn't do anything for puddle. Using the gap from Ascendant to Eternus is similar to Dota Divine to Immortal in terms of skill. Yeah, I would say so. It's pretty significant.
Go directly back into the broadcast, whether it's prize pool or production.
Depends. The gap between like E6, Eternus, the gap between Ascendant 6 and like Eternus 1 isn't huge, but between like Ascendant 6 and Eternus 3 or 4.
Which I can see right. I'm so bad at these.
Thanks, generic head boy. Yeah, no, it's definitely very important. I think a lot of gamers neglect that, but you know, if you want to play well, you got to perform well in all areas of life, right? You got to have a healthy social life. You got to take some time for yourself, exercise, do all these good things. You feel cheated on, Desi? You can't go outside? My bad.
Talk about what will be coming up.
Important to balance out. Yeah, for sure. Been working on that too recently. Yeah. Well, you know, you got this, man. It's not always easy, but
all day long.
You gotta find balance in life. That's the hardest part.
You know what, NA, the games may be variable, but let me tell you, behind the scenes, it is always kicking. Where I wake up today at 4 a.m. to bring my dad to the airport, and I go, yeah, I'll bring my dad to the airport, come back, get some sleep, and come home to a nuclear explosion on Discord, courtesy of NA. So when we get to the roster screen, I think you may just see me collapse and just, go into the fetal position. But it's fine. We made it. Our teams are locked in. It's all set to go. I'm excited because we are going to get some gameplay here. There's the rosters.
Does he has a wife and isn't a basement gremlin? Impossible. Yeah, my bad,
Can we
guys.
actually get a picture-in-picture?
Love how interactive with chat you are. Thank you. I can't usually be this interactive when I'm playing the game because I have to focus on the game, but when I'm watching a tournament, gotta be interactive.
Back in the day, really, on one of the best teams in North America.
What are these dudes yapping about? There was a little bit of NA drama.
Calc, and yes, chat, you are right. Calc is short for calculator.
A lot of people spend so much time inside a PC they don't even realize they're depressed. Gotta get that vitamin D. True. That's fair.
Prior, up against Yumi Panuki here, and
I probably don't even get enough vitamin D myself. Hopefully I do,
we
but
saw last week, his viscous play was phenomenal.
Yeah, Goob is definitely one of the, I feel like, household names for that hero in this region. So I feel like if you're Llama Lords, you actually just ban viscous. I feel like that's like you either go for the viscous ban to target Goober or you go for the pocket ban to target Alju. But you're not really without options to target somebody on Yumi Panuki. So it should be fun to see how this one kind of plays out.
Yeah, you get that D. True. You're the most interactive streamer I've seen overall playing. Your ability to mix in reading chat while playing is really impressive. Thanks. I feel like I don't read chat at all while playing, to be honest.
It's funny enough, like talking with Goober, super excited to play.
There's always drama in NA. True. What's the drama?
They don't ban viscous. It's like, well, if they do ban viscous, it comes
some roster changes and stuff. I guess I don't really want to get into it.
At the very least, you need
there's some information that is behind the scenes in some discords or whatever, but yeah.
Viscous, just ban out pocket from Ido and be like, haha, F you. At least I got one back on our end. But obviously, if you guys haven't noticed as well, there was some major patch changes that came into this. Yamato can be quite different. The economy a little bit quite different as well. So I am actually really curious to see what's going to happen when it comes to these two teams, because honestly, DDK, I mean, you can be as familiar as you want when it comes to drafts with NA, but I feel like there's always something that's going to surprise you.
Especially right now too, because I think that the last patch really introduced the largest change in how the game plays overall. And it's like the economy changes have affected the pacing of the game. It's affected the balancing of heroes, even without touching some of the hero balances, because the jungle is worth less. Being on lanes is better. You know, you're going to get value from also split pushing.
They definitely do. There's a reason. You're super interactive, super wholesome. Let's go. We love that. We try to be wholesome and interactive. Idol Yamato, probably.
Changes, I think, which
is there really any drama in EU? Oh, I'm sure there's drama in EU. I'm sure there's drama in EU. There's drama everywhere, guys.
For us is that although we got
obviously NA is pretty good at drama, right? I mean, we're number one in something, and it's drama, right? We definitely have more drama than EU, right? USA, North America, let's go. But there's definitely drama in EU too, for sure.
Per minute. Is the expectation. So getting souls is easier.
Is this considered broken right now? It's considered like very strong. Like S tier. I don't know about broken, but
Starved of souls also benefit more. So
how old are you? I'm 26.
It's very different right now, and I think all of these changes.
Much love, Quake Bros. Yeah, we love DDK. We love the Quake Bros.
Well, ZP, speaking of changes, not only do we have changes in
where are rosters listed?
Change on Deadlock Fight
I'm assuming in Wikipedia they are.
At least describe to people who weren't here for the EU portion of the broadcast how we now do
it. Oh, never mind. They're not even listed here.
The coin flip is out. No longer is it me going to Google and doing Google coin flip. No, we do it the way as God intended. That's right. Mo and Krill versus
Mo and Krill. All right, Goober's got this one, dude. Goober's got this one on fucking lock, dude. Goober's actually got this one. Come on, Goober. Fuck him. Kill him.
And you see how fierce this gets.
Come on, Goober.
Raw mole versus mole action.
Okay. Goober doesn't have it. I don't know anymore, dude.
No, Goober, no. Whatsoever with these heavy slams. Oh, Goober gonna go down from this one. So Lord and M gonna be able to secure.
All right, Lord and M is the GOAT.
That's gonna be Llama Lords for the choice of first ban or first pick. Or second pick, I guess I should say. I'm not gonna lie, ZP. I like it. I feel like we need to get like a proper ring set up. You know, get the whole shebang going. Maybe get like a skin with like some boxing gloves on Mo and Krill. Really step it up for next time. But I love it, man.
That's a good copy roster.
We could do that, right? Custom skins. I've seen some pretty interesting custom
skins. We're losing that messed up. Yeah, shouldn't he be? He said baiting parry was so easy. Goober literally said baiting parry was so easy. Yeah, what about now, Goober? Shouldn't you have baited his parry and then just fucked him up?
That was a great demo I had on my PlayStation way back in the day. But yeah, we can head to drafts as soon as possible here and really see how this one's going to break down.
We need that to be an event from every tourney. Yeah, I love it.
We've heard a lot of good things about this team. We've heard from a lot of NA players that this could be
some pretty interesting skins recently. Yeah. Is Rescue Beam viable on Ivy? Yeah, absolutely. It's great on Ivy.
All three of us are going to be leaning towards the double Ls.
Llama Lords feel like the team to beat here, but Revival, of course, also having very good recent tournament performance, not ones to be slept on. And look, NA is variable. No, come on. Off limits. They banned the Viscous. Rip Goober. The one,
all right, Viscous banned immediately.
Lord of Viscous Dan. He's been banned out.
Yeah, it's so sad because like if you're a player that's like so known for like playing one hero, you kind of, I feel like you have to like bait people. You like spread like false rumors and just like make it sound like you're like some god on like a hero just to play something else. Because this is always going to happen, probably, most probably. So you're just always going to get wrecked. I mean, how are you going to have anything other than just disappointment? How are you going to be in a situation that's anything but just soul crushing in a scenario? Like, what's people going to play?
Do you have a tier list anywhere? Yeah, in my latest YouTube video.
Franco meme
check it out.
Naked. And he looks over.
Is it
like,
new vid? Does that work? Do I have that? Meta report? Yeah, check it out. It's at the end of the tier list.
Targeted ban. But Yamato, we already
seen a bunch of Vindictas Rescue Beam recently. Don't know what that's about. Support Vindicta has been played for some time. It's okay.
But now you have to go. Okay, what is going?
Maybe I jinxed Goober. True.
If it was Europe, it would be Wraith. Wraith would be walking through that door right here, right now. But because it's NA, it's going to be Paradox. Where also we thought we'd see it in EU. It makes sense. Maybe Paradox Vindicta because you have Paradox already. You get Vindicta on top of it. You don't have to deal with.
If I'm them, I honestly, I think Paradox Wraith is pretty good.
Or maybe
why didn't they ban Yamato? Mirage is also a problem.
Pocket, that also makes sense because you gotta get to Ido. Ido likes Pocket, and or rather, not give it to Ido. You don't give Ido his Pocket on the other side.
Who is streaming?
I think with me right now, DDK is just like, I need to move to NA. Like, how is Wraith not being banned or picked right away? Like, this is insane.
I probably won't have time to finish watching this game. We'll see.
Just play with me would tear things up here.
Speaking of Vindicta, is the consensus that weapon or Spirit is stronger on her?
This is like very predictable.
Spirit, I would say it's the consensus.
Kelvin was usually like a 5 or 6.
You don't know any players? Llama Lords have my support purely because of their based Jimmy Neutron name. Fair enough.
A lot more favor, actually, I would say. A lot more priority of the supports.
What does DL stand for in your name? Deadlock?
So far, that's something that
I couldn't just get Deathy.
Noticing.
But what happened to the DMS game? PS1.
Kind of what you would expect. Like
DMS lost.
This was the one thing I mentioned in the last broadcast. We would expect, the draft is gonna be much more predictable than EU. Infernus coming out was an interesting one because Infernus is kind of like Infernus is good still, but we had that question about how effective is he going to be given the fact that most of the builds require like the Infernus to be able to farm the jungle and get the power spike quickly, but you're looking at some tier, the tier 4 items and so on to do that. So you might have to adjust the build slightly to come online a bit more quickly, but Infernus is still
Tank Lord could be.
It's good to see that
could be
not shying away from him.
Yeah, looking at this here, so Infernus getting prioritized a little bit.
All right, so Infernus, Abrams.
Think about supports, right? You've already chosen Kelvin. Maybe you don't need to do something.
Kelvin, Shameless Kelvin.
Stack it if you really wanted to. My question is, what about Warden? Because Warden was very, very highly valued in EU. I don't know if Warden necessarily needed that level of valuation, but that was one of the trends on EU, and instead it's Wraith. Wraith, a lowly 4th pick in NA versus the perma ban and or first pick in EU. The disparity continues.
It's a lot of firepower on Llama.
Honestly, I think Wraith is like a really, really good like.
A lot of like damage coming out straight away.
I don't know. In a lot of our scrims, we pick Wraith quite early. I think it's really good. Favorite experimental hero?
We did see
probably Magician.
When you're playing against a lineup that has a lot of damage output like this, that it can be difficult.
I think I really like the Ivy pick. I think Ivy's very good.
Early to mid game, and that can have pretty difficult ramifications. So, but to see how it balances out here for Yuumi Panuki. I mean, what are their options really in that sense in the 5/6 slot?
I mean, I'm trying to think towards.
Wraith is so flexible. Yeah.
At least to help with.
He is. You don't need to, like.
I'm only really thinking of like.
Doesn't need to farm the jungle. She's very, very good at ganking. I mean, she can farm the jungle too. She's like perfect tempo. Decent laner. What map did they pick? Llama Lord's getting the better picks. Yeah, on average, I would argue. I'm just curious who's gonna play what on their team. Like Ido is obviously playing. Yamato probably, and then Rokane's probably playing Infernus, but who's playing Wraith on their team?
think we might see like
they need damage right now, and they get Lash, which makes sense to a degree, but you got to think final pick. They have to be angling for Hayes or maybe Warden, but probably Hayes, Dan.
It's interesting. I mean, I mean, the Vindicta's not being picked. So the Shadow Talon. Like if you're thinking like damage, I think those are more preferable.
Haze?
Unless
that's
you're
true.
able to play around a
that's
Haze
true.
and have a
Probably
Haze that plays
yeah.
like Play With Me. I haven't seen anybody else.
What I would call a not great Dynamo game. True.
I was going to mention that we don't see Dynamo
Naked Dynamo
ever, but the economy changes.
Wait, is it Naked Dynamo? Who's playing Kelvin? Is it Young Cal Kelvin or no? It's got to be Young Cal Monkrell, right?
Actually does
so who's playing Kelvin then?
You can get to those items a bit
is it a Lord NM Kelvin?
You don't have to rely on jungling or anything like that.
It might be a Lord NM Kelvin.
So this patch is good.
Why is Hydra Nation so good?
So it's not
I think that Hydra Nation right now is the best team in NA at the early game. Like the first 12 minutes of the game, they're really good. They have really good laning mechanics and really good early game rotations. And I think that they're also really good at closing out games with leads because they're very good at fighting. Like I think in 6v6... In 6v6 fights, I think they're one of the better teams. So
it looked pretty predictable, but after that, it started to go a bit crazy.
What's your
I like it though. I'm into this.
I look at Panuki.
I think it's mostly just execution.
You kind of have to wonder who is going to do the heavy lifting from a carry side of things here, and I feel like you need to have the greatest Spirit Ivy game of all time to kind of even things out, because it's not a lineup that really...
I do feel like Yumi Panuki's lineup lacks a little bit of damage, but yeah.
You've given up a lot of that power over the Llama Lords where you got Yamato.
At the same time, Lady Geist in pocket can do a ton of damage, so it might be okay.
Game team fights where, yeah, he isn't the most popular nowadays.
Why is D-Mav on this team? Oh boy, you're very behind, huh?
So I look at this and think, Yumi Panuki...
Hey, Deathy, wanted to point out that Warden Veil setup you showed in one of the earlier videos definitely helped me out on playing Gun Veil Warden. Let's go! I'd love to hear it.
Put on these fights, like, yeah, you might be able to catch someone, but they might have
love to hear it
to just prevent you from being able to kill them.
They're mostly Overwatch players. At this point, they're players from different games. Lefa and Hydration are from Overwatch. Quig and DMB are from Smite. Rocker, who's no longer with them, was from Apex. Who am I forgetting? Quig, DMB. Lefa, Hydration. Flick was from Valorant, I think.
It feels a lot more rounded.
Or something.
So
they're not all Overwatch players.
If I'm leaning towards just a comp,
not even close.
If I just close my eyes and don't look at the team names, I like Yumi Panuki's comp a bit better, even though Llama Loz is stacked with all the carries.
Furnace is a crazy character and skill so well. Can't believe they've got both him and Wraith. Yeah, Infernus has kind of fallen down in priority in both EU and NA, I have to say. The recent changes feel like Infernus is a bit worse. Still very good, I would say. Hey, Deathy, are there any websites you can see the builds used at tournaments? At the moment, I do not believe so. I'm sure that websites are working on this. I think right now the best thing you can do is you can go on Tracklock, and you can go on Heroes, and you can click on a specific hero, like Yamato, for example. And then you can select the rank, so let's say Ascendant Plus. And then you can see which items are which items are most popular on a hero. So you can't see the build, but you can see, for example, like which tier 1 item is most popular. Which tier 2 item is most popular on Yamato, which tier 3 and tier 4. For example, you can see that as far as tier 4 items go, the most common item on Yamato is Mystic Reverb, then it's Refresher, then it's Diviner's Kevlar, and it's Leech.
You can kind of counteract the team fighting.
So that's kind of cool. I wouldn't worry about the win rates, but yeah, the item win rates are kind of dumb on their own. They don't really mean much on their own. You need to analyze them.
That they can't really respond on.
What happened with Dimov? He was just subbing. He was just subbing for the other team.
I'm assuming you're going to probably level up your ultimate first, like to max, just your affliction, just so you can deny a lot of healing in these fights as well here. But ZP, before we do head into this first match of NA, any final thoughts?
Nope. What I missed? Hey, thanks for the sub, Hipster Soda. Still reverb? Is this all current? I believe so.
But if they don't
keep
up that level of intensity,
it is current indeed.
It's going to be it. Llama Lords will come back.
All right.
Kevlar sounds like it might slap with the new ult, actually. I don't think it's that good, but I think Ronald goes it, but I don't know. How troll is Gunivy on a scale of 1 to 10? It's like a 3 or 4. It's like somewhat troll, but it's not that troll at all. It's like maybe a little bit troll. In organized play, it's probably not good, but in like ranked play, in solo queue ranked, it's probably pretty good. Thank you for your content, brother. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
That can depend a lot.
Why did Rocker leave Hydra Nation? No idea. Maybe he doesn't want to play anymore.
Love to see how these lanes break down.
Llama Lords have a 2-1-1-2.
Yeah, this is a very common thing, it seems, in NA where you...
How big do you think Deadlock is going to get? Who knows? I think he can get pretty big, but we'll see. Why, in your opinion, player count dropped so much? I think a mix of people. Some people getting burnt out, some people getting frustrated at ranked. Yeah, the hype dying down, things like that probably. Not really sure though.
Happening just yet, and I think we're settling into a more normal formation here now, Jason.
Caster surprised by double soaking first wave. True, they haven't seen any scrims.
And then they come into NA and you get a 2-1-1-2, which is like so old school for Deadlock. Well, old school now. But like you're saying, as things have normalized a bit here, you can see Young Calc's going to be already low on HP, and that's going to be over in lane 3. But again, Scorn, Mo, and Krill, not too big of a deal. I'm actually kind of curious how these lanes are going to play out with the Infernus versus Pocket, and of course the Wraith versus Geist. And as ZP was saying before, like if Llama Lords get started early on with some early kills,
no,
I feel like it's gonna be.
They've been denied every creep.
Yeah. One thing I'll mention actually is, well, hold that thought for a
second. Oh, Fickle Frog is 1 health. Oh wait, the Kelvins actually took a bunch of damage to that.
Escape there is a Fickle Frog on the Ivy. But I was going to mention that
new patch.
One of the changes, you know, because we've had a lot of changes to those tier 1 guys.
Holy shit! Literally a patch right in the middle of the tournament. All right, juicy. There's actually a new patch. Oh my god, that's funny.
Well. So generally speaking, that has
groupers now do 20% more damage to each other. Let me move my cam so you guys can see. Actually, I'll just
having a hard time. You can actually just
groupers now do 20% more damage to each other. Okay, this is for double soaking.
For the most part.
This is the counter double soaking, by the way. If the waves kill each other faster, it makes it so double soaking is much harder to do. So we'll see how much that affects it. Soul sharing ratios post lane reduced from 100, blah blah. So they reduced it by what, 5% per thing, roughly, even a little bit less. So now 2 players get 140 instead of 150. All right, so my other video is already outdated. All good. First turn is now always neutral.
Freezing your lane is like you're not going to be involved in other
God
lanes.
Bless.
And I think. Yeah. As you said, you're more
heavy melee canceling can no longer be done with some abilities, only items at the moment. Okay, so we were talking about it earlier. I guess they decided to remove it from abilities, only items.
I think more importantly,
Guardian resistance changed from minus 35 at 8 minutes to minus 50 at 10 minutes. Interesting. So now at 10 minutes, Guardians are just going to melt. So teams aren't going to get, like, team versus team net worth comeback formula toned down. Okay, so comeback's a little bit harder.
Indeed.
Heavy melee can't, okay. Bullet dance from +2 to +5. That seems like a huge deal for Haze. No? Like a huge deal. Paradox. Time wall stop duration reduced from 0.7 to 0.6. Time wall duration reduced. Okay. Assassinate damage reduced by 5%. Shadow transformation and bullet spirit reduced from 50 to 45. Okay, cool. Good change. Shadow transformation duration reduced and heal reduced. Alright, Yamato players in shambles. Maybe she'll be balanced now.
Well, you're
Ace Giga buff in the middle tournament,
right?
yeah.
This match,
Heavy melee cancel change, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. X2?
We were talking about it. We were talking about it earlier. Yoshi was watching the stream, guys. Post lane still 8 minutes, yes.
What I do know is there's gonna be a fight breaking off here.
We were talking about it, and well, Yoshi was Yoshi was watching.
I'm not quite sure if it landed, but either way, Goober's like, hey, you know, you banned my Viscous, I'm gonna punish
you.
But
funnily enough, Goober in this game, since this game was played before the patch was released, Goober can still heavy melee cancel with the ability on Paradox. He can still do it.
Either on lane 2, so you know, good timing for them. At the same time, like some extra pressure, as we can see on this first lane against XD. 001.
Her laning phase will never be balanced. No, it's fine. Her laning phase is not an issue, honestly. Her laning phase is not an issue. Like, she's very strong in the laning phase, but she's always been very strong, and she's been in places where she's been, like, okay in the past. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem with her being, like, one of the strongest laners in the game.
Yeah. At least it's not a barcode.
Yeah, Yamato's not dead.
A barcode would be fun to work with.
Capital I, lowercase.
You think your Tor is cracked in this game? I have no idea.
But we are seeing a little bit of rotation come back in out of
Hoover, the last Carbine heavy melee cancel. Yeah,
over to lane 3. Unfortunately, looks like the runaway will happen here out of Llama Lords to escape any sort of action happening, at least for now.
Well, more the creep damage will be significant. Yeah, we'll see.
So again, more activity
because it's easier to miss creeps. Yeah, could be. It might have some unintended consequences. I feel like I forgot to melee charge half the time low mid-game. Fair. Is it worth to heavy melee cancel in general? It was super worth to do it, but now it's going to be slightly less worth because you can only do it with items now, so you'll only be able to get like one.
To be honest, I feel like we all want to see it. Goober is known for it. and it is always fun to see the specialists play. Like if you have a game of Bebop where Walex is in the game on the Bebop, for example, you're going to really want to kind of look and see if he's found some innovation that other people are not running. But with that said, you know, so far it does seem to be relatively even across the board at the 6 minute mark.
Oh, what's happening? Oh yeah, there's the patch. Yeah, let me. Yeah, I'll link the patch notes, guys.
It seems so far, Jason.
I'm gonna change topics really quickly. I'm so sorry for not fully paying attention there because
we hope double soaking is gone. We'll see.
Just pushed 3 minutes ago, which
exclamation point patch notes.
So I'm gonna keep it maybe for later on. But you guys at home are watching. There has been a change, and there's some slightly significant ones in there. We'll touch on those later on, but we can definitely talk about them when the moment's right. But as we head back into this game here, 6 minute mark, kind of quiet. I would say actually. I was expecting a little bit more presence out of like Ido or Goober. I mean, obviously Goober did facilitate the first kill they got into Young Calc. But
maybe put new patch and title. True. I guess I could.
Would have a little bit more impact.
I guess I could. What's my title right now? Let me see.
Yeah, I was quickly looking at the.
Got a couple clips. Nice.
I'm like, what have they done? Okay. We'll definitely go into that a little bit later, but. I'm just like looking at the Deadlock network offline at the top right of my screen. What's that big red thing?
Uh-oh.
So yeah, lane 3 seeing.
Wish we could mute these guys. We can. I can. I'll put them quieter. I don't know. I think people enjoy them at a decent volume though. You guys let me know. Do you guys want them really quiet or not? You meta report day after meta report? What can you do? Oh! What a parry from Naked there. That was actually a sick parry, bro. Before your voice being louder than theirs? I think my voice is louder than theirs right now, right? This is good? Okay, okay. That was actually kind of a sick parry from Naked, I'm not gonna lie. And Grave is in trouble here.
Looking to back away here. A phenomenal play, a phenomenal individual play by Naked there. Nets Yumi Panuki, a decent lead. Well, not even necessarily a lead, but a decent fight.
Yeah, they've really pushed back Llama Lords. They swarmed in here with almost every single player, so they had the numbers advantage. Continuing to push, and it's drawn attention from Llama Lords as well as they now start to push Yumi Panuki back towards their Guardian.
Oh, this is a big fight here. This is not ideal.
Llama Lord's getting the best of this one off of the re-engage.
Yeah, Ido's very strong right now. He's got 9k.
Yeah, Sis Lucky comes in big here with 2 kills at the very end. There's Ido. Like that's what I was wanting to see, right?
Yeah, Slow Hanks is kind of a goated item. Do a meta update short from those views, King. Spread information. Yeah, I might. Might fuck around. Watch Goober stream. Listen to their comms. All right. Let's watch the Goober. Watch the Goober for a little bit.
It's a 2v1 here. It's 4 left.
I'm gonna go high ground so he doesn't see me.
Alright, we're watching the Goober POV. Oh, he's double heavy melee cancel. He wouldn't be able to do this anymore soon. Uh-oh.
Can you guys let us know they TP? Are they going to TP here? No, they're not.
I predicted the percentage in that vid. Oh, true.
We need to push.
Yeah.
We need to hard push.
Yeah, go right side there when they're forward left side.
Yeah.
Old build may be back. I think. Yeah, old build looks a lot better for sure. That's the melee cancel? Yeah, that's the double melee cancel right there.
Again, if we see one of them rotating, they're all rotating.
They're removing paradox cancel? Yeah, they removed you can't cancel from abilities anymore. You can only use items to cancel. So you can use Fleetfoot still and stuff, but you can't do it with Carbine. So you'll still be able to melee cancel, but only.
They're top mid right now in these camps.
Alright.
Be careful, Grace, you're by yourself.
Slidorian has huge money.
Yeah.
Literally just funneling everything into him. Yeah. Let's just try to get active on the map and create tower pressure.
That's what we really need to try.
That'd be towards. We're doing camps over here. The furnaces. Coming to catch yellow. 2 people. 3 blue. Let's catch yellow.
Yeah.
Race
going to yellow.
One purple side now.
Yeah, I'm gonna boost somewhere right now. Yeah, they got boss.
It's hard right now. They don't have any towers. That's the biggest issue. They're down 7k because they don't have towers.
Without towers. Like,
so, like,
for the buffs and they catch us, we're just dead. Just finding out those buffs.
No towers is rough.
It's gonna be on our side of the map, but we can get this turn.
Urn is no longer going to be on your side of the map anymore.
We need to show more so that we can do the urn. We need more show.
Yeah. They grabbed it.
You see the patch? Yeah, I did. One of my messages is exactly as I said. Damn, dude, you're an oracle. But yeah, exclamation point patch notes if you guys want the patch notes. Oh yeah, I need to put my phone on the charging. 1 sec.
You see where you are. I got Yamato on me.
Is Yamato going yellow?
Yeah, she's going to yellow. She's going to yellow.
You see where Dynamo is right now?
Yep. So guys, are we gonna push towers north of the map? We should group.
You see where two are right now?
We should group and push towers, guys. Should I group and push tower?
Yeah.
And then they're gonna the urn's so far back. We have time to rotate.
We have 3. Go hit tower. We have 3. Just hit it.
Yep.
They're coming. They're coming.
Yeah.
Jump down out.
Infernus is left.
Is that extra range? What is that?
Yeah, I'm just getting out.
Wow.
It's 4 here.
Come purple maybe.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, trying to help you on this.
Alright. I have a gaming chair?
4 here.
Sure.
I don't think we can defend green. Let's fight purple.
I was given this chair for free by my dad, so you know.
Running away. Okay.
Yeah.
What does team versus team net worth mean? It means like, for example, in this game, Ido's team has 70k while Goober's team has 54k. So with the old comeback formula, the team versus team net worth is taken into account quite highly. And now they said they just diminished the effect. We don't know by how much though.
We should be still green here. Let's go.
Omego's going crazy? True.
Coming. Can we get this urn? We can pretty much be back in the game.
Swaps.
Huge swap? I don't think they have catch though, is the problem. Maybe they do. Problem is Gaius has no catch.
Coming behind the furnace, guys. We should
He's on the roof. He's on the roof.
Okay. I'm on him.
Ido's hella rich right now.
Nice.
Alright, Rokane just trolled though. He's stuck around for so long.
There's 3. Wait. There's 3.
Oh, wanna push? Oh, I have 4k. I have 4k. Let me get silence good.
We can top yellow.
Yeah, they should have TP'd yellow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna speed boost and grabbing silence good.
Wait, this right?
We're fine.
I'm behind you.
Why do I like the urn change? Because it was so dumb. Because sometimes, if one team had towers, and the other team didn't, it just made it so the first urn was just free comeback for the other team, and then the moment after, the other team would get the towers. So let's say that one team got 3 towers, and the other team got 0, but all of the towers are hurt. The other team is going to be behind 5k approximately, which is 10%, okay? And that's going to make it so that the other team gets the favorable urn. But all of the towers are 0 health, so it's just a matter of time until they get all those towers, right? So they're only artificially behind. How much is the tower worth? I think a Guardian's worth about 1500 for the team, roughly.
No, like the walker. Hit the walker.
Oh, I couldn't even get my swap.
Yeah, and they get green, and they get purple as well.
I mean, I just think the comps are bad. I said they could TP and collapse, and we're still going.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't TP. They literally just ran from green. Like we saw them with.
I said it like 3 times now.
I know.
I'm just saying we need to back up for next time. Yeah, we just listen to the call. We stick to the call. Make it easy on ourselves. Yeah. They're definitely gonna try to dunk Urn while it's easy for them.
Yep.
They're not. They're just holding in their base. That's all they're doing.
Okay. Well, let's not. Don't give up our camps here.
If Dynamo plays, if they play too far up here, let's go fight for our camps.
Yeah, don't give them up.
I need somebody else to be pushing.
They're gonna fight left side here.
Dynamo's are top.
I have a silence, but you're the only one up there right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
not there yet.
I have silence. I have Ivy silence now.
That helps the crouch, true. Did Walker really quit the game, or is it a troll? I mean, he quit Hybrid Nation as far as we know.
We should fight before Mo gets over.
I knocked him down.
Look, I swapped him up. Wait, what? I have no range. Fuck.
Big silence.
No range. So sad.
Silence on.
I'll flash.
Look, Yamato, silence.
A little bit of an early silence glyph.
I'm ulting. In the back.
It's a good fight though. They got 2 kills. They're owning. They're actually kind of owning this fight.
I'm ulted.
I'm dead.
Oh, never mind. This might be bad. They have really good damage though. They might be able to clean this up somehow.
We're split right now.
Oh, he missed his melee. Oh, that's so sad. He actually would have gotten her. That's so sad. He actually would have killed her, I think.
Unfortunate.
Oh, I got the swap off and he.
Yeah, I stunned the Yamato and the Wraith.
Rundus is dead as hell if he stays here. He's gotta run. Does conditional bullet spirit resistance stack diminishingly with already existing resistances? It does stack diminishingly. I'm not sure exactly how the math works out, but yes, it is diminishing.
We'll try to push yellow and get this Guardian.
Silence this early is kind of rough. How do you even follow up with the silence when your entire team is poor? I mean, you definitely can. Like, let's say you get a silence into like an Abrams charge and then like a lash, like ground slam. Like that person dies instantly. You still have enough damage to kill people instantly. You just need the right abilities to, you know, at the right time.
Maybe we go on.
Ido in the Yamato training arc, true.
Fly tech on the urn? No.
Ido's been playing a shit ton in Yamato for sure, yeah. I probably gotta get on that shit, but it just got nerfed again, so maybe it won't be. But I probably need to pick up the Yamato, so we have a Yamato player. What's it about Paradox and make sure OP? It's mostly the swap and the wall. The wall did just get nerfed a little bit again, though. But yeah. Why is the resto shot used on so many builds? I don't know why it seems so unreliable, but clearly not. Yeah, so the thing about resto shot is for it to be so like good, you have to use it off cooldown, so you have to pay attention to your restorative shot cooldown and like aim for heroes when it's off cooldown. And if you do that, it gives you a ton of regen.
Back up. Grab burn and run towards space.
Yep.
That's lucky.
I didn't know how did she get so high up, by the way?
She used her one. And then she jumped again after.
They're looking to chase you guys, Care.
They're chasing you, Ivy.
Yeah, but I'm not visible yet.
The Paradox is showing aim cone when heavy mailing the troopers. No, I believe that was the lash cone showing or something like that. This game started 1 minute before patch. Is Goober in a scrim? No, this is a tournament. Oh, this is the Deadlock Fight Night.
If they are, we just shove right.
We give it up. We can.
Okay, everyone try to defend. I do have
shove our waves. We can't get that.
Yeah,
we can't get there in time. It's okay. Shove waves. Just keep picking up and playing base with flash ult.
Minions should get that Rendis. Just be careful.
The cooldown on it is the biggest strength. Swap is crazy. Yeah, I mean cooldown's been nerfed like a million times. Cooldown used to be like 20 seconds or something stupid as. Like, you could get Paradox swap cooldown with just some cooldown items. You can get it to, like, below 20 seconds. Didn't they get 75 from exploding troopers? Yeah, they should. It's 75%. Not 70 souls. It's 75%. It's not souls.
Yeah, it's one fight and we're back in the game.
Yeah, we got right where we want them.
Let's push out blue real hard.
Yeah. See. It should be blue and purple.
So it's 75% of like 95 right now, so it's not actually 75. If that makes sense. I see the confusion though.
I just need someone to set up or her to get close to me. And
we did say that we have a lot of AoE damage just starting off with afflictions.
Is someone zipping towards green? Maybe you go on Wraith. Thoughts?
You
look.
Yeah, Wraith. Wraith is good. Wraith is good if they can get it.
Yeah, they backed.
Yeah. Playing base is correct though. You're going for risky plays is tough here in this position. You want to get like one really good fight if you can.
Yeah, they'll probably just starve out the.
But I mean, they're bringing the
What was the reason for this? Resto shot gives a ton of regen as long as you're able to use it off cooldown on either a minion or a hero, ideally on a hero. So the players that use it best will look at the cooldown, and when it's off cooldown, they'll use it on a hero, and then it's instant like 40 HP, which is quite a lot. Oh, they might be able to kill him here. Oh, tragic. No follow-up.
I'm probably dead.
It's actually tragic that they weren't able to kill that Yamato, to be honest. That's their best shot, though, I think. But now it's GG, I think. It's just over. GG. Yamato nerf? Yep. Again, deserved. Came in looking rough, yeah. Can you see the cooldown? Yeah, bottom left, yeah. There is UI, yeah. You can also see it under the crosshair, but I just look bottom left from habit.
You had him triple silence, no, and you just still got it off.
Yeah, it's just the tankiness and the lack of lockdown that we have.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, patch came in mid-game. Did it?
No, I already know what it is. I was told what it was to someone. I was told it was to someone.
So funny.
So
wait, the game?
Not over yet.
It's not over yet, but they have Wraith ult still. Careful of that.
I think it's over. I think they're coping.
Yeah, I think it's over. Yeah.
Not over yet. Cope. All good, guys. GG. NT. At this point, you think Yamato's top 10? Yeah, these changes might be enough for Yamato to be balanced.
We didn't get active as early as we wanted to. and that just led to them grouping on us. And
I think
we
what's
didn't get
happening
anything.
is we're making calls to go after turrets, but we don't realize that they can collapse on us, and we're just giving up free kills.
Well, the only reason they can collapse on us is because how much pressure they got on the map early, right? Because we didn't do the rotations like we want to the outside of the lanes.
We didn't respond fast enough to them grouping, but we also didn't split push when we were grouping. So
All right, well, GG to that.
It started with, so we got the first rotation to the green lane, right? Like we
All right, guys.
on the krill.
So,
and then Goober, you wanted to try go back there instead of helping Nexi defend yellow tower. We lost yellow tower.
All right, so who shall I host, guys? Should I just host the official stream? Or should I host? Who do you guys want me to host? Because I do have to go now. I don't have time to watch the NA finals. I have to go meet some friends. Who do you want me to host? I can host the official stream. I can host Seagull. Is Seagull gonna? Let me ask him.
Predicted.
What were the bans? Viscous, Mirage that game.
And took it early.
Not only did they take it early, but you know, Jason, we have
I might host Seagull.
Not only to Yumi Panuki.
So you're gonna keep streaming? I'm watching the next game, but then after that I'm done. So.
Right,
the next BO3.
That was the final competitive match of Peak Yamato. Though I think Yamato's still gonna be pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna raid Seagull.
Perfect. Hell yeah.
Stage, right,
all right.
There was really no scaling that Yumi Panuki had in their composition, so they were under the gun to get very far ahead pretty early in the game.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching, everybody. I love you guys. I have to go hang out with friends because I have to touch grass and spend time with IRL people. But I hope you guys have a great night.
What is your
Go, go, go.